I didn't do it for you. How the world betrayed a small African nation. Michela wrong. To Elena and Sylvia Hardy, as promised. Forward. It was well past midnight, and in Cairo Airport's transit lounge it was clear most passengers had already entered the trance-like state of passivity that accompanies long-distance travel. Outside, in the fluorescent glare of the hallway, a trio of stranded Senegalese women traders, majestic in their colorful babous, were shouting, with operatic volume, at the Egyptian airport staff behind the counter, who were responding with an icy silence that said more about Arab attitudes towards Black Africa than direct insults ever could. But here in transit, eyes had glazed over, the energy had leached from the air. A group of Nigerian youths, whose clothes gave off the nose-tickling aroma of dried fish, lay slumped in the plastic orange scoop seats, spines turned to jelly. They were being messed around by Egypt Air staff, who couldn't be bothered to check them into the airport hotel their tickets entitled them to. They seemed past caring, anger had long since given way to exhaustion. A few seats away, a middle-aged Pakistani businessman was fighting the prevailing mood of stupefied indifference. Visiting cards at the ready, he was in defiantly chatty mode, and was taking the fact that the airline had mislaid his luggage in his stride. Egypt Air no good, he confided. Yes, I know. He worked for a company that manufactured soap powder, he said, and constantly traveled the African continent and the Middle East, sizing up possible markets for his multinational. And you, what do you do? I'm a journalist. I'm writing a book about Eritrea. That's where I'm going now. His brow furrowed, he must have misheard. You are writing a book about Algeria. No, not Algeria. Eritrea. Nigeria. He was floundering now. No. A wild guess. Al Jazeera. No, no. Eritrea. Enunciating the word with the exaggerated lip movements of a teacher addressing a class with special needs, I searched for some explanatory shorthand. You know. Small country on the Red Sea. Used to be part of Ethiopia. It's only 2 hours flight from here. I'm waiting for my connection. There was a brief silence. This seasoned traveler looked both flummoxed and embarrassed. I'm sorry. But I've simply never heard of the place. It was a conversation that was to keep recurring throughout the 4 years I spent writing this book. Mention that I was researching Eritrea and the reaction would be a sympathetic nod and ruminative silence as the other person tried to work out whether I was talking about a no-frills airline, a Victorian woman novelist or, perhaps, some obscure strain of equine disease. The same ignorance, I discovered, extended to the written record. I read books on Art Deco and modernist architecture that made no mention of the city of Asmara, containing some of the world's most perfect examples of the styles. I waded through weighty accounts of the American intelligence services that either never referred to the fact that Eritrea had been the site of one of Washington's key listening posts, or dismissed it in a few paragraphs. I dusted off biographies on the suffragette Sylvia Pankhurst that treated her involvement in the Horn of Africa as little more than an eccentric coda to her life. Whether in conversation or in print, Eritrea rang few bells. At first, it amused me, then, slowly, it began to irritate. My annoyance grew in parallel with my knowledge, for the deeper I delved, the clearer it became that Eritrea had never been the obscure backwater suggested by the polite, blank expressions. Its narrative was entwined with those of colonial empires and superpowers, its destiny had engaged presidents in the White House and leaders in the Kremlin. It had obsessed emperors who believed themselves descended from Solomon and preoccupied dictators who took the fascist salute. I became increasingly defensive as I staked out claims to relevance, spelling out links and liaisons obliterated by the passage of time. You know, we ran the place for 10 years, I would say, talking to a fellow Briton. Or, if it was an American, actually, the US had one of its most important spy bases in Eritrea during the Cold War. As for the Italians, I heard myself speaking with the fixed eye testiness of someone lost in a private obsession, It was your oldest colony, your firstborn. Didn't they teach you that at school? History is written, or, more accurately, written out, by the conquerors. If Eritrea has been lost in the milky haze of amnesia, it surely cannot be unconnected to the fact that so many former masters and intervening powers, from Italy to Britain, the US to the Soviet Union, Israel, and the United Nations, not forgetting, of course, Ethiopia, the most formidable occupier of them all, behaved so very badly there. Better to forget than dwell on episodes which reveal the victors at their most racist and small-minded, cold-bloodedly manipulative, or simply brutal beyond belief. To act so ruthlessly, yet emerge with so little to show for all the grim opportunism, well, which nation really wants to remember that? The problem, as the news headlines remind us every day, is that while the victims of colonial and Cold War blunders do not pen the story that ends up becoming the world's collective memory, they also don't share the conqueror's lazy capacity for forgetfulness. Any regular Western visitor to the developing world will be familiar with that awkward moment when a local resident raises, with a passion and level of forensic detail that reveals this is still an open wound, some injustice perpetrated long ago by the colonial master. Baffled, the traveler registers that the forgotten massacre or broken treaty, which he has only just discovered, is the keystone on which an entire community's identity has been built. Gosh, why are they still harping on about that, he thinks. Why can't they just move on? We have. It is a version of the "why do they hate us so" question a shocked America asked in the wake of September 11. Eritrea's story provides part of the answer to that query. It is very easy to be generous with your forgiving and forgetting, when you are the one in need of forgiveness. A sense of wounded righteousness keeps the memory sharp. Societies that know they have suffered a great wrong have a disconcerting habit of nursing their grievances, keeping them keen through the decades. It's hard to think of another African country that was interfered with by foreign powers quite so thoroughly, and so disastrously, as Eritrea. My country has a lot of history, an Eritrean academic once told me. In fact, he added, with lugubrious humor, that's all it has. And like Palestine and Rwanda, East Timor, or Northern Ireland, Eritrea's fate has illustrated the truth that, when it comes to destabilizing regions and disturbing the sleep of nations, size doesn't matter. When the UN laid the groundwork for a guerrilla war by ushering in a flawed constitution in the 1950s, Eritrea's population was slightly more than 1 million. When Ethiopia's mighty army lost to what its leadership had dismissed as a handful of bandits in 1991, Eritrea's residents numbered less than the population of Greater Manchester today. A province no larger than a medium-sized American state, most of it uninhabited, raised a clamor so loud that in the end it could no longer be ignored. Eritrea's history resembles one of those expensive television advertisements in which the flicking of a tiny cog leads to the toppling of a spanner, which sends windscreen wipers gyrating, a tire rolling, a long chain of cause and effect which eventually climaxes in the revving of a sleek family car. Grudges which are not addressed acquire a momentum all their own, shuddering across continents and centuries until they erupt in a thunderous roar. Small conflicts, left to fester long enough, have an uncanny way of bringing down empires. Written as Eritrea faces one of the toughest challenges in its history, this is a book about betrayal, repeated across the generations, and how the expectation of betrayal can both create an extraordinary inner strength and distort a national psyche, sending a community down strange and lonely paths. Despite the glazed eye reactions I encountered, Eritrea's history is not an abstruse irrelevance. The peculiar mulishness of its citizens did not spring spontaneously into existence. Eritrea's seeming idiosyncrasies have entirely logical roots, roots that, to the Western reader, reach surprisingly close to home. They cannot be unpicked from the vainglorious dreams of a 19th-century Italian man of letters, an English suffragette's clash with snooty British officialdom and the pantomime antics of several generations of GIs. In a new era of superpower intervention abroad, in which the war on terror has replaced the fight against communism as justification for Western military adventurism, The old cliché about the dangers of forgetting history's mistakes holds truer than ever. Part and parcel of our own story, Eritrea should serve as a lasting cautionary tale, encouraging us to pause and ponder before rushing in. We forget the roles we play in such far-off outposts at our peril. Map. Chapter 1. The city above the clouds. That thin air had a dream-like texture, matching the porcelain blue of the sky. With every breath and every glance he took in a deep anesthetizing tranquility. Lost Horizon, James Hilton. Whenever I land in Asmara, a novel read in adolescence comes to mind. It tells the story of a small plane whose pilot turns hijacker. Crash landing in a remote part of the Himalayas, he dies of his injuries before he can explain his bizarre actions to the dazed passengers. They emerge from the wreckage to be greeted by a wizened old monk, who leads them to a citadel hidden above the peaks, a secret city whose existence has never been recorded on any map. They are welcomed to Shangri-La, where, breathing the chill air that wafts from the glaciers and surveying the world from a tremendous height, they begin reassessing their lives with the same calm detachment and cosmic clarity as the monks. But as time goes by, they learn they must make a terrible choice. They can stay in Shangri-La and live forever, for their hosts have discovered something approaching the secret of eternal youth. Or they can plunge back into the hurly-burly of the life they knew and eventually die as ordinary mortals, grubbing around down on the plains. Flying in from Cairo, where even during an early morning stopover the air blasts radiator hot through the open aircraft door, one always has the sense of landing in a capital located where, by rights, it has no place to be. Even in the satellite photos, Eritrea, a noble elongated triangle lying atop Ethiopia, its giant neighbor to the south, seems an inhospitable destination, a landscape still too raw for human habitation. The route the planes follow takes you over mile upon relentless mile of dun-colored desolation, made beautiful only by the turquoise fringe where sand meets sea, a beauty that you know would evaporate if ever you ventured down to sea level to brave the suffocating heat. A spray of islands, the Dalek, shows only the faintest dusting of green. The rolling coastal sands, which show up from outer space as a strip of pearly pink, run from the port of Massawa northwest to the border of Sudan. To the southeast, where a long, thin finger of land points towards Djibouti, the rock turns a forbidding black. Volcanic lava flows have created a landscape grimmer than the surface of the moon. This is the infamous Danakil Depression, said to be the hottest place on Earth, where summer temperatures touch heights feared by even the whippet-thin Afar tribesmen. Behind this flat coastal strip, the land billows up to form a magnificent escarpment, the ripples of hills deepening into jagged waves of dark rock, a giant crumple of mountain creased by empty ravines and bone-dry river beds. It is only in the triangle's western corner, where Eritrean territory juts and bulges into northern Ethiopia, that rivers, the Gash and the Barka, flow all year round. Here in the western lowlands, the gradient finally levels off, wrinkles smooth away and the arid sands cede to the deep green that spells rain, the shade of trees, the blessing of crops. But it is not the bleakness, but the altitude that makes Asmara's location as improbable as that of Shangri-La. The Italians who colonized Eritrea at the tail end of the 19th century fled the stifling heat of the Red Sea by heading into the ether, up towards the Kabesa, or Central Highlands. Coming into land on the wide Hamasine Plateau, there is none of the familiar routine of diving through a carpet of white fog to emerge in another, grayer reality. Defying the laws of gravity, planes bound for Asmara certainly go up, but to passengers aboard they barely seem to bother coming down. You hardly have time to register the neat concentric rings, like worms' trails, left by farmers terracing, the rust-colored plain, the long white scratches of roads, before the wheels hit the ground. At 7,600 feet, a mile and a half high, the capital lies at the same heady altitude as many of Europe's lower ski stations. The crisp mountain air is so thin, landing pilots must slam on their brakes and then keep them, shrieking, in place, to prevent their aircraft overshooting the runway. Take-offs seem to go on forever, as the accelerating plane lumbers down the tarmac in search of air resistance, finally achieving just enough friction for the rules of aerodynamics to kick in before it careers into the long grass. Go to the edge of the escarpment, on the outskirts of town, and you will find yourself on the lip of an abyss. You are at eye level with eagles that launch themselves like suicides into the void, leaping into a blue haze into which mountain peaks, far-off valleys and distant sea all blur. At this altitude, only the most boisterous clouds succeed in rising high enough to drift over the city. Pinned down by gravity, they form instead a sulky cumulus eiderdown that barely shoulders the horizon. So for much of the year, the sky above Asmara is clear blue, a delicate cornflower merging into a deep indigo that holds out the promise of outer space. In western cities at night, the orange glow of street lamps washes out the stars. Asmara, where hotels issue rooms with 20-watt bulbs to keep overheads down, gives out so little light that the reclining crescent moon seems almost within reach at the bottom of the street, and the constellations glisten in your upturned face. When you fly out of the capital in the dark, it feels as though you have quit the earth to soar, like some half-bird, half-man creature from Greek mythology, straight into the Milky Way itself. With so little between you and the sun, the light possesses an alpine sharpness, so bright it almost hurts, chapping lips and creasing faces. While you shiver in the underlying chill, your skin tans at breakneck speed. Locals handle the contrast in temperatures with a practiced twitch of their white cotton shawls, while the outsider finds himself neurotically dressing and undressing as he moves from icy shade to scorching sun and back again. At midday, when the light beats so strongly it numbs the senses, colors are washed away, and the world becomes an overexposed landscape of black and white. On the street, people become dark silhouettes. Here an old woman, wrapped in a shema, hides below an umbrella. There a student walks in a familiar Eritrean attitude, exercise book brandished before him to shield his eyes. The light is so white it seems to etch the thinnest of black borders around everyday objects and carve their mark upon the retina, like a nuclear flash outlining a body against a wall. Up on the plateau, lungs must labor a little to pump enough oxygen into the bloodstream. New arrivals tend to find that alcohol rushes disconcertingly quickly to the head. Down a few of the local Malati beers here and you can stagger to bed as drunk as if you'd worked your way through a couple of bottles of wine. When combined with the constant awareness of the vertiginous fall on the outskirts of town, the rarefied air, some say, lends itself to a certain giddiness in temperament. We're at 2,500 meters and it's my belief that those 2,500 meters have a lot to answer for, a Swiss expatriate told me, struggling to explain a national hot-headedness, a tendency to quick reactions and extreme measures. The lack of oxygen, it has an effect on people's brains. Maybe people here go a little bit crazy. Asmara itself is a giant monument to colonial folly. When it came to architecture, the Italians simply lost their heads. Outside the capital, the slopes are dotted with modest stone shacks and grass-roofed rondables. But in Asmara, pride of Benito Mussolini's short-lived Second Roman Empire, the architects of the 1930s unleashed the full, incongruous force of their modernistic creativity. 1 Their cinemas were Art Deco palaces built for the worship of the glamorous gods of Hollywood. Their streamlined apartment blocks paid tribute to the twin cult of speed and technological progress. Fascism's architects designed petrol stations that looked like aircraft in mid-flight and office blocks that resembled space rockets surging into orbit. With porthole windows and jutting prows, their factories conjured up visions of vast ocean liners cresting the waves, their shopping arcades curved around hillocks like locomotives shrieking round a turn. These days, the vigorous designs have lost their clean-cut certainty. The pastel-colored buildings, painted in the soft apricot, pink, and pistachio tones of melting Neapolitan ice cream, are shabby, plaster peeling in great scabs from their exteriors. Red-eyed pigeons coo above broken water pipes and the rusted Persianish shutters hang a-kilter in their grooves. Nonetheless, draped in billowing blankets of bougainvillea, scattered with red-blossomed flamboyance, doused in the purple petals of the jacaranda, Asmara is undoubtedly the most beautiful capital on the continent. Its beauty has a somber tinge, for it has been premised on tragedy. No enlightened conservationist ever set out to preserve Asmara from the overexcited developers who spoiled downtown Nairobi or turned Lagos into a tangled mess of motorways and bridges in the 1970s. Conflict kept Asmara locked in time, creating in the process an accidental architectural treasure. While entrepreneurs with more money than sense ripped the hearts out of other colonial African cities, the economic stagnation that came with Eritrea's long war of secession against Ethiopia proved more effective than any neighborhood campaign ever could at preserving Asmara's pure lines. Such stultification has bestowed a toy town dinkiness upon the capital, the city that time forgot. On my first visit, I felt as though I had walked into a world in which my Italian grandfather would have felt completely at home, an Italy I had only ever glimpsed in family photo albums, because it has ceased to exist in Europe. Perhaps the nostalgia of that borrowed memory went some way to explaining the sudden happiness that gripped me whenever I returned, as tangible as the aroma of Burberry spices permeating the streets. The Fiat 500 bubble car, known affectionately as the Topolino, might have disappeared from Rome's streets, but it still bowled valiantly, if rather slowly, along Asmara's avenues. Asmarinos drove museum pieces not because they were admirers of classic cars but because, for decades, no new cars were imported. Every Asmara cafe served the same stubby brown bottles of unlabeled beer. Since expensive foreign lagers rarely reached these parts, why bother identifying the only brand in town? In the little barber shops, old men wearing the same pinched Borsalino hats and woolen waistcoats that once hung in my grandfather's closet exposed their jugulars to cutthroat razors, while their friends perched gossiping behind them. The term blue collar has become such an intellectual abstraction in the West, it gave me a jolt to see that workmen in Eritrea actually wore blue overalls. As for the white-collar business suits displayed in tailors' dusty windows, they were as quaintly old-fashioned as the hand-painted shop signs, with their approximate, impressionistic English, fruit and vegetables, peanut butter, lubricant, driving school, computer crush course. Those who travel around Africa will be familiar with the mental game of spot the colonial inheritance. Is that Angolan secretary's failure to process your paperwork the result of Mediterranean inertia, fostered by the Portuguese, or a symptom of the bureaucratic obfuscation cultivated by a Marxist government? Is the bombast of a West African leader a legacy of a French love of words, or a modern version of the traditional African village palaver? Which colonial master left the deeper psychological mark, Britain, France, Portugal, or Belgium? There are places where the colonial past seems to have left only the most cosmetic of traces on a resilient local culture, and places where the wounds inflicted seem beyond repair. In the river city of Kisangani, where I saw destitute Congolese camping in the moldering villa built for the ruthless explorer Henry Stanley, rooms intended for pianos and chandeliers holding scores of families who washed out of buckets, I had a sense of a host body rejecting a badly applied graft. White man's culture had been imposed with such bullying force, its buildings had never appeared to uncomprehending locals more than meaningless hulks, as surreal and totemic as the motorbike helmet Che Guevara once saw being proudly sported by a tribal chieftain in the equatorial forest. In Eritrea, the opposite seems the case, the graft has taken, so well, indeed, that the new skin has acquired a luster all its own. So you're half Italian, are you? Eritreans say when I mention my parentage. Then half of you belongs here. At weekends, the plains around Asmara are dotted with groups of cyclists in indecently tight shorts who whiz past grazing goats. The Italians left behind one of their favorite sports. The twittering swallows dive bombing the steps of the Catholic Church of Our Lady of the Rosary, whose bells compete for attention with the muezzin's call and prayers from the Orthodox cathedral, would not look out of place swooping over a honey-colored Tuscan piazza. When schoolgirls tumble out of school they wear grembiulini, the colored aprons once ubiquitous in Italian playgrounds. At the marble-countered bars, where bottles of Eritrean versions of Campari, Fernet Branca, Martini, and Pernod form a stained glass display, hissing Gaggia machines pour out cappuccinos and espressos so strong they are little more than a brown dab at the bottom of a doll's cup. Come stay, one coffee drinker asks another, andiamo, Andiamo, call the ticket touts at the bus station, va bene, dopo, shrugs the unsuccessful beggar, all right, later, and little children scream Tilian, Tilian, Italian, followed by a hopeful Bishkatai, Bishkits, at the sight of an unfamiliar face, whether Japanese, Indian, or American. Whether one is watching the evening passage along Asmara's Liberation Avenue, when hundreds of dark-haired youths stroll arm-in-arm past gaggles of marriageable girls, eyes meeting flirtatiously across the gender divide, or observing the Sunday ritual in which bourgeois Eritrean families, bearing little cakes and little girls, each fantastically ribboned and ruched, pay each other formal visits, it's impossible to view these as alien colonial rituals. Maybe it was the similarity between the Eritrean mountains and the rugged landscape of the Mezzogiorno, or maybe the fact that so many southern Italians, Arab blood coursing through their veins, are actually as dark as Eritreans. But the colony never felt quite as unremittingly foreign to the Italians as Nigeria did to the British, Mali to the French, or Namibia to the Germans. Something here gelled, and the number of light-skinned Medici, half-castes, left behind by the Italians is abiding evidence of that affinity. Which is not to suggest that this liaison is a source of simple congratulation. Quite the opposite. Eritreans flare up like matches when they talk about the abuses perpetrated during the fascist years, when they were expected to step into the gutter rather than sully a pavement on which a white man walked. If you did the slightest thing wrong, an Italian would give you a good kicking, one of the white-haired Borsellino wearers recalls, his eyes alight with remembered fury. But this is the most ambivalent of hostilities. Eritreans remember the racism of the Italians. But they know that what makes their country different from Ethiopia, their one-time master to the south, what made it impossible for Eritrea to accept her allotted role as just another Ethiopian province, is rooted in that colonial occupation which changed everything, forever. The Italian years are, simultaneously and confusingly, both an object of complacent pride and deep, righteous anger. Italy left us with the best industrial infrastructure in the world. Our workers were so well educated and advanced, they ran everything down in Ethiopia, Eritreans will boast, only to complain, in the next breath, that fascism's educational policies kept them ignorant and backward, stripped of dignity. Fourth grade. Our fathers were only allowed 4 years of education. So central is the Italian experience to both Eritrea and Ethiopia's sense of identity, to how each nation measures itself against the other, that during the War of Independence the mere act of eating pasta, Eritrean President Isaias Afwerki once revealed, became a cause of friction between his rebel fighters and their guerrilla allies in northern Ethiopia, a dietary choice laden with politically incendiary perceptions of superiority and inferiority. Point 2. But the history that obsesses Eritrea is rather more recent. Once, on a visit to Cuba, I was fascinated to see, displayed at the National Museum with a reverence usually reserved for religious icons, Che Guevara's asthma inhaler and a pizza truck that had been raked with bullets during a clash between Castro's men and government troops. Before my eyes, mundane objects were becoming sanctified, events from the still recent past spun into the stuff of timeless legend. I had never visited a country that seemed so enthralled to its own foundation story. But then, that was before I went to Eritrea. Arriving in 1996 to write a country survey for the Financial Times, I became intrigued by the extent to which Eritrea's War of Independence had been woven into the fabric of thought and language. The underdog had won in Eritrea, confounding the smug predictions of political analysts in both the capitalist West and communist East, and the vocabulary itself provided a clue as to why outsiders had got it so wrong. A lot of concepts here came with huge, if invisible, capital letters. There was the armed struggle, as the 30-year guerrilla campaign launched in the early 1960s against Ethiopian rule was universally known. There was the front or the movement, both ways of referring to the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, the rebel group that eventually emerged as main challenger. There was the field, or the Sahel, the sun-blasted region bordering Sudan where the EPLF turned soft civilians into hard warriors. There were the fighters or didnt, the men and women who fought for the movement, and the martyrs, fighters who did not live long enough to witness victory. There was the strategic withdrawal, not to be confused with retreat. Eritreans never retreat, that testing moment in 1977 when the EPLF, facing a crushing onslaught by a Soviet-backed Ethiopian army, pulled back into the mountains. Above all, there was the liberation and its conjugations. I was liberated, we liberated Asmara, this hotel was liberated, the glorious day in 1991 when Ethiopian troops rolled out and Eritrea finally became master of its fate. The street names being introduced by the new government, Liberation Avenue, Martyrs Avenue, Eritrea Square, were part of the same phenomenon. The language itself left precious little room for a critical distance between speaker and subject, no gap where scepticism could crystallize. The bright murals painted on Asmara's main thoroughfares were the equivalent of the Bayeux Tapestry, commemorating a time of heroes that still spread its glow. They showed young men and women sporting no-fuss afros, thigh-length shorts, and cheap black sandals, the paupers' military kit. They crouched in the mountains, shooting at silvery MiG jets, or danced in celebration around campfires. The mural's original models strolled below, older now, weighed down by the more pedestrian, if equally tricky challenges posed by building a new nation-state. Meeting in the street, two male friends would clasp hands, then lean towards each other until right shoulder banged into right shoulder, body bounced rhythmically off body. When vigorous young men did it, they looked like jesting stags. When old comrades did it, they closed their eyes in pleasure, burrowing their heads into the crook of each other's necks. Peculiar to Eritrea, the shoulder-knocking greeting originated in the rural areas but became a fighter trademark, and it usually indicated shared experiences rarely spoken about, never to be forgotten. The women fighters, for women accounted for more than a third of the movement, were also easily spotted. Instead of white shawls, they wore cardigans. Their hair was tied in practical ponytails, rather than intricately braided in the traditional Highland style. They looked tough, weathered, quietly formidable. Eritrea's a great place, if you have a penchant for tragedy, a British doctor on loan to one of the government ministries quipped. The titles of the standard works on Eritrea, displayed in the windows of every bookshop, told you everything about a national familiarity with suffering, a proud community's capacity for teeth gritting, never kneel down, against all odds, even the stones are burning, a painful season and a stubborn hope. Reminders of loss were everywhere. Over the age of about 40, most Westerners become familiar with the sensation of carrying around with them a bevy of friendly ghosts, the spirits of dead relatives and lost comrades who whisper in their ears and crack the occasional joke. In Eritrea, the wraiths crowded around in their multitudes, threatening to engulf the living. During the armed struggle, which claimed the unenviable title of Africa's longest war, Eritrea probably lost between 150,000 and 200,000 to conflict and famine. Some 65,000 fighters died before the regime in Addis Ababa, toppled by a domestic rebel movement in league with the EPLF, agreed to surrender its treasured coastline. Given Eritrea's tiny population, this amounted to 1 in 50. Visiting Eritrean homes, one came to anticipate the sideboard on which a blue-fringed martyr's certificate, issued in recognition of a family that paid the ultimate sacrifice, held pride of place, the framed degree papers and graduation photographs testifying to skills a serious-looking son or daughter would now never put to the test. The struggle had affected every family, it could not be escaped. Perhaps this explained why the martyrs' cemeteries scattered around the country were usually, behind the defiant paintings of Kalashnikov-toting warriors, neglected and overgrown. Who needed to tend graves, when the memory of the dead was so very present? This was a nation of citizens with bits missing. Often, at the end of a conversation, I would rise to my feet only to register, as the man I had been talking to escorted me to the door, that he walked with the lunging awkwardness of someone with an artificial leg. The hand I was shaking, I'd realize, was short of a finger or two, the eye that had failed to follow my movements, or was watering painfully, was probably made of glass. The capital was full of young men and women on crutches, one empty trouser leg flapping in the breeze. If they were lucky, they sat at the controls of motorized wheelchairs, provided by a government mindful of the debt it owed its Tagadelti. Of an evening in Asmara, you could sometimes spot a lone amputee whizzing down Martyrs Avenue at breakneck speed, determinedly propelling his wheelchair towards Asmara's night spots with two flailing sticks, an African skier without snow. It was difficult not to be moved. It was difficult not to be admiring. My reaction was far from unique. When it came to falling for Africa's 53rd and newest state, hundreds of well-intentioned Westerners had already beaten me to it. There is a breed of expatriate that seems particular to the Horn of Africa. Foreigners who, quite early in their travels, discovered Ethiopia or Eritrea and fell in love, with all the swooning, uncritical absolutism of youth. Perhaps they had ventured elsewhere in Africa and didn't like what they found, the inferiority complexes left by an oppressive colonial past, menacing hints of potential anarchy, the everyday sleaze of failing states. Then they came to the Horn and were swept away by the uniqueness of the region's history, the sophistication of their Ethiopian and Eritrean friends. They marveled at the dedication of puritanical leaderships trying to do something more creative than fill Swiss bank accounts, and became true believers. Ah yes, so and so. He has always been a friend of Ethiopia, you would often hear officials in Asmara and Addis say. Have you read so-and-so's book? She's a true friend of Eritrea. The rebels-turned-ministers had grasped a vital truth. True believers are worth 100 spokesmen to guerrilla organizations and the cash-strapped governments they go on to form. Sharing the religious converts' belligerent frustration with those who have not seen the light, quicker than the locals to detect a slight, they are tireless in defending the cause. During their time in the bush, both the EPLF and Ethiopia's Tigrayan People's Liberation Front, TPLF, had acquired a coterie of them, hard-working Swedish aid workers, idealistic human rights activists, self-funded journalists, and left-wing European parliamentarians. They had remained loyal during the hard times and now reveled in the sight of their old friends, once regarded as tiresome nuisances by Western governments, holding executive power on both sides of the border. By the time I left Asmara, I was well on the way to joining their ranks. Looking back, I know I would have been less susceptible to Eritrea's tragic charms had I spent less time reporting on the horrors of Central Africa. Having gorged on gloomy headlines, I was hungry for what seemed increasingly impossible, an African good news story. I was used to guerrilla groups who raped, pillaged, even, occasionally, ate their victims, whose gunmen were despised by the communities they claimed to represent. In Eritrea you could hear the hushed awe in civilians' voices when they talked about the demobilized fighters who had won them independence and were now trying to build a society freed from the stifling constraints of tribe, religion, and gender. As a white woman, I was used to being shooed to the front of queues, paid the exaggerated respect that spoke of generations of colonial browbeating. It gave me a perverse thrill to hear an Eritrean student confess that he and his fellow citizens suffered from a superiority complex towards outsiders. In other African nations, I was accustomed to being refused interviews by government ministers terrified by the possibility that they might show some spark of individual intelligence that could later be judged to have undermined the omniscient big man. Here ministers not only spoke to me, they strayed with confidence outside their official briefs and showed a disconcerting habit of wanting to discuss Samuel Pepys and Charles Darwin. I was used to writing about supplicant African governments moaning over conditions placed on aid by the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, dependent on Western approval for every policy change. These men told me, in tones that brooked no dissent, that having won independence on its own, Eritrea would decide its development program for itself. The advice of strangers was neither wanted nor needed, self-reliance was the watchword. In the field, the EPLF had eschewed ranks, and the personality cults that were de rigueur elsewhere in Africa were regarded with fastidious disapproval. What a relief, after seeing portraits of Moi and Mobutu above every shop counter, to hear an Eritrean, driving past a window displaying a rare photograph of Eritrean President Isaias Afwerki, tisk disapprovingly and say, "I really don't like that." Rather than building a palace, Isaias still lived in a modest Asmara home donated by the government. He wore simple safari suits, not Parisian couture. Visiting journalists were granted interviews within a day of arrival. In my years of visiting I had four. Here was none of the scripted inaccessibility of the leader hiding behind his fawning courtiers. As for the blaring motorcades favored by his contemporaries, shoppers on Liberation Avenue would sometimes register with a start that the man they had just passed, walking quietly along on his own, was their head of state. Isaias was in the habit of rising from the table at the end of official receptions and, to the horror of scrambling bodyguards, asking guest presidents to join him on one of his unscheduled strolls around Asmara. While foreign investors raved about the absence of official corruption, the stiff-backed integrity of those in government, Western capitals hailed Isaias and his freshly instated friend across the border, Ethiopian Prime Minister Meles Zenawi, as forming the core of a new group of principled leaders spearheading a much-needed African renaissance. The two men had worked together as rebel leaders, they were rumored to be distantly related, and future cooperation seemed assured. With this visionary duo at the helm, what could go wrong? The Horn seemed destined for an unprecedented era of stability and prosperity. The country was awash with Soviet and American weaponry, yet crime was almost unknown. The most dangerous thing that could happen to you in Asmara after dark was to stumble on a piece of broken paving. Ironically, a capital that had witnessed so much violence was blessed with an extraordinary tranquility. It breathed peace in time with the cicada's rhythmic rasp. Asmara was certainly the only African city in which not only was I regularly offered lifts by strangers, but I accepted them without hesitation. I joined diners who gestured me over to their tables in restaurants and cleared a seat for customers who decided, off their own bat, that they fancied sharing a coffee. As for begging, it was regarded as below Eritrean dignity. I saw a persistent beggar boy being given a reproving cuff round the ear from an ex-fighter mortified by the impression he was making on a visitor. One's expectations were always being turned on their head. "Have you got any local money?" a handsome Eritrean student who had shared my flight asked as we were about to leave the airport terminal. Before I had time to mutter a refusal, he had extracted a banknote from his wallet. "Here, take this for the taxi. You can pay me back later." It was a typically Eritrean moment. In one of the world's poorest nations, I had just become the scrounger. Journalists are mocked for using their taxi drivers as political barometers. But the conversation between airport terminal and city center can prove more insightful than any diplomatic briefing. I was accustomed to the standard African taxi man's dirge. It started with a whinge about economic hardship, moved to a caustic assessment of both the president and opposition's shortcomings, and climaxed in a prediction, usually horribly prescient, of just how awful things were about to get. In Eritrea, the first taxi driver I met turned out to be one of Eritrea's longest-serving ex-fighters. Ministers booked for interviews strode past me in reception to knock shoulders with him and pat him on the back. He not only thought the president was a hero, he knew exactly what needed to be done to rebuild a war-shattered country. But then, so did every Eritrean I met. In truth, conducting a range of interviews began to feel like an exercise in futility. Whether minister, businessman, waiter, or farmer, everyone seemed to think along identical lines. But this didn't sound like regurgitated propaganda. The need for self-reliance, the miracles that could be worked through discipline and hard work, the importance of learning from Africa's mistakes, such beliefs had been hammered out during committee meetings and village debates, for the EPLF was passionately committed to grassroots discussion. I had the uncanny feeling that I was speaking to the many mouths of one single, hydra-headed creature, the Eritrean soul. By God, they were impressive, though it has to be said that one rarely experienced a fit of uncontrollable giggles. The self-deprecating, surreal hilarity I had come to appreciate in Central Africa as the saving grace of lives lived in grotesque disorder was absent here, Eritreans did doer intensity better than they did humor. Their wiry physiques, the result of not years, but generations of going without, spoke of iron control. Their personalities were as starkly defined as the climate itself, stripped of fuzzy edges. If you made the mistake of flippantly challenging one of their black and white certainties, you could feel the shutters coming down, as they withdrew into prickly, "How could you expect to understand us?" censoriousness. A refrain kept running through my head, a catchphrase from a British sitcom of the 1970s. "I didn't get where I am today," a beetle-browed magnate would intone at the start of every sweeping pronouncement. Eritrea, it seemed to me, had its own, unarticulated version of the uncompromising mantra. I didn't spend October 20th, 30 years at the front to be patronized by a foreigner / kept waiting by a bureaucrat / messed around by a traffic cop, it ran. Extraordinary suffering brought with it, I guessed, a sense of extraordinary entitlement that easily tipped over into chip-piness. Why are Eritreans so bad at saying thank you? I once asked an ex-fighter friend. I was feeling slightly irritated at receiving the classic Eritrean reaction to a gift chosen with some care, an expressionless grunt, followed by the quick concealment of the unopened present, never to be mentioned again. I bet it's because they feel it's below their dignity. My friend launched into a long explanation as to how, in rural communities, a peasant was expected automatically to share anything he received with the village. This democratic practice had been maintained at the front, he said, so gifts had little meaning. In any case, showing emotion, whether happiness or grief, was regarded as a sign of weakness, simply not done. Even saying please seemed unnecessarily effusive. The explanation continued, various theories were explored, until finally my friend paused and added, almost as an afterthought, anyway, there's a feeling that we fought for 30 years and no one helped us, so why should we thank anyone? We don't owe thanks to anyone. Even that small admission felt like a major insight, because Eritreans, famous for their reserve, do not like to talk about themselves. Whether they spoke in Italian, the Western language of the older generation, or English, taught to the young, it was always a struggle persuading an Eritrean to drop the collective we and experiment with a self-indulgent, egotistical I. The flow of words would slow to a dribble and dry up. For the Tegadelti, in particular, it went against every lesson of community effort and shared sacrifice learned at the front. A curious monument taking shape on one of Asmara's main roundabouts captured those values. Celebrating its victory, any other new government would have ordered either a statue of its leader, a tableau of freedom fighters depicted in glorious action, or a symbolic flaming torch. The Eritreans chose instead an outsized black metal sandal, a giant version of the plastic shida worn by hundreds of thousands of Eritreans who could afford neither leather nor polish. Ridiculously cheap, washable, long-lasting, the Congo sandal, as it was known, was the poor man's boot, perfect symbol for an egalitarian movement. It must be the world's only public monument to an item of footwear. My survey done, I took the image of Eritrea away with me, a memory to be treasured and coddled, summoned when bleakness loomed. I was not alone in finding that with Eritrea as an example, Africa seemed a little less despairing, a touch more hopeful. If Eritrea, with its devastating history, could pull it off, surely other nations might too. Then true believerdom took a tumble. In May 1998, to general astonishment, Eritrea and Ethiopia went back to war, after a minor dispute over a dusty border village escalated into mass mobilization on both sides. The much-trumpeted friendship between Isaias and Meles had counted for little, the two leaders were no longer talking. Ethiopia accused Isaias of being a megalomaniac. Eritrea regarded the new war as proof that Ethiopia had never digested the loss of its coast and was bent on reconquest. Defying an Ethiopian flight ban, I flew to Asmara with a group of journalists, our chartered Kenyan plane taking a looping route via Djibouti and over the waters of the Red Sea to lessen the chances of being shot down. At the end of a buttock-clenching trip, we landed to find Eritrean helicopters crouched on the tarmac of an airport that had just been bombed by Ethiopian jets. Foreign embassies were scrambling to evacuate their nationals. The BBC's World Service was telling British citizens to leave while they still could. The mood in town was bewildering. Every ace marino I met was convinced they would win this new war, albeit at the highest of prices. Every foreign journalist believed they must lose. The Eritreans' unshakable certainty was exasperating, a positive handicap during a crisis that might require for its solution the murky skills of diplomacy, an ability to conceive of shades of grey. As ever, the community stood grimly united. Eritrea is not made of people who cry, said an old businessman who had just waved goodbye to a son going off to fight. We did not want this, but once it comes we will do whatever our country requires. The Eritrean capacity for speaking with one voice was beginning to sound a little creepy to my ears, as depressing as the belligerent warmongering blasting from television screens in Addis Ababa. In its chiming uniformity, it had a touch of the Stepford Wives. 2 years later, after at least 80,000 soldiers from both sides of the border had died, the doubters were proved correct. With Ethiopian forces occupying Eritrea's most fertile lands to the west and a third of Eritrea's population living under unplastic sheeting, a peace deal was signed and a UN force moved in to separate the two sides. The war had been a disaster for Eritrea. But true believers, already seriously questioning their assumptions, were about to be dealt a final, killer blow. In September 2001, President Isaias arrested colleagues who had dared challenge his handling of the war, including the ex-fighters who had been closest to him during the struggle, and shut down Eritrea's independent media, a step even the likes of Mugabe, Mobutu, and Moi had never dared, or bothered, to take. So much for Africa's Renaissance. Many of the ministers whose independent musings had so impressed me were now in jail, denied access to lawyers. Plans to introduce a multi-party constitution and stage elections were put on indefinite hold, Bolshe students sent for military training in the desert where no one could hear their views. Aloof and surrounded by sycophants, Isaias clearly had no intention of stepping down. As it gradually became clear that this was no temporary policy change, Eritrean ambassadors stationed abroad began applying for political asylum. Members of the Eritrean diaspora postponed long-planned returns. As for the economy, who was going to invest now that the country's skilled workers were all in uniform? The president had fallen out with Western governments, and relations with Ethiopia, Eritrea's main market, were decidedly dodgy. No one cuffed the beggars on Liberation Avenue anymore, because the beggars were not chirpy urchins but the old, left destitute by their children's departure for the front. Far from learning from the continent's mistakes, Eritrea had turned into the stalest, most predictable of African clichés. What was striking was how far the waves of despair and outrage at this presidential crackdown traveled. For the journalists, diplomats, academics, and aid workers who followed Africa, this felt like a personal betrayal, because it had destroyed the last of their hopes for the continent. Had this happened in Zambia or Ivory Coast, we would have shaken our heads and shrugged. Because it had taken place in Eritrea, special, perverse, inspiring Eritrea, we raged. How could they, oh, how could they? I remember an Israeli cameraman friend moaning over lunch in London's Soho. This from a man who could not have spent more than a fortnight in Eritrea in his life. Somewhere along the line, it wasn't yet clear where, the true believers must have missed the point. They had failed to register important clues, drawn naive conclusions, misinterpreted key events. The qualities we had all so admired obviously came with a sinister reverse side. Had we mistaken arrogant pig-headedness for moral certainty, dangerous bloody-mindedness for focused determination? I had become intrigued by the Eritrean character, I realized, without digging very far into the circumstances in which it had been forged. They carry their history around with them like an albatross. A British aid worker who had spent years with the EPLF had once warned me, but at the time I had not grasped her meaning. What was it in the country's past, I wondered, that had given rise to such stubborn intensity, so invigorating in some circumstances, so destructive in others. What had made the Eritreans what they were today, with all their extraordinary strengths and fatal weaknesses? Even the most determined optimist has his moment of reckoning. An instant when he is forced to admit the society he sanctified is far darker, more convoluted, yes, on occasions downright nasty, than he was ready to admit. Increasingly, I found my mind wandering back to an incident I had once witnessed on Knowledge Street, round the corner from the Sandal Monument. Walking past a moving bus, I had noticed that the passengers were in uproar. At the heart of the storm of gesticulation sat a wizened old grandmother. The bus drove by and I heard it brake suddenly behind me, the doors open, the sound of an object hitting the pavement, the doors close, and then the bus disappeared into the night. Turning, I was astonished to see that the old woman, whom I guessed to be in her 70s, had been hurled horizontally out of the door, probably by the other passengers. Certainly, no one had interceded on her behalf. Maybe she had been very rude to the conductor, maybe she was a well-known fare dodger. Tempers, I knew, frayed fast in Eritrea. But I was astonished to witness an incident of this kind in Africa, where respect for old age runs so deep. That collective ejection was the kind of unsettling event that made you wonder if you had ever understood anything at all. Chapter 2. The Last Italian. When the white snake has bitten you, you will search in vain for a remedy. Eritrean rebel leader Bata Hagos warns fellow chiefs against the Italians. The old man lunged for his wooden cane and began flailing about around our feet. A moment earlier, the yard had seemed at peace, its occupants lulled to near coma in the heat, which lay upon us with the weight of a winter blanket. Now a deafening cacophony of clucks, squawks and screeches was coming from under the trestle bed on which Filippo Sicoria perched. From where I sat, I could see a blur of scuffling wings, stabbing beaks, and orange claws. Two of his pet ducks were battling for supremacy. This was a cartoon fight, individual heads and wings suddenly jutting from the whirlwind at improbable angles. I kicked feebly in the duck's direction. No, no, grunted Sicoria, jabbing rhythmically with his cane. You have jab to hit them, jab, jab on the head, jab. The squawks were rising in hysteria, but his broken leg, pinned and swollen, was making it difficult to maneuver into a position where he could deliver a knockout blow. That's enough, you stupid bastards, that's enough. There were two loud shrieks as the cane finally hit home and the duo fled for safety, leaving a small deposit of feathers behind. Feathers, I now saw, lay everywhere. A breeze from the sea, a narrow strip of turquoise behind him, lifted a thin layer of white down deposited by the pullets cheeping softly in the hutches above his bed. A dozen Muscovy ducks dozed in the shade, their gnarled red beaks tucked under wings, while at the gates grazed a gaggle of geese. The air was rich with the acid stink of chicken droppings. The man, it was clear, liked his fowls. But not half as much as he liked old appliances. Sicoria's scrapyard, perched on the last in the chain of islands that forms the Misawa Peninsula, held what had to be the biggest collection of obsolete fridges and broken-down air conditioning units in the whole of Africa. Testimony to man's losing contest with an unbearable climate, the boxes were stacked in their scores, white panels turning brown in the warm salt air. They lay alongside piled sheets of corrugated iron, abandoned car parts, ripped up water fountains, discarded barbecues and aging fuel drums. Chains and crankshafts, girders and gas cylinders, tubes and twists of wire, all came in the same rich shade of ochre. The entire junkyard was a tribute to the miraculous powers of oxidization. Once, Sicoria had been Mr. Fix-It, the only man in Misawa who knew how to repair a hospital ice maker, tinker with a yacht's broken engine or get a hotel's air conditioning running. Now, hobbled by a fall and slowed by emphysema, he was just Mr. Keep-It, struggling for breath inside a man-made mountain of rust. I had telephoned from Asmara, keen to meet a man who I had been told personified a closing chapter of colonial history. He's the last one in Misawa, an elderly Italian friend in the capital had said. When all the other Italians left, he stayed, through all the wars. He can't come up to Asmara now, the air's too thin for him. When Sikoria lifted the receiver, I heard a farmyard chorus of honks and clucks, so loud I could barely make out his words. He had sounded ratty, but not openly hostile. Is there anything you'd like me to take him, since you haven't seen him for a while? I asked my friend. No. Well, I'll just pass on your best wishes, shall I suggested. Yes, that would be nice. The reticence was puzzling. The Italians have a word for those who fall in love with Africa's desert wastes, putting down roots which reach so deep, they can never be wrenched up again. We say gone to seed, or gone native. The Italians call them the insabbiati, those who are buried in the sand, people, as Sikoria pronounced with lip-smacking relish, completely immersed in the mire. At 77, Sikoria was happy to count himself amongst their ranks, and indeed, when I'd arrived for my appointment with Misawa's last Italian, my gaze had initially flitted to him and skated on, looking vainly for a white face. Sikoria was as dark as a local, evidence of a lifetime spent working in the sun and the squirt of Eritrean blood that ran in his veins, inheritance of an Eritrean grandparent. A skinny wreck of a man, wearing a t-shirt that drooped to reveal his nipples, he sat hunched on the bed he had ordered to be carried out of his house and deposited in the center of his metalwork collection. In there, I felt like a beast in a cage. Out here, at least I can swear at my animals. They say men's ears keep growing when everything else has stopped, and in Sikoria's case it seemed to be true. The onslaught of the years had turned his face into a gargoyle of ears, nose, and missing teeth. Shrunken by time, this once active man had gathered on the table before him what he clearly regarded as the bare necessities of human existence: 2 telephones, a roll of toilet paper and a slingshot. He was as ravaged and pitted as the port itself. Misawa is a town with 2 faces. At the setting of the sun, when everyone heaves a sigh of relief, it becomes a place of hidden recesses and mysterious beauty, the lights playing softly over warm coral masonry. Tiny grocery shops, their walls neatly stacked with shiny metallic packets of tea and milk powder, soap, and oil, glow from the darkness like colored jewels. As the cafes under the Arabic arcades spring into life, naval officers in starched white uniforms sit and savor the cool evening air, watching trucks from the harbor chugging their way along the causeways, taking grain back to the mainland. Crouched in alleyways, young women sell hot tea and hard-boiled eggs, the incense on their charcoal braziers blending with the pungent smell of ripe guava, the nutty aroma of roasting coffee, and an occasional hot blast from an open sewer. But in the squinting glare of daytime, when only cawing crows and ibis venture out into the blinding sun, Misawa is just an ugly Red Sea town, scarred by too many sieges and earthquakes. The town's geographical layout, 2 large islands linked to the mainland by slim causeways built by the 19th-century Swiss adventurer Werner Munzinger, always meant it was an easy town to hold, a difficult place to conquer. In the Second World War, a defiant Italian colonial administration had to be bombed into submission by the British, and the port was then crippled by German commanders who scuttled their ships in a final gesture of spite. When the EPLF guerrilla movement first tried to capture Misawa from the Ethiopians in the 1970s, its fighters were mown down on the exposed salt flats. 13 years later, the rebels succeeded, but the town took a terrible hammering in the process. Pigeons roost in the shattered blue dome of the Imperial Palace, shrapnel has taken hungry bites out of mosques and archways, walls are pitted with acne scars. Near the port, a plinth that once carried a statue of the mounted Haile Selassie, pointing triumphantly to the sea he worked so hard to claim on Ethiopia's behalf, stands decapitated. The Marxist Derg regime that ousted him tried to destroy the statue. The EPLF made a point of finishing the job. Occasionally, you'll come across a building in the traditional Arab style, its intricately carved wooden balcony slipping gradually earthwards. But some of Africa's most grotesque modern buildings, pyramids of glass and cement, leave you wistful for what must have been. before the bombs and artillery did their work on the Coral Palazzi. The handwritten sign propped next to the till of a mini-market round the corner from Sikoriya's workshop captures what, in light of Misawa's history, seems an understandable sense of foreboding. Our trip, long. Our hope, far. Our trouble, many it reads. Sikoriya had lived through it all, surviving each military onslaught miraculously unscathed. Once, they were shooting and one person dropped dead to the left of me, one was killed to the right and I was left standing in the middle. I've always had the devil's own luck. He'd come to Misawa in the 1940s, a 15-year-old runaway escaping an unhappy Asmara home. My mother had died and I never got on with my dad. I hated my father terribly. He was an ignorant peasant. His grandfather had been one of the area's first settlers, a constructor dispatched by Rome to build roads and dams in an ultimately fruitless attempt to win the trust of Abyssinian Emperor Menelik II. My family has a chapel in Asmara cemetery. You should visit it. Sikoriya must have inherited from his grandfather some technical skill that drew him to the shipyards, where Italian prisoners of war and Russian, Maltese, and British operators, the ones who'd gone crazy in the war, were repairing damaged Allied battleships. After the machinists clocked off, the boy would sneak in and mimic their movements at the lathes. I learned how to make pressure gauges, spherical pistons and starter machines. No one ever taught me anything, I just watched and learned. I can make anything, just so long as it's black and greasy, he boasted. This was the talent that had allowed him to play the inglorious role of Vicar of Bray, adapting smoothly to each of Eritrea's successive administrations. When Misawa's other Italians were evacuated, Sikoriya's skills meant he was too valuable to lose. Under the British, he worked on the warships. Under the Ethiopians he was summoned to repair damaged artillery and broken domestic appliances. All the Derg officers used to bring me their fridges to repair. When the Eritrean liberation movement started up, he claimed, he turned fifth columnist and joined an undercover unit, using his privileged access to sabotage the Ethiopian military machine. I'm one of theirs. I'm Shabia, a guerrilla. But his eyes darted shiftily away when I pressed for details. One quality his survival had certainly not relied upon was personal charm. As his Eritrean wife, a statuesque woman of luminous beauty, prepared lunch, I began to grasp what lay behind the hesitation in my Italian friend's voice. Sikoriya, it turned out, was good at hate. During a career in which I had interviewed many a ruthless politician and sleazy businessman, I had rarely met anyone, I realized, harder to warm to. His malevolence was democratically even-handed, he loathed just about everyone he came into contact with, the sole exception being the British officials who had recognized his skills all those decades ago. The American officers he had worked for had been crass idiots, the Ethiopians hateful occupiers. He despised his contemporaries in Asmara. My friend, it emerged, was a particular object of scorn, for not bothering to learn Tigrinya, a bunch of illiterates. Modern-day Eritreans were useless, cack-handed when it came to anything technical. His life had been a series of fallings out with workmates and relatives, most of whom were no longer on speaking terms. Perhaps they'd been alienated by Sikoriya's weakness for drink, or his habit of taking a new wife whenever he tired of an existing mate. It's not legal, but if you knew my life history, you'd understand. Leafing through a smudged photo collection he pointed to a first wife, as black as coal, can't stand the sight of me, a daughter, that bitch, a brother, a real shit, and a son, nothing in his head. The 16-year-old son running errands around the yard scored little better. Look at him. Strong as an ox, he shook his head pityingly. But he's got no brain at all. Even the Muscovy ducks were viewed with jaundiced eyes. My fondness for them only goes so far. Then I eat them. Only the latest of the many wives, whose face lit up with extraordinary tenderness when it rested upon him, won grudging praise. She's a good woman. Incredibly strong, he said, watching admiringly as she maneuvered a fridge out of the house. But she's too old for me now. What I really need is a nice 19-year-old. Most depressing of all, Sikoria really did not seem to like himself. I've always been a rascal, a pig when it comes to women, and I drink too much, while clearly finding it impossible to rein in a fury that kept the world at bay. His view of Eritrea's future was bleak. This war is never ending. Believe me, these imbeciles will be fighting each other till the end of time. Ill health had deprived him of his one pleasure, his joy at hearing the stalled and obsolete revving back into life, and gravity pinned him at sea level. With the loss of his beloved lathes, which lay exasperatingly out of reach, something had died. I used to have high hopes, he muttered, but this fall has been the last blow. Now I can't see things improving. He had been to Italy for hospital treatment the year before, and the trip, his first to the ancestral motherland, had been a revelation. He was now planning a permanent move there, he said, once he found a buyer for the scrapyard. I nodded, but found it impossible to imagine. The insabbiati do not travel well. Transposed, too late in life, to Europe's retirement homes, they fade away, pale and diminished, smitten by the syndrome Italians call mal di Africa. Far better to sit sweltering in this Red Sea cauldron, king of all he surveyed, compliant family at his beck and call. Before saying goodbye, I put the question that had been niggling me. What's the slingshot for? His eyes lit up. Any moment now, a crow will land on that telephone line. I'm a very good shot, but the bastards are canny. If you watch, as soon as my hand moves towards the slingshot, he'll be off. We waited. On cue, a crow landed on the line. Now watch. Sikoria's hand traveled smoothly across the table to the slingshot. The crow cocked its head. With impressive speed, he lifted the weapon and fired. But the bird had already taken off, flapping its glossy black wings across the translucent waters of the Red Sea. Sikoria shook his head. Bastard. A crabby geriatric, surrounded by the detritus of 20th century civilization, hating the world. With Sikoria, I felt, I had tasted the sour dregs of an overweeningly ambitious dream. The Italians who established their Eritrean capital in Misawa in 1890, the officials in Rome who fondly believed Africa's original inhabitants were destined to wither away, ceding their land to a stronger, white-skinned race, could never have imagined that their bracing colonial adventure would splutter to this bad-tempered, seedy end. They had come to the Horn with grandiose plans, buoyed by the bumptious belief, shared by all Europe's expanding powers at that time, that Africa was an unclaimed continent, theirs not only for the taking but for the carving up and sharing out amongst friends. It was an assumption that held true nowhere in Africa, but least of all when applied to what was then known as Abyssinia, the ancient Ethiopian empire that lay hidden in the Horn's hinterland, beyond a wall of mountain. By the mid-19th century, Abyssinia had experienced 100 years of anarchy, its countryside devastated by roaming armies, its weak emperors challenged by power-hungry provincial warlords, or razes. Its shifting boundaries bore little relation to those of Ethiopia today. The empire had lost most of its coastline to the Turkish Ottomans in the 16th century, had been pushed from the south by Oromo migrations and was facing infiltrations from the west by the Egyptian army and the Mahdi's dervish followers in Sudan. But Abyssinian Emperor Yohannes IV, operating out of the northern province of Tigray, looked to a glorious ancestral past for inspiration. Steeped in legends of the vast Aksumite kingdom which had stretched in ancient times from modern-day East Sudan to western Somaliland, he dreamt of rebuilding a great trading nation which would roll down from the highlands and spill into the sea, a Christian empire in a region of Islam. Blessed with a sense of historical and religious predestination, he was unimpressed by clumsy European attempts to muscle in on the region. How could I ever agree to sign away the lands over which my royal ancestors governed, he once protested in a letter to the Italians. Christ gave them to me. Italy first placed its uncertain mark on the Red Sea coastline in 1869, when Giuseppe Sapato, a priest acting on behalf of the shipping company Rubattino, itself serving as proxy for a cautious government, bought the port of Asab from a local sultan. The trigger for the purchase was that year's opening of the Suez Canal, which was set to transform the Red Sea into a vital access route linking Europe with the markets of the Far East. Bent on capitalizing on anticipated trade, Britain had already claimed Aden, the French had established a foothold in what is today Djibouti, while Egypt had bought Michela from the Turks. As the European nation geographically closest to the Red Sea, as the birthplace of the great Roman and Venetian empires, Italy felt it could not stand idly by as its rivals scrambled to establish landing stations and trading posts along the waterway. But commercial competition was never Italy's sole motivation for planting its flag in what would one day be Eritrea. The 19th century had seen a bubbling up of scientific curiosity in Africa, with geographical societies sending a succession of expeditions to explore the highlands and establish contact with Abyssinia's isolated monarchs. Many never returned, cut to pieces by hostile tribesmen. But those who did brought back wondrous tales of exotic wildlife and bizarre customs. Their reports fired the imaginations of Italy's writers, parliamentarians, and journalists, who talked up Rome's civilizing mission, its duty to bring enlightenment and Catholicism to a region blighted by the slave trade and firmly in the clutches of the Orthodox Church. Africa draws us invincibly towards it, declared one of the Italian Geographical Society's patrons. It lies just under our noses, yet up until now we remain exiled from it. Beneath the idle intellectual curiosity lay some sobering economic realities. Italy had only succeeded in uniting under one national flag in 1870, having thrown off Bourbon and Austrian rule. A very young European nation was struggling to meet the aspirations created during the tumultuous Risorgimento. Italy had one of the highest birth rates in Europe. Emigration figures reveal how tricky Rome found feeding all these voracious new mouths. Between 1887 and 1891, to take one 5-year example, 717,000 Italians left to start new lives abroad, most of them heading for Australia and the Americas. The number was to triple in the early 1900s. Italy, a growing number of politicians came to believe, needed a foreign colony to soak up its land hungry. At worst, a territory in the Horn of Africa could serve as a penal colony, taking the pressure off Italy's prisons. At best, it would provide Italian farmers with an alternative to the fertile, well-watered territories they sought at the time across the Atlantic. No one who has visited Eritrea and northern Ethiopia today, no one who has experienced the punishing heat of the coastal plains and seen the dry river beds, would strike his hand to his forehead and exclaim, "Just the place for our poor and huddled masses." But then, Italy's African misadventure was always based on an extraordinary amount of wishful thinking. The priest who bought Asab claimed the volcanic site, one of the bleakest spots on God's earth, bore a striking resemblance to the North Italian harbor of La Spezia or Rio de Janeiro. Colonial campaigners conjured up visions of caravans trundling through Red Sea ports and new markets piled high with Italian manufactured goods, although explorers had already registered that the peasants of Abyssinia were virtually too poor to trade. The Abyssinians go barefoot and it will be hard to persuade them to use shoes. 8,000 meters of the richest fabrics would be more than enough to meet the Abyssinians' annual needs, worried one. Two Italian politicians who toured the highlands would rave about truly empty lands lying ready for the taking. 3 Although more discerning colleagues noted that every plot, however seemingly neglected, had its nominal owner. Geographical precision was sacrificed in favor of the rhetorical flourish. The keys to the Mediterranean, one foreign minister famously, bafflingly, assured Parliament, were to be found in the Red Sea. 4 Ignorance sets the imagination free. When it came to their own internal affairs, Italy's lawmakers were too well versed in the gritty detail of domestic politics, too answerable to their constituencies, to indulge in flights of fancy. When it came to Africa, however, continent of doe-eyed beauties, noble warrior kings and peculiar creatures, even the pragmatists let their imaginations run free. Asab proved something of a false start. After an initial flurry of excitement, it lay undeveloped and unused, as Italian politicians vacillated over the merits of a colonial project. Then, in 1885, British officials gave Italy's foreign policy a kick, inviting the Italians to take Egyptian-controlled Missawa. The debt-ridden regime in Cairo was on the verge of collapse, and the British, new masters in Egypt, were anxious not to see a power vacuum develop which could be filled by the French, their great rivals in the scramble for Africa. They helpfully explained to Italian naval commanders exactly where the Egyptian cannon were positioned, allowing the port to be captured without loss of life. Missawa's capture left Italy in control of a stretch of the coast. But with their men succumbing to heat stroke, typhoid and malaria, the Italians knew the boundaries of their fledgling colony would have to be extended into the cool, mosquito-free highlands if it was ever to amount to anything. They began edging their troops up the escarpment, claiming lowland towns whose chiefs had little love for Ras Alula, Emperor Johannes' loyal warlord and ruthless frontier governor. It was at a spot called Dogali, 30 kilometers inland, that Alula decided to draw a line in the sand in 1887, his warriors virtually wiping out an advancing column of 500 Italian troops. But, distracted by a major dervish attack, Johannes was in no position to press home his advantage. When the Abyssinian emperor was killed in battle and the Abyssinian crown claimed by his rival to the southeast, the king of Shua, the Italians seized the opportunity to scale the Hamasine plateau, marching to Asmara and into the highlands of Tigray. The colony, baptized Eritrea after Erythraeum Mare, Latin for Red Sea, was beginning to take shape, and in the capital Missawa, Italian administrative offices sprang up alongside the classical Turkish and Egyptian buildings. Backed by King Umberto, always one of Italy's most enthusiastic colonialists, the government initially entrusted the territory to Antonio Baldissera, a general with a reputation for ruthlessness. Registering that Italy could not afford to keep a standing army in Eritrea, Baldissera turned Missawa into a military recruitment center for what he referred to as the inferior races. Stripped of farming land by their new rulers, Eritrean youths had little option but to sign up as askaris, ready to fight Rome's colonial wars at a fraction of the price of an Italian soldier. Rome's primogenito, its colonial firstborn, was hardly the earthly paradise parliament, deliberately kept in the dark by both king and cabinet, had been led to expect. This was a military regime built on bullying and fear. Playing a clumsy game of divide and rule, in which he tried to turn local chieftains against the new emperor of Abyssinia, Menelik II, while professing eternal friendship, Baldissera filled Missawa's jail with suspected traitors and would-be defectors. When his officers met resistance, they resorted to enthusiastic use of the kurbash, a whip made of hippopotamus hide that flayed backs raw. But the Italian public would have remained blithely unaware of the true state of affairs, had it not been for a scandal that exploded in the press in March 1891. Ironically enough, the controversy was triggered by the government of the day. It had grown uneasy at what it was hearing from Missawa, where a formerly trusted Moslem merchant and a tribal chieftain had been sentenced to death for treason. Smelling a rat, Rome ordered an inquiry into the activities of Eteokle Cagnassi, Eritrea's secretary for colonial affairs, and Dario Liveraghi, head of the colony's native police force, who promptly fled. From exile in Switzerland, Liveraghi penned a detailed confession, which he sent to a Milan newspaper. Just why the police chief should choose to thus expose himself remains unclear. But the editors of Il Secolo were so alarmed by Liveraghi's account, they ordered their journalist on the ground to carry out his own investigation before they dared print a word. His findings caused a sensation. Rich Eritrean notables, including respected holy men, were regularly disappearing at night, never to be seen again. Their fate was an open secret in Missawa, reported journalist Napoleone Corazzani. Arrested by Liveraghi's policemen, they were being shot, clubbed and stoned to death and immediately buried in shallow graves on the outskirts of town. Others had been tortured to death in prison, arrested not for genuine security reasons but because corrupt Italian officials were greedily intent on confiscating their assets. Lists of intended victims had been found in Cagnassi's office, and Liveraghi had personally carried out many of these extrajudicial killings. Corazzani, something of a tabloid hack, painted a grotesque scene, a Muslim cleric begging for mercy before a freshly dug grave, Leveragi, cackling like a maniac, firing repeatedly into the old man, the police chief smoking calmly as the pit was filled and finally trotting his horse cheerfully over the mound to ensure the earth was packed nice and tight. Having published Khorazani's account, the newspaper felt it was safe to run Leveragi's story, which presented an even grimmer picture. On top of what the journalist had described as routine assassinations, the Italians were using terror to keep locally recruited Eritrean warriors loyal to the new colonial regime. Officially, suspected waivers were led to the border with Abyssinia and extradited. In fact, Leveragi revealed, they ended up in mass graves, slaughtered on the orders of Misawa's military command. At least 800 rebels had been killed in this way, sending a blood-curdling lesson to anyone thinking of following their example. For decades, a barely interested Italian public had lazily taken it for granted that Italy was doing good in Africa, its enlightened administrators lifting a heathen people out of the primeval slime. The Misawa scandal exposed colonialism at its most bestial. With every day that passed, new revelations about life in Eritrea, including a shocking account of how Italian officers had jokingly drawn lots for the 5 attractive widows of a murdered victim, then carted them off by mule, were being published in the press. Ordinary Italians were beginning to wonder why so many soldiers' lives had been lost setting up a colony in which atrocities were apparently commonplace. The newspapers demanded an investigation, reluctant to believe their own articles. Aware that its fledgling African policy faced a test more dangerous than any military confrontation, Rome announced the establishment of a royal inquiry. And this was where Ferdinando Martini, ruthless humanist, pragmatic sophisticate, the iconoclast who ended up saving the establishment, entered the picture. The son of a comic playwright, Martini came of aristocratic stock. He was born in Florence, a city whose inhabitants regarded themselves, in many ways, as guardians of Italian culture. As a liberal member of parliament for the Tuscan constituency of Pescia and Lucca, he was to be returned to parliament a total of 13 times. By the time the old magic finally failed and he lost his seat, held without interruption for 45 years, he was 77 years old and inclined to regard retirement as a blessing. But any 19th-century gentleman worthy of the title prided himself on being a polymath and, for Martini, a political career always went hand in hand with literature. Following in his father's footsteps, he was to produce a steady stream of light comedies, erudite speeches, and witty articles, taking time out from the political maneuverings and backroom bargaining associated with Montecitorio, the parliament in Rome, to run and edit several literary newspapers. When it comes to history, those who write with ease enjoy an unfair advantage over ordinary mortals. They may be slyly self-promoting or subtly manipulative without us fully realizing it. Time has placed forever out of reach the ultimate litmus test, in which we hold their version of events up against our own memories and spot the inconsistencies. Because their words are what the records retain, because the gaps in their accounts left by the embarrassing and discreditable cannot always be filled, we see them largely as they intended to be seen. No politician ever mastered his own legacy more effectively than Martini, thanks to the huge body of work he left behind. This was someone who felt compelled to put pen to paper every day, even if it was only to record a mocking paragraph in his diary or dash off an affectionate note to his daughter. The screeds of elegant copperplate draw the portrait of a man both irreverent and perceptive, capable of acknowledging his own failings while deriving huge amusement from those of others. They chime with the post-portrait photographs which show the author, eyebrows raised, high-domed head tipped quizzically to one side, challenging the camera. He is balding, and this bothers him, reads the entry in a light-hearted biographical dictionary of the day 5. It describes an acid-tongued perfectionist, who liked to boast that his intellectual independence had won him the enmity of every political party. He is blessed with an incisive mind and a lively turn of phrase. But if he judges others harshly, he is no less exacting with himself. Martini comes across as a charismatic maverick, hard to dislike, a fact that makes his unexpected role as apologist for white supremacy all the more insidious. He had started out as one of the fiercest critics of Italy's African adventure, arguing that a European nation which had itself only just thrown off the yoke of foreign rule was, in trying to subjugate a foreign people, guilty of the worst kind of hypocrisy. Why invest in Misewa's infrastructure, when Italy's poor south itself stood in crying need of development? After the Dogali massacre, Martini stuck his neck out by refusing to hail the slaughtered men as heroes and demanding the immediate recall of Italian troops, on the grounds that remaining in Eritrea was neither the policy of a daring nation nor a wise people. So, by asking Martini and several other well-known anti-colonial campaigners to be part of the 7-man team assigned to investigate the goings-on in Misewa, Rome was signaling its honorable intentions to a suspicious public. With Martini as vice-chairman of the Royal Inquiry, how could there possibly be a cover-up? Setting off from Naples, the team spent 8 weeks touring the colony. Traveling by mule, they interviewed Eritrean chiefs and Italian officials, took notes on climatic conditions and analyzed local trade. For the inquiry's remit went far beyond investigating the alleged human rights abuses. The Misewa scandal had highlighted the need for an authoritative appraisal of Eritrea's economic and strategic potential. It was time Rome decided exactly what it wanted of its Red Sea colony. It was a potential turning point in Eritrean history. Given Martini's reputation for forthrightness and the doubts he had voiced about the colony's raison d'être, his left-wing colleagues in parliament and Italian voters had no reason to expect anything other than a stringently impartial account. The level of trust placed on his shoulders makes what transpired that much harder to forgive. For when the team published its conclusions in November, editors' mouths dropped open. In their first, 9,000-word report, the inquiry members meekly accept the excuses made by the military commanders they had questioned in Rome and Misewa. Damning journalistic accounts are brushed to one side, as are Livaraghi's confessions, the product, the report hints, of an unhinged mind. With the exception of less than a dozen executions ordered during a crisis by Baldi Sira, who had helpfully explained that it was necessary to strike terror into those barbarians to make them submit, the team finds no evidence of nighttime assassinations. It sympathizes with the general for the pressures he came under, finding that the colony's existence really was under threat. As for the supposed massacres of entire Eritrean military units, these did not take place. There might have been a couple of incidents in which rebels being escorted to the border, a mere 16, rather than 800, had been shot. But, adopting an approach favored in many a rape trial, the team prefers to blame the victims, whose failure to cooperate with their captors brought their fate upon themselves. Another convenient scapegoat was the Eritrean police force, which apparently had a problem grasping the concept of military discipline. The very wording of the inquiry's extraordinary conclusion, with its wealth of unconscious racism, tells us everything we need to know about the team's philosophical point of departure. If, in some isolated case, an abuse was committed, it can only be attributed to the savage temperament of the indigenous policemen necessarily entrusted with carrying out orders, and to the victims themselves, it reads. Neither the military command nor any colonial officials can be held responsible. In the light of these findings, it was hardly surprising that a Misewa court absolved both Cagnassi and Livaraghi, while sentencing 2 Eritrean police chiefs to long prison sentences. Newspapers which had called for an Italian withdrawal from Eritrea were left flailing. The parliamentary debate on the matter, despite some sarcastic speeches by anti-colonial deputies, sputtered to an anticlimax, without a vote. The system had protected its own end, as several Italian officials revealed in memoirs published long after events. The mass killings and frenzied executions of suspected troublemakers swiftly resumed in Eritrea. 6. The second report the team drafted represents, as far as the former anti-colonials on it were concerned, a further betrayal of principle. Rejecting the skeptical accounts of previous visitors, Martini and his colleagues hail Eritrea as a fertile and virgin land, stretching out its arms to Italian farmers. The colony, they say, is ideally placed to serve as an eventual outlet for Italy's émigrés. To that end, Rome should concentrate on consolidating Eritrea's borders, improving relations with local chiefs, replacing the military command with a civilian administration, and attracting the peasant landowners who will form the backbone of a vibrant Italian community. Not an inch of acquired territory should be surrendered. With this endorsement, Italian seizure of Eritrea's best land would become so unrestrained that even the once loyal chief of Akele Goze province, Bata Hagos, turned against the occupiers in 1894. His incipient rebellion, the greatest challenge to the colony until that date, was crushed, and his body left for the hyenas to worry. By burying a scandal that threatened to rock the government and bestowing its blessing on Italy's African daydreams, the inquiry had granted a faltering colonial project a new lease of life. On this, the first of Martini's two key encounters with Eritrea, the supposed freethinker had played a central role in a shameless whitewash which not only ensured Misawa's atrocities quietly faded from view, but guaranteed the colony survived to be fought over another day. Why did Martini do it? Why did he risk his reputation by putting his name to what a historian of the day described as an incredible, medieval document, which should have been confiscated as an apologia for the crime, a sickening defense of assassination? 7. Any journalist is familiar with the sensation of being nobbled by the target of an investigation. Starting out on a story in a state of hostile cynicism, his views falter as one interviewee after another put their cases with impassioned sincerity. The trust placed in the journalist is so unwavering, the hospitality so warm, and, on closer examination, the people he was originally gunning for seem so reasonable. Years later, looking back on the glowing write-up that resulted, he winces at how easily he allowed himself to be manipulated, shrugs his shoulders and blames it on a heavy lunch. But it is hard to argue that Martini's keen intelligence was momentarily befuddled by the justifications presented by the colonial officials he met. In later life, he never showed any sign of regretting his role as co-author of the vital report. What puzzled contemporaries described as Martini's conversion to the colonial cause was to be a permanent change of heart. Did the quest for self-advancement play a role? Here, the picture becomes more murky. Martini was undoubtedly vain and hugely ambitious. It seems unlikely that he could already have had his eye on the post of Eritrea's governorship, which would only be created 10 years into the future. But once granted a place on a high-profile royal inquiry, investigating a topic known to be particularly close to King Umberto's heart, Martini must have been aware that a bland finding would mean political rewards somewhere down the line. Martini's own explanation for his U-turn, however nigglingly unsatisfying, probably lies implicit in the pages of Nell'Africa Italiana, a highly personalized account of the Eritrea trip published after his return. Written in the self-consciously literary language of the day, but blessed with the author's characteristic sharp eye for detail, it became a runaway bestseller, appearing in 10 editions and remaining in print for 40 years. Reaching a far wider audience than a dry government report ever could, Nell'Africa Italiana, it could be argued, played a more crucial role in shaping public opinion towards Eritrea than anything else Martini wrote. In it, Martini pulls no punches about the Italian-made horrors he witnessed in Eritrea. He describes the notorious field of hunger, a desolate plain outside Misawa where the town governor had ordered destitute natives to be taken and left to die. Corpses lay here and there, their faces covered in rags. A horrible sight, so swarmed with insects, which snaked their way through limbs twisted and melted by the rays of the sun, he actually seemed to be moving. The dead were waiting for the hyenas, the living were waiting for death. Martini takes to his heels after glimpsing a group of young Eritrean girls sifting through mounds of camel dung in search of undigested grain, fighting for mouthfuls from a horse's rotting corpse. I fled, horrified, stupefied, mortified by my own impotence, hiding my watch chain, ashamed of the breakfast I had eaten and the lunch that awaited me. He winces at the use to which the kirbash is put, on both sides of the recently established border. Across the whole of Abyssinia, not excluding our own Eritrean colony, the kirbash is an institution. Native policemen and guards are issued with it, and when needs must, and it seems, from what I saw, that needs must rather often, they flog without mercy. Visiting an orphanage, he is repulsed by the sight of the sons of Eritrean rebels, shot for the sole crime of not wanting Europeans and not wanting to take orders, being taught to sing Rome's praises. Conquest always comes with its own sad, sometimes dishonest, demands. Yet this seemed, and still seems, an outrage against human nature. Even now, remembering it, I feel a rush of blood to my head. Elsewhere, he bitterly ruminates on the hypocrisy of the Italian colonial project. We are liars. We say we want to spread civilization in Abyssinia, but it is not true. Far from being barbaric and idolatrous, these people have been Christians for centuries. We claim to want to end the fratricidal wars that have crushed any sprig of human industry in those regions, yet each day we sign up Abyssinians in our forces and pay them to butcher other Abyssinians. Yet having supped full of such horrors, having grasped the extent of his government's hypocrisy, Martini comes to what might seem a counterintuitive conclusion. It is now too late, he argues, for Italy to pull out of Eritrea. By embarking in Africa, Italy has set in motion an unstoppable process of racial extermination which, however distasteful, must be allowed to run its course. Any other policy would be shameful. Rather than wasting time fretting over the legal niceties of land confiscation, he argues, Italy should be dispatching farmers to start work. Let me repeat it for the 10th time, I would have preferred us never to have gone to Africa. I did what little I could, when there was still time, to get us to return home, but now that that time has passed, it is neither wise nor honest to keep spreading exaggerated stories. One can hear a sardonic disdain in Martini's voice as he imagines the eventual fate of Africa's indigenous tribes. We have started the job. Succeeding generations will continue to depopulate Africa of its ancient inhabitants, down to the last but one. Not quite the last, he will be trained at college to sing our praises, celebrating how, by destroying the Negro race, we finally succeeded in wiping out the slave trade. The white race is ordained to supplant the African. One race must replace another, it's that or nothing. The native is a hindrance, whether we like it or not. We will have to hunt him down and encourage him to disappear, just as has been done elsewhere with the Redskins, using all the methods civilization, which the native instinctively hates, can provide, gunfire and a daily dose of firewater. His language is staggeringly blunt, but it is meant to shock. Martini's main message to his Italian readers, to paraphrase it in crude modern terms, was, let's cut the crap. A genocide is already underway in Eritrea, he tells his audience, a genocide that is the expression of ineluctable historical forces. We have invaded Abyssinia without provocation, violently and unjustly. We excuse ourselves saying that the English, Russians, French, Germans and Spaniards have done the same elsewhere. So be it, injustice and violence will be necessary, sooner or later, and the greater our success, the more vital it will be not to allow trivial details or human rights to hold us up. Moral squeamishness cannot be allowed to stand in the way of a glorious master project. Let us not shrink from what is necessary, however distasteful. But let us, at the very least, have the decency to admit what we are doing. Point 8. In modern-day Eritrea, popular memory tends to divide the Italian colonial era into two halves, the Martini years, time of benign paternalism when Eritreans and Italians muddled along together well enough, and the fascist years, when the Italians introduced a series of racial laws as callous as anything seen in apartheid South Africa. But as Nell'Africa Italiana shows, the assumptions of biological determinism that came to form the bedrock of both fascism and Nazism were present from the first days of the Italian presence in Africa. The thread runs strong and clear through half a century of occupation. If men of Martini's generation, in contrast with their successors, felt no need to enshrine every aspect of their racial superiority in a specific set of laws, it was only because they took their supremacy utterly for granted. Martini is a fascinating example of how it is possible for a man to be both painfully sensitive and chillingly mechanistic. The views he expressed were the notions of his day, an era in which Darwin's theories of natural selection and survival of the fittest were used to justify the slaughter of Congo's tribes by Belgian King Leopold's mercenaries, the German massacre of the Herero tribesmen in southwest Africa, and the British eradication of Tasmania's natives. Like the rabbits a British landowner introduced to Australia, like the rampant European weeds overrunning the New World, the intellectually and technologically superior white races would push Aboriginal tribes into extinction. British Prime Minister, Lord Salisbury summarised the philosophy in a famous 1898 speech. You may roughly divide the nations of the world as the living and the dying. The weak states are becoming weaker and the strong states are becoming stronger, the living nations will gradually encroach on the territory of the dying nine. Nor was Martini alone in finding the process distressing to watch. A strange kind of benevolent ruthlessness has always been the hallmark of the colonial conqueror. From H. Rider Haggard's fictional hero Allan Quatermain muttering "poor wretch" as he puts a bullet through yet another Zulu warrior's heart, to the real-life Winston Churchill, shuddering with excitement and horror as shell fire rips through Mahdi lines at Omdurman, the literature of the day is peppered with compassionate exterminators. Martini was too intelligent not to grasp the humanity of the wretched Eritreans he met. Their plight, he told his readers, haunted his dreams. But at the end of the day, despite all his anti-establishment posturing and elegant irony, nothing mattered more to this Italian patriot than the greater glory of the motherland. Nell'Africa Italiana contains one last clue as to why Martini changed his mind on Eritrea, though it is hard to distinguish authentic feeling from the rhetoric considered appropriate to the closing paragraphs of a 19th-century memoir. Sailing out of Misawa, Martini launches into a high-octane paean to Africa, the continent where, he says, the mind purifies, the spirit repairs itself and we find God. O vast silence, O nights spent in the open air, how you invigorate the body and strengthen the soul, he raves. Adopting the pose of jaundiced Westerner weighed down by the burdens of civilization, he envies the nomads of Africa. In their happy ignorance, he says, they never think to ask the moon why it moves across the sky or interrogate their flocks on the meaning of life. How sweet it is to dream, amongst sands untouched from one month to another by a human footprint, of a society without sickness or strife, without wars or tailcoats, without coups d'état and visiting cards. It is a vision of the noble savage that owes everything to Rousseau and romantic poetry and nothing to reality. Like so many travelers to Africa before and after him, Martini confused the absence of a set of rules recognized by a European with personal freedom. Plagued by outbreaks of cholera and the raids of local warlords, bound by their own community's conservative codes of behavior, Eritrea's nomads had far more reason to feel hemmed in than an effete Italian aristocrat on a government expense account. But underneath all the hyperbole, one catches a glint of sincere emotion. For Martini, it had been easy enough to argue for Eritrea's abandonment from the distance of Rome. But crisscrossing the Hamasine Plateau by mule, watching flying fish skipping over the Red Sea, basted by Eritrea's harsh light, Martini had blossomed. Part of him had fallen in love with the place, a love affair that would last the rest of his life and bring him back. He was not about to pronounce the death sentence on a land that had touched his heart. Perhaps this was the true reason why, with typical sophistry, he managed to convince himself that a doomed and destructive colonial project was, in fact, the soundest of investments. Driving back to Asmara in the evening light, I decided to take up Sicoria's suggestion. The old Italian cemetery sprawls in Rococo magnificence on the edge of town, next to its strangely anonymous modern Eritrean equivalent. Bougainvillea billows around weeping angels, stone fingers tear stone hair in grief. Between the cypresses, separated by a yellow scrub rustling with crickets and lizards, the old family mausoleums stand proud. In the more recent section, the gravestones bear Tigrinya lettering and photographs of Eritreans in graduation robes, instead of portraits of stolid Italian matrons in black. But the old mausoleums are exclusively the white man's province. Serenaded by cooing doves, I strolled between the many mansions, reading the names which must have once featured in local newspaper articles and taken pride of place on government committees. Famiglia Ricciapito d'Amico, Famiglia Gianavola, Famiglia Antonio Ponzio. Asmara's burghers had not stinted when it came to their final resting places. With their Gothic turrets and marbled doorways, the chapels were more substantial than many Eritrean homes. This was a cemetery built by a conquering power, established by people so sure they were in Africa to stay they had laid down vaults for the great-grandchildren they knew would succeed them. As one of the colony's earliest settlers, the Sikoria family had claimed a prime site near the entrance. The chapel next door was being used as a storeroom by the elderly graveyard workers, paint tins resting on the floor. Undoing a rusty wire securing the door, I slipped inside. All Souls' Day had just been and someone had left flowers, an old family friend, perhaps, able to grant the Sikorias the forgiveness they seemed incapable of offering one another. Water dripped from the cut blooms, gathering in a small rivulet that ran along the floor. Looking at the black and white photographs marking each resting place, I was struck by the hardness of the expressions. No smiles or tenderness here. The face of Antonio Sikoria, Filippo's bridge-building grandfather, bore the deep grooves of a life in which nothing had come easy. Flinty and implacable, he looked a paterfamilias who would wield the belt with enthusiasm when disciplining wife and children. Another white-haired Sikoria stared from the slab above, chin jutting aggressively. Was this the hated father? There was no inscription, but he bore a passing resemblance to Filippo. The Italian equivalent of "what's it to you?" seemed to hover on his lips. With relatives like this, I thought, no wonder Sikoria had run away. As I headed for the gates, I noticed a pile of splintered gravestones stacked in a corner. Every man tries to leave his mark upon the earth, but even stones eventually wear out. When these headstones had cracked, no solicitous Italian descendant was left in Eritrea to order a replacement. Would Sikoria's body be brought here when his straining breath finally ran out? It seemed unlikely. And once the family friends stopped visiting and the rusty wire dropped off the door, this chapel, too, might end up serving as a workman's shed. I was to visit the cemetery many times after that, but only once overlapped with a relative fussing over a tomb, a young medico based in Rome. On his rare visits to Eritrea, he said, he fought a losing battle against the weed slowly obliterating his parents' grave. Burial grounds, like hospitals, need fresh clientele to stay alive. In Asmara's cemetery, you could feel the Italian story coming to a stop. Clever as he was, Martini could not have got it more wrong. He never faltered in his belief in a future white Eritrea, a little Italy in Africa. Amid the bombastic self-confidence of the late 19th century, it seemed a foregone conclusion, so certain that only the methodology remained to be discussed. But Martini's doomed native proved more resilient than expected. Across Africa, the supposedly unstoppable flood of European settlers was easily dammed and reversed. Earning a living in Eritrea proved too tough for even the hardy peasants of Sicily and Calabria. Italy's African colonies would never absorb more than 1% of the country's émigrés, compared to the 40% that headed to America. In the 1940s, ridiculing Italy's pretensions to empire, the British, who had so many of their own, started sending Italian settlers back from the Horn. When Ethiopia's regime turned Marxist and nationalized Italian businesses in the 1970s, those who had clung on registered sadly for repatriation. Today the breed facing imminent extinction in Eritrea is white, not black. Less than 120 Italian families remain, liver-spotted men and women in their 70s and 80s who came back after independence in 1993 to die in the only place that felt like home. Not a single country estate lies in Italian hands, and each year Vittorio Volpicelli, manager of the Casa degli Italiani, the Italian club, is called upon to organize yet another medical evacuation, yet another funeral mass at the Church of Our Lady of the Rosary. With each disappearance, the dwindling community grows a little more mournful, a little more inward-looking. Martini's descendants, dubbed soft fascists by some Eritreans, have none of his brash confidence. If they still meet friends for an espresso at the Casa, where the fascist party insignia, a bundle of rods symbolizing strength through unity, graces the main gate, the Italians rarely allow the F word to pass their lips. You know, when they're annoyed with us they like to throw fascism in our faces. But if you look at the origins of the word, it actually stands for something rather beautiful, a faded Italian beauty told me as we sat having our hair done in Gino and Gina's. Gino was Asmara's first Italian hairdresser and his salon's walls are decorated with photographs of heavily made-up European models, showing off the latest in 1960s styles. Now he potters around in a confusion of Alzheimer's, collecting towels and taking orders from his wife. This used to be such a beautiful, beautiful city, the Signora reminisced. Every day, a plane would fly in from Rome with fresh orchids for the flower shops. But now, there was no point going on. Asmara's Italians may purse their lips, remembering days bathed in the golden light of memory, but they know better than to voice such views in public. They stay out of politics, keep themselves to themselves. Having experienced one nationalization, they know what angry African governments can do to unwanted white communities. Masters of yesteryear, they are now here on sufferance. Chapter 3. The Steel Snake. Truly I could say that I built a colony and gave it to Italy. Ferdinando Martini. I noticed the scar on the first trip I made to Eritrea. It was impossible to miss, a thin white line that traced a winding route through the clumps of fig cactus and clusters of spiky aloes, lying like upturned octopuses on the bottom of a fisherman's boat. At times, the overgrown track ran alongside the road. At others, it veered off, plunging through a tunnel into the bowels of the mountain, only to resurface, gulping for air, a few minutes later. Lurching from side to side as the car took the hairpin bends on the road from Asmara to Misawa, I caught glimpses of terracotta brick buttressing hugging the cliff face, viaducts rearing high above the valley, bridges hurled recklessly across gorges. It's the old Italian railway, a friend explained. A railway? Up here? Surely that's not possible. Oh yes. They were good builders, those Italians. They understood the mountain. It had been closed by the Ethiopians when the guerrilla war began to bite in the 1970s, its sleepers ripped up by soldiers and rebel fighters who used them to line the trenches. The elegant Italian arches now supported nothing at all, the track was just a convenient shortcut for Eritreans strolling to the nearest hamlet in the position they found so comfortable, walking stick slung across the shoulders, hands flopping, prisoner of war like, from the pole. While structurally intact, the tunnels had followed the inexorable rule governing all dark places near human dwellings and were doused in the acrid aroma of urine. But these alfresco toilets would have won the admiration of Brunel himself. Only a people that had already thrown railroads across the Alps and Dolomites would have dared take on the Eritrean escarpment. Trains, which cannot shift into lower gear or roar round hairpin bends when the gradient begins to bite, are not really designed to go up mountains. Between Misawa and Asmara the land soars from sea level to 2,300 meters in just 70 kilometers. The engineers of the 19th century considered a 1 in 100 gradient to be heavy. A gradient of 1 in 16 represented the physical limit a railroad could tackle without cog or cable. At its steepest, on the vertiginous climb between the town of Ginda and Asmara, the Eritrean railway would touch 1 in 28. And that gradient was only achieved by sending the narrow-gauge track looping for 45 km through the mountains, a sinuous, fiendishly clever itinerary that won it the sobriquet Serpent d'Aceo, Steel Snake. The Kimisawa, Asmara section alone, I later discovered, boasted 30 tunnels, 35 bridges, 14 arches and 667 curves. Fastidious in their choice of route, the Italians were equally ingenious when it came to choice of hardware. The techniques adopted, whose idiosyncrasies have turned Eritrea into a place of pilgrimage for modern train spotters, ranged from the childishly simple to the sophisticated. The Italians imported French steam locomotives, specially designed for mountain transport, whose engines boasted twice the grip of ordinary models, thanks to a system that recycled steam from the main cylinders to a powered front bogie. The locomotive's normally rigid blast pipe was designed to be flexible, allowing the trains to take the tightest of curves. And wagons were fitted with individual hand brakes, which railwaymen spun to prevent the train picking up too much speed on the downhill run and released on the flat. It all made for a very slow, if spectacular ride, 10 hours from coast to capital. Point 1. Even to the untutored eye, the Eritrean railway was clearly something of an engineering masterpiece. And the man responsible for this gravity-defying marvel, which would take 30 years to complete, was none other than Ferdinando Martini, epigram-loving politico and raconteur. Why did Martini return to Eritrea? When the Royal Inquiry team packed its bags and set sail from Misawa in June 1891, the parliamentarian had every reason to believe that, thanks in part to his own efforts, the colony's future was now assured. But Martini could never have predicted the blow Rome would be dealt 5 years later, a humiliation so profound it would leave its public feeling heartily sick of all things colonial and ready to throw in the towel on his beloved Eritrea. Well before Menelik II succeeded Johannes as Emperor of Abyssinia, it had been clear that two expansionist forces which had been rubbing up against one another, resurgent Abyssinian nationalism and embryonic Italian colonialism, must one day clash head-on. Having stamped its mark on Eritrea and signed a series of treaties with sultans on the Somali coast, Italy continued to circle the Horn of Africa's real prize, Abyssinia. The eventual trigger for this shuddering collision was to be the Treaty of Ucciali, an agreement Menelik II signed with the Italians in the belief he was trading recognition of an Eritrean border encompassing the Kabesa highlands for the right to import arms through Rome's new colony to his landlocked empire. While Menelik had agreed certain terms in the treaty's Amharic version, he gradually came to the outraged realization that he had put his name to very different undertakings in the Italian translation, which contained a sly clause turning his nation into a protectorate of Rome, effectively a vassal state. When Italy refused to reverse what must qualify as one of the crudest sleights of hand in diplomatic history, war became inevitable. The battle that followed, staged outside the Tigrayan town of Adua in 1896, pitted 19,000 Italian-led troops against 100,000 Abyssinians, many of them equipped, ironically, with Remington rifles obligingly supplied by Italian emissaries trying to ingratiate themselves with Menelik. 2 Outwitted and outmaneuvered, some 6,000 Italians and their Eritrean askari recruits were slaughtered by the Abyssinians, more men dying in one day than throughout the whole of Italy's War of Independence. To ensure they never fought again, the Abyssinians amputated the right arms and left legs of surviving askaris, a harsh lesson to those who took the white man's silver. It was the first time a Western army of such a size had been bested by an African force, the most shocking setback experienced on the continent by a 19th-century colonial power. Stunned by a defeat that was in part attributable to the automatic assumption that primitive black warriors would stand no chance against modern white troops, in part to Italian Prime Minister Francesco Crispi's disastrous habit of second-guessing his generals, Rome sued for peace. Menelik could have capitalized on this stunning victory and attempted to eject the Italians altogether from the Horn. Instead, while insisting on Ucciali's abrogation, he accepted the principle of an enlarged Italian Eritrea. But such concessions did little to dilute Adua's devastating impact back in Italy. It was not for mountainous Eritrea and arid Somalia that the Italian public had supported the government's expensive colonial project. Its eyes had always been locked on the green pastures further to the south, the fertile, farmable Abyssinian lands Menelik II had now decreed forever out of reach. Chanting Viva Menelik, furious crowds demonstrated against the Italian government, while socialist members of parliament renewed calls for Italy to pull out of Africa. Some already heard Eritrea's death knell tolling, the colony no longer lives, it breathes its last, pronounced Idiokel Cagnassi, the official who had so deftly escaped punishment for the Misawa atrocities. The ministry is demolishing, not running it, it no longer has a governor, very soon there will be no settlers either. Even in its most difficult and dangerous moments, Eritrea never went through a more inauspicious and painful time. 3. It was at this delicate juncture that the government called in Martini, offering him the post of Eritrea's first civilian governor. He turned it down, hesitated, then accepted. For conservative leader Antonio didnt, who had taken over from the disgraced Crispi as prime minister, Martini was a canny choice. Although didnt had made huge political capital out of criticizing the government's handling of Adua, he was a pragmatist on colonial matters. He had decided to hang on to Eritrea, but only after playing briefly with the idea of handing the colony to Belgium's King Leopold, master of the Congo. He realized that he could only successfully defy public opinion if the colony, focus of so much controversy, assumed the lowest of profiles. It must be removed from the control of a profligate military, its shifting border needed to be fixed and, above all, its demands on Italy's exchequer must be drastically reduced. By recruiting Martini, who had somehow managed to survive the Misawa debacle with his reputation for feistiness intact, didnt could appear to be responding to public sentiment. In fact, both he and King Umberto knew they were placing the colony in the safest of hands. When Martini set to sea, there was talk in Rome of pruning Eritrea down to a triangle linking Misawa on the coast with Asmara and the highlands town of Karen, or something even more modest. Many of Martini's colleagues actually expected the new governor to waste no time in winding up Eritrea's affairs. But the establishment was intent on consolidation, not dissolution. I have made quite enough sacrifices to public opinion on this African issue, the king confided to Martini before he left. I will not make the ultimate sacrifice, we must and will not descend from the plateau. And Martini, the ever-equivocal Martini, was on exactly the same wavelength. If I can stop Africa being a thorn in our flesh, if I can pacify the colony, raise it to a point where it is self-supporting, allow it to become, so to speak, forgotten, wouldn't I be doing the country a major service? He mused. 5 He spelled out his position in a letter to a friend: I will not return a single inch of territory, the day the government asks me to descend to Misawa is the day I land in Brindisi. For Martini, this represented a risky career move. By the time he left for Eritrea in December 1897, he was 56 years old, an age where the delights of African travel, with its malarial bouts, month-long mule treks and most basic of amenities, begin to pall. The job, which meant leaving behind his family, was no sinecure, and others had rejected it. He had already done well for himself, rising briefly to the post of education minister. By going to Eritrea, he would be removing himself from the buzz and chit-chat of Montecitorio, with all the opportunities it represented. But at his age, with so much already achieved, such things mattered less than they once had. There were times, indeed, when he felt nothing but disgust for politics, sorry he had ever entered the game. When I look back on my 23 years in Parliament, I mourn all that wasted time, he told a friend. If I stay here, what will I do? Make speeches to the chamber, Sibylline words, scattered by the wind. 6 The clear skies he had lauded in Nell'Africa Italiana were calling. Eritrea's first civilian governor, he knew, would be a huge fish in a tiny pool, always a cheering position to hold. It must have been enormously flattering to think that, once again, the future of Italy's firstborn rested largely on his shoulders. Who else, after all, knew more about Eritrean affairs? Who else could be trusted to do the right thing? His 9-year stint as governor is recorded in Il Diario Eritreo, 7,000 pages of handwritten entries which constitute a priceless resource of the Italian colonial era. Although he indexed each of its 26 volumes, Martini never seems to have had publication in mind, referring to the work only as a collection of notes. At most, he probably intended the diary to serve as source material for an African memoir he never, in the end, got round to writing. Had it not been for Italy's Ministry of African Affairs, which ordered it published in 1946, nearly 20 years after Martini's death, the diary would have remained locked away in the family's archives. Why did he put so much care into what was meant as no more than a personal aid memoir? Because, one has to conclude, Martini simply could not do otherwise. A man with his inquiring mind, with his lifelong habit of capturing impressions on paper, simply had to record the intense sensations that came with his return to Eritrea. To write something down was to endow it with value, to allot it its proper meaning. The habit came to him as naturally as breathing. There is more satisfaction to be won from writing what seems a stylish page than in overturning a ministry, he once remarked. Whether at sea, on the road, or at home, he faithfully kept his diary, rarely skipping a day. And the fact that publication was never on the agenda makes the diary far fresher, funnier, and more accessible than the flowery Nell'Africa Italiana. Martini himself never understood this. In Africa, one writes rather badly, he says at one point. This is certainly not a good page 7. In fact, to modern eyes, he writes far better. A sustained ironic conversation with himself, the diary's very lack of artifice brings 19th century Eritrea to life in a way his more labored writing never could. Here is Martini the amused sociologist, fascinated at the goings-on in the stretch of open ground outside his Asmara villa, which serves, he discovers, as a communal latrine. This wretched valley is the debating society for those who feel the need to shed excess body weight. One man comes along and squats. The effect is contagious. Another comes along, measures the distance and squats a dozen meters from the first, in the same position and with the same aim in mind. And then a third, a fourth, sometimes a fifth and a sixth. And the conversation starts, simultaneous, contemporaneous, in parallel. Words are not the only thing to emerge, but they last longer than the rest ate. And here is Martini the urban sophisticate, despairing, as Eritrea's Attorney General reads out a report, at his colleague's pitiable level of education. My God! What a business! It was the most laughable thing imaginable. Logic, dignity of expression, grammar, were never so badly mangled. And to think these are the magistrates the government sends to civilize Africa. 9. Everything interests him, from the odd reaction of Misawa's residents to his governor's regalia of plumed hat and gold braid, to the flavor of the turtle soup and ostrich steak. Like veal, he notes, he is served at a welcome ceremony. The sexual mores of Eritrea's tribes, the way in which a visiting chieftain falls in love with his reflection in a mirror, the staggering ugliness of a group of English women spotted in a Cairo hotel, the gossip in Asmara's expatriate community, all are recorded with Martini's characteristic impish sense of humor. The task he had been set, he soon realized, was immense. Nearly 30 years after its arrival in the Horn, Italy had pitifully little to show for its investment. The Eritrea depicted in his diary is Italy's version of the Wild West, swept by locust swarms and cholera outbreaks, braced for outbreaks of the plague, a land in which villages are raided by hostile tribes and shipping attacked by pirates. Half Christian and half Muslim, it is a frontier country in which slaves are still traded, shady European businessmen mingle with known spies, and where government officials still fight, and die, in duels staged over adulterous wives. Just as he had been warned in Rome, the military administration had careered out of control, spending Italian taxpayers' money as though it would never be held to account. Either idiots or criminals, the dregs of the soldiering profession were drawn to Eritrea, he noted, men who believed that colonizing Africa and screwing the Italian government are one and the same thing. Dirty, out of uniform, they frequent the brothels until late, while the officers divide their time between prostitutes and the gaming table. 10. He was appalled to see how the military had lavished government funds on officers' villas instead of investing in the roads, bridges, and sewerage the colony so clearly needed. Even the best soldiers feel they are only doing their duty when they throw money out of the window, he lamented after discovering, rotting in Misawa's storerooms, 60,000 men's shoes, enough spurs to equip an army, 40,000 mattocks, 9 years' supply of salt, 3 years of wine, 2 years of jam, 52 months worth of coffee and 22 months of sugar. His Eritrean subjects were the least of his problems. The 9 local ethnic groups had largely accepted Italian rule as a necessary evil. They do not love us, but understand the benefits that come with our rule, remarked Martini, noting that local administrators regarded the Italians as good but stupid. 11 The settlers were the real disappointment. Far from serving as an alternative destination for the tens of thousands of Italians heading for the Americas, Eritrea held less than 4,000 Europeans, and that tally actually included hundreds of Egyptians, Syrians, Turks, and Indians judged civilized enough to count as white. Land had been confiscated and experimental agricultural projects launched, but the going had proved so tough many Italian families begged to be sent home. Martini was none too impressed by those who remained, noting that their Greek colleagues seemed less prone to frittering away their profits. The Greek does not buy horses and does not keep mistresses, the Italian keeps both horse and mistress. 12 The constant complaints by the hardcore that remained drove him wild. I've always said that governing 20 Italians in the colony requires more patience, courage, and skill than governing 400,000 natives, he fumed. When Rome had the temerity to inquire whether an Eritrean display should feature in the Paris exhibition's colonial section, an exasperated Martini lost his temper. All we can send are dead men's bones, bungled battle plans and columns of wasted money. Up till now these are the only fruits of our colonial harvest. 13. Moving the capital from Misawa to cool Asmara, he set about his work with characteristic briskness. A series of decrees created a new civilian administration, placing the army firmly under its control. Strict limits were set to the number of civil servants employed in Eritrea, a move that slashed Rome's expenditure. The worst soldiers and officers were simply expelled. These steps will cause a great deal of ill feeling, but I know I am doing my duty. Order, discipline, justice, and thrift, without these the colony can neither be governed nor saved, Martini pronounced. 14 The colony was divided up into 9 provinces, each with its own capital, and Martini established the building blocks of a modern society, an independent judiciary, a telegraph system and departments of finance, health, and education. The man who had calmly predicted the disappearance of Eritrea's indigenous peoples quickly changed his tone. It was all very well airily discussing the elimination of local tribes as a passing visitor. Now that he was actually running Eritrea and could see for himself the damage, both political and commercial, done by military confrontation, Martini turned accommodating pacifier. Determined to shore up the Eritrean border, he became the perfect neighbor, putting an end to Rome's long tradition of double-dealing. When rebel chiefs on the other side of the frontier challenged Menelik's rule, Martini turned a deaf ear to their pleas for weapons. Instead of fantasizing, like so many Italian contemporaries, about avenging Adua, he cooperated with Menelik's attempts to check the lawlessness on their mutual frontier, stabilizing the region in the process. As for emigration, Martini quickly realized how poorly judged the Royal Inquiry report had been. The colony was simply not ready for a flood of Italian laborers, who risked clashing with locals and would, in any case, be undercut by Eritreans willing to accept a fraction of what a European considered an honest wage. He scrapped legislation authorizing further land confiscation and pushed employers to narrow the huge differential between the wages paid Italians and Eritreans. But while righting certain blatant injustices, Martini was never a soft touch. If Eritrea was to survive, the locals must be taught a lesson in the pitiless consistency of colonial law, the merest hint of insubordination ruthlessly crushed. Mutinous Askaris were shackled or whipped and the sweltering coastal jails filled with prisoners who often paid the ultimate price. I've never had a bloodthirsty reputation and I really don't deserve one, Martini wrote, after refusing to pardon a condemned bandit. But here, without a death penalty, you cannot govern. 15 He was building a state, virtually from scratch, and often he felt as though he was doing the work single-handed. There is not a dog here with whom one can hold an intellectual discussion, he complained in a letter to his daughter 16. It was a lonely, heady experience, bound to encourage delusions of grandeur. At times, Unfortunately, he confessed to his diary, "I feel it would not be too arrogant to say, adapting the words of Louis XIV, I am the colony. 17. The longer he stayed, the more convinced he became that the success of this monumental project hinged on one key element. He knew Eritrea had gold, fish stocks in abundance and river valleys capable of producing coffee and grain, cotton and sisal. But as long as a rickety mule track was the only way of scaling the mountains separating hinterland from sea, Eritrea would remain forever cut off from the African continent, its ports idle, its administration reliant on government subsidies. Only a railroad could unlock the riches of the plateau and, beyond it, the markets of Abyssinia and Sudan. It was the one explicit undertaking Martini had sought in exchange for his loyal service during his final conversation with King Umberto. Without a railway joining Misawa with the highlands, nothing good, lasting or productive will ever come from Eritrea, he told the monarch. Rest assured, the king had promised. The railway will be built. 18. The close of the 19th century was the golden era of African railways. Flinging their sleepers and coal-eating locomotives across savannah and jungle, the colonial powers sent a blunt message to the locals: progress was unstoppable. The railroad was both an instrument of war, depositing troops armed with machine guns within range of their spear-carrying enemies, and an instrument of commercial penetration, bringing the ivory, minerals, and spices at the continent's heart to market, opening the interior to land-hungry farmers and hopeful miners. Cecil Rhodes dreamt of one that would run from Cape to Cairo. The explorer Henry Stanley, nicknamed Breaker of Rocks, was building one which would link Leopoldville to the sea. The British were braving man-eating lions to connect Uganda with the Swahili coast. Railways were the equivalent of today's national airlines. No African colony worth its salt could be without one. Martini did not intend to be left out, although he knew Eritrea's topography made this a uniquely demanding challenge. When Martini arrived, the Italian army had already laid 28 km of track to the town of Sati, carrying troops to fight Ras Alula. But the work had been carried out in such haste, it all needed to be redone. There were drawings to be sketched, sites visited, contracts put out to tender and strikes to be settled. It all fell to Martini, acutely aware that Italy's colonial rivals were establishing their own trade routes into the interior, with France and Britain vying for control of a railway that would link Djibouti with Addis Ababa. The railway means peace, both inside and outside our borders, and huge savings on the budget, he told his diary, time and again. Despite the king's promise, winning the funding did not prove easy. Having sent Martini out with orders to cut spending, Rome did not take kindly to constant requests for money. He would waste months peppering the foreign ministry with telegrams, winning his bosses round to the railroad's merits, only to see the government fall and a new set of ministers take office, who all had to be persuaded afresh. The railway, fretted Martini, would be the only really effective remedy to many, perhaps all, of the colony's ills. But in Rome they do not want to know. 19. He assembled a small army of 1,100 Eritrean laborers and 200 Italian overseers for the backbreaking and dangerous work, hacking and blasting through the rock, building stations and water storage vaults as the railroad inched forwards. Struggling to master the technical minutiae of rail engineering, Martini found himself acting as peacemaker between irate private contractors and his abrasive head of works, Francesco Scupfer, a stickler for detail capable of forcing a company caught using substandard materials to knock down a stretch of earthworks and start again. Perhaps he is too rough, but he is a gentleman, Martini pondered, intervening yet again to smooth ruffled feathers. He is hated by everyone, but very dear to me. 20. When Britain raised the possibility of connecting Sudan's rail network to the Eritrean line, a move that would have turned Misawa into eastern Sudan's conduit to the sea, Martini was almost beside himself with excitement. This is a matter of life and death, either the railway reaches as far as Sabdarat or we must leave Eritrea, he pronounced. 21. Just when his plans looked set in concrete, Rome began wondering, in a reflection of the changing technological times, whether it might not be better off investing in a highway to Gondar and Addis Ababa instead. Despite all the telegrams and discussions, the stops and starts, the track slowly edged its way up to Asmara. By 1904, the cruise had reached Ginda. By 1911, 4 years after Martini had returned to Italy, it had reached Asmara. The final heave up the mountain proved the trickiest. Even today, old men living in Shegrani, the difficult place, remember the dispute that lent their hamlet its name, as a father and son engineering team squabbled over the best route to take, each retiring to sulk in his tent before the precipitous route along Devil's Gate, little more than a narrow cliff ledge looking out over nothingness, was finally agreed. The single most expensive public project undertaken by the Italians in Eritrea, Martini's railway, was emblematic of his rule. Its construction marked the time when Eritrea, exposed to Western influences and endowed with the infrastructure of a modern industrial state, started down a path that would lead its citizens further and further away from their neighbors in feudal Abyssinia. Yet, as far as Martini was concerned, this gathering sense of national identity was almost an accidental byproduct. Like so many colonial big men, he was haunted by the need to tame the landscape, to carve his initials into Eritrea's very rocks. Literally hammering the nuts and bolts of a nation into place, he was more interested in the mechanical structures taking shape than what was going on in the heads of his African subjects. This colony was being created for Italy's sake, and if much of what he did improved life for Eritreans, it was motivated by an understanding of what was in Rome's long-term interests, not altruism. No one could accuse Martini of remaining aloof. He toured constantly, setting up his marquee under the trees and receiving subjects whose customs he recorded in his diary. He knew the ways of the lowland Kunama and the nomadic rhythms of the Rashiida. But these were more the contacts of a deity with his worshippers than a parliamentarian with his constituents. This was the interest a lepidopterist shows in his butterfly collection, cool, distant and with a touch of deadly chloroform. The approach is at its clearest when Martini writes about the two areas in which intimate contact between the races was possible, sex and education. Racial segregation had been practiced in the colony since its inception. In Asmara, Eritreans were confined to the stinking warren of dwellings around the markets, while the Europeans, whose most prominent members donned white tie and tails to attend Martini's balls, lived in villas on the south side of the main street. Public transport was also segregated. Eritreans would have to wait another half-century to share the novel experience of using a bus's front door. But the races still mingled far more than the prudish Martini felt comfortable with. He disapproved of prostitutes, but was also repelled by the widespread phenomenon of madamismo, in which Italian officials took Eritrean women as concubines, setting up house together. The practice, he warned, raised a truly ghastly prospect. A black man must not cuckold a white man. So a white man must not place himself in a position where he can be cuckolded by a native. 22 If the offspring of such unsavory unions were abandoned, it would bring shame upon the dominant race. If decently reared, it could ruin the Italian official concerned. Either outcome was to be deplored, so the entire situation was best avoided. It was an attempt at social engineering that enjoyed almost no success. By 1935, Asmara's 3,500 Italians had produced 1,000 Medici, evidence of a healthy level of interbreeding. 23. But it is for his stance on education that Martini is chiefly resented by Eritreans today. The former education minister violently rejected, no, and once again, no, any notion of mixed-race schooling. His justification was characteristically quixotic, the opposite of what one might expect from a man who had embraced the credo of racial superiority. In my view, the blacks are more quick-wit than us, he remarked, noticing how swiftly Eritrean pupils picked up foreign languages. 24 This posed a problem at school, he said, where the white man's superiority, the basis of every colonial regime, is undermined. No mixed-race schooling meant there would be no opportunity for bright young Eritreans to form subversive views on their dim future masters. Let us avoid making comparisons. The natives must be kept in their place, taught only what they need to fulfill the subservient roles for which Rome thought them best suited. It was a variation of the philosophy Belgium would apply to the Congolese in the field of education: pas d'elites, pas d'ennemis, no elites, no enemies. In 1907, Martini asked to be recalled. He had pulled off a final diplomatic coup, traveling to Addis to pay his respects to an ailing Menelik II, one of the ugliest men I have ever seen, but with a very sweet smile. It was a nightmarish journey during which the mules plunged up to their stomachs in mud, and Martini, vain as ever, fussed constantly over the size of the ceremonial guard each provincial ruler sent to meet him. 25 His work on the railway was not complete. It would never, in fact, be completed to his satisfaction, for Italy's invasion of Ethiopia in the 1930s would interrupt construction of a final section intended to link the Eritrean line to Sudan's network. But Rome's procrastination had fatigued him. Being lord of all he surveyed had been enjoyable, but the small-mindedness of colonial life depressed him, and he was fed up with army intrigues. As he prepared to embark aboard a piano liner, with Eritrea's notables, both black and white, mustered in Misawa to say goodbye, the man of letters was, for once, lost for words. I feel such emotion that I have neither the strength nor ability to express it. His farewell message to the Eritrean people reveals just how far the anti-colonialist of yesteryear had traveled, how heady the role of Lord Jim, sustained over nearly a decade, had proved. It reads more like a prayer penned by an Old Testament patriarch ascending to his rightful place at God's side, than an Italian politician returning to his Tuscan constituency and, eventually, the top job at a newly created ministry for colonies. People from the Marab to the sea, hear me. His Majesty the King of Italy desired that I should come amongst you and govern in his name. And for 10 years I listened and I judged, I rewarded and I punished, in the King's name. And for 10 years I traveled the lands of the Christian and the Moslem, the plains and the mountain, and I said, go forth and trade to the merchants and go forth and cultivate to the farmers, in the King's name. And peace was with you, and the roads were open to trade, and the harvests were safe in the fields. Hear me. His Majesty the King learnt that his will had been done, by the grace of God, and has permitted me to return to my own country. I bid farewell to great and small, rich and poor. May your trade prosper and your lands remain fertile. May God give you peace. 26. With this portentous salutation, the Martini era came to a close. He left behind a society transformed, but one, as far as its Eritrean majority was concerned, that held him in awe rather than affection. Today, when most Eritreans learn English at school, Martini has become little more than a name, his thoughts and achievements obscured by the barrier of language. Asmara holds not a single monument to this seminal figure. But older, Italian-speaking Eritreans remember, and their assessment of Martini is as ambivalent as the man himself. His legacy has been enormous, yet his aim was always to keep Eritrea in chains, says Dr. Abba Isaac, a local historian. He was a number one racist, but a superb statesman. I admire him, even while I regard him as my enemy. 27. When Martini left, there was no doubt in his mind that his government owed him thanks beyond measure. By his own immodest assessment, he had shored up a bankrupt enterprise and saved an entire colony from abandonment, transforming a military garrison into a modern nation-state. But Martini had also laid the groundwork, quite literally, in the case of the railway, for the sour years of fascism, when the implicit racism of his generation of administrators was turned into explicit law, and a colonial regime that had seemed a necessary irritation began to feel to Eritreans like an intolerable burden. In the years that followed, the colony would serve as little more than a supplier of cannon fodder for Italy's campaign in Libya, sending its Ascaris to seize Tripolitania and Cyrenaica from the Turks in 1911. Italy's African pretensions were largely forgotten as the country was plunged into the horrors of the First World War. The Allied carve-up of foreign territories following that conflict left Italians bruised. Right-wingers who still quietly pined for an African empire felt their country had been promised a great deal while the fighting raged, only to be palmed off with very little by the Allies when the danger of German victory passed. It was an anger that played perfectly into the hands of the bully who was about to seize control of Italy. As a youthful socialist, Benito Mussolini had railed against liberals such as Martini for frittering away funds he felt would have been better spent tackling Italy's underdeveloped south, actually going to prison for opposing Italy's invasion of Libya. But once he assumed office in 1922 as prime minister, Mussolini's attitude to empire changed. Hardline fascist commanders were dispatched to Libya and Somalia, where they ruthlessly crushed local resistance and expropriated the most fertile land. The extreme nationalism at fascism's core required a rallying cause, and Mussolini was a great believer in the purifying power of battle. To remain healthy, a nation should wage war every 25 years, he maintained. He was determined to prove to other European powers that Il Duce deserved a seat at the negotiating table. Nursing expansionist plans for Europe, he needed a quick war that could be decisively won, giving the public morale a boost before it faced more formidable challenges closer to home. Abyssinia, which many Italians continued to regard, in defiance of all logic, as rightfully theirs, seemed the perfect choice. France had Algeria, Britain had Kenya. It was only fair Italy should have her place in the sun. As the official propaganda machine cranked into action, Italians were once again sold the idea of Abyssinia as an El Dorado of gold, platinum, oil, and coal, a land ready to soak up Italian settlers. Mussolini put the number at a blatantly absurd 10 million. Once again, one of Africa's oldest civilizations was portrayed as a land of barbarians, who needed to be liberated for their own good. Italian officials were not alone in nursing a vision of Abyssinia that could have sprung from the pages of Gulliver's Travels. Their human slavery still flourishes, Time magazine told its readers in August 1926. There the most trifling jubilation provides an excuse for tearing out the entrails of a living cow, that they may be gorged raw by old and young. Itching for a pretext to declare war on Ras Tafari, the former Abyssinian regent who had been crowned Emperor Haile Selassie in 1930, Mussolini finally seized on a clash between Italian and Abyssinian troops at an oasis in Walwal as a pretext. Retribution had been a long time coming, but the Battle of Adua was about to be avenged. For Eritrea, the obvious location for Italy's logistical base, the forthcoming invasion meant boom times. Ca custa lon ca custa, whatever it costs, reads the slogan, written in Piedmontese dialect, carved into the cement of the ugly fascist bridge which fords the river at Dogali. It epitomized Mussolini's entire approach to the war he launched in the autumn of 1935, ordering a mixed force of Italian soldiers and Eritrean askaris to cross the Marab River dividing Eritrea from Abyssinia. There will be no lack of money, he had promised the general in charge of operations, Emilio de Bono, and the ensuing campaign would be characterized by massive oversupply. 28 When de Bono asked for 3 divisions, Mussolini sent him 10, explaining, "For the lack of a few thousand men, we lost the day at Adua. We shall never make that mistake. I am willing to commit a sin of excess but never a sin of deficiency." 29 Some 650,000 men, including tens of thousands of black-shirt volunteers, were eventually sent to the region, and with them went 2 tons of material, probably 10 times as much as was actually needed. Flooded with supplies, much of it would sit rotting on the Misawa quayside, only, eventually, to be dumped in the sea. Eritrea's facilities suddenly looked in dire need of modernization. A 50,000-strong work crew was dispatched to do the necessary, widening Misawa port, building hangars, warehouses, barracks, and a brand new hospital. The road to Asmara was resurfaced, airports built, bridges constructed. Martini's heart would have thrilled with pride, as his beloved railway finally came into its own. Trains shuttled between Misawa and Asmara nearly 40 times a day, laden with supplies for the front. Even this was not considered sufficient, however, and, in 1936, work started on another miracle of engineering, the longest, highest freight-carrying cableway in the world. The 72 kilometers ropeway erected by the Italian company of Ciaretti and Tanfani, strung like a steel necklace across the mountain ranges, was as much about demonstrating the white man's mastery over the landscape as meeting any practical need. It was exactly the kind of high-profile, macho project Mussolini loved. Asmara blossomed. New offices and arsenals, car parks and laboratories sprang up, traffic queues for the first time formed on the city's streets. The most modern city in Africa boasted more traffic lights than Rome itself. Soon the simple one-story houses of the 19th century were dwarfed by modernist palazzi. In the space of 3 frenzied years, Italy's avant-garde architects, presented with a nearly blank canvas and generous state sponsorship, created a new city. A mere 5 years before Mussolini's new Roman Empire was to crumble into dust, Eritrea's designers dug foundations and poured cement, never doubting, it seems, that this empire was destined to endure. It was a short military campaign. By May 2, 1936, Italy's tactic of bombing Abyssinian hospitals and its widespread use of mustard gas, which poisoned water sources and brought the skin out in leprous, festering blisters, had the desired effect. With his army in tatters and Italian troops marching on Addis, Haile Selassie fled the country. He made one last poignant appeal for help before the League of Nations in Geneva, where, jeered by right-wing Italian journalists, he warned member states that their failure to stop Mussolini would destroy the principle of collective security that had been the organization's raison d'être. International morality is at stake, he said. What answer am I to take back to my people? 30 European powers, who had already decided to take no more than token action, listened in silent embarrassment to this Cassandra-like warning. Riding a wave of popular rejoicing, Mussolini set about dividing Haile Selassie's territory on ethnic lines. Abyssinia was swallowed up in Italian East Africa, a vast new Roman Empire which embraced Eritrea and Somalia and covered 1.7 million square kilometers, stretching from the Indian Ocean to the borders of Kenya, Uganda, and Sudan. In Eritrea, this should have been a golden age, for white and black alike. But while the economy thrived, relations between Eritreans and Italians had never been worse. The new Italians, Eritreans quickly noticed, were different from the old. They came from the same modest backgrounds as their predecessors, but they seemed, like Il Duce himself, to feel a swaggering need to demonstrate constantly who was boss. There was little danger of these new arrivals, convinced of their Aryan superiority, becoming insabbiati. They despised the locals too thoroughly to mix. Every hour of the day, the native should view the Italian as his master, sure of himself and his future, with clear and defined objectives, explained an Italian writer of the day. 31 To that end, a raft of increasingly oppressive racial laws was introduced across Italian East Africa between 1936 and 1940. Part and parcel of the anti-Semitic legislation being adopted in mainland Italy, they aimed at keeping the black man firmly in his place. 32. Asmarinos today still refer to the city as Piccolo Roma and the center of town as the Comitato, bastardizations of the Piccolo Roma Italy recreated on the Hamasine Plateau and the Campo Cintato, enclosed area, ruled off limits for Eritreans outside working hours for reasons of public order and hygiene. Eritrean merchants with premises on prime shopping streets were forced to surrender their leases to Italian entrepreneurs. Consigned to the public gallery at the cinema, Eritreans were barred from restaurants, bars, and hotels and made to form separate queues at post offices and banks. Africans actually preferred to keep their distance, claimed the Italian Ministry for African Affairs in justification. 33 Once, Eritreans and their white compatriots had greeted each other as Arku, friend. In future, fascism decreed, Italians would address Eritreans with the peremptory Ata and Ati, you, while the Eritrean was expected to use the respectful Goitana, master, towards his white superior. The new legislation enshrined the principle of separate education Martini had first embraced. And no matter how talented or well-heeled, an Eritrean could not stay longer than 4 years at his all-black school. Italy needed obedient translators, respectful artisans, and disciplined askarists, not trouble-making intellectuals. The Eritrean student should be able to speak our language moderately well, he should know the 4 arithmetical operations within normal limits, he should be a convinced propagandist of the principles of hygiene, and of history, he should know only the names of those who have made Italy great, announced the colony's director of education. 34 The subject of Italy's Risorgimento was dropped entirely from the syllabus, for fear it might spark inappropriate ideas. If the fascist administrators disliked the notion of uppity natives, the prospect of an expanding breed of hybrids positively appalled. 35 Young Italian soldiers, whose tendency to acquire female camp followers was noticed by reporters covering the conflict, marched into Abyssinia singing the popular hit Faceta Nera, Little Black Face, in which a black Abyssinian beauty is saved from slavery, taken to Rome by her lover and dressed in fascism's black shirt. A year later, the authorities were attempting to suppress the song as Italian newspapers warned that the fascist empire was in danger of becoming an empire of mulattoes. 36 The new laws betrayed a vindictive determination to wipe out any vestige of affection, loyalty, and love between the races. Conjugal relations between Italians and colonial subjects were prohibited, marriages declared null and void. Italians who visited places reserved for natives were liable to imprisonment, and it was ruled that an Italian parent could neither recognize, adopt, or give his surname to a Medicio. With a stroke of the pen, Rome turned a generation of mixed-race Eritreans into bastards. Figlio DN was the mocking playground cry that greeted the mixed-race child, officially stripped of inheritance, citizenship, and name, son of X. Long before racial segregation was adopted as an official credo in South Africa, Eritrea had already tasted the delights of apartheid. In its day, it was the most racist regime in Africa. Eritreans no longer regarded their Italian administrators as good but stupid. Every Eritrean who lived through that era nurses in his memory a moment of humiliation he can today shake his head over with the bitter satisfaction that comes from knowing history has had the last laugh, a deep guffaw that comes from the belly. When a white man walked along the street, you always followed a couple of steps behind, never alongside, an old railwayman told me. The white man always walked alone. You could be dying of thirst, but the cafes in the town center would still refuse to serve you so much as a glass of water, said another. A pastor remembered how, as a boy, he once made the mistake of crossing the road in front of an Italian policeman on a motorbike. He was quite a long way off, but as far as he was concerned I should have waited for him to pass. He caught up with me and slapped me round the face. The pastor recalled an old Italian lawyer expostulating at his failure to step into the gutter as he passed. He said, "Hey, can't you see that a white man is coming?" He chuckled. It was his way of saying get off the pavement. For Italy, the conquest of Abyssinia and racial subjugation of Eritrea would prove Pyrrhic victories. Resistance by Haile Selassie's followers meant much of the Abyssinian countryside remained unsafe, and the number of settlers never rose above the disappointing. The extravagantly funded war plunged Rome into debt, and while other European powers milked fortunes from their territories abroad, Italy, embarrassingly, never managed to make colonialism work for her financially. Pouring investment into both Eritrea and Ethiopia, her empire cost her more than she gained, and the government was juggling ballooning budget deficits when the Second World War began. Thanks to the predictably easy victory in Abyssinia, Italians would enter that campaign with a dangerously unrealistic belief in their military might, a confidence which shattered at huge national cost. And while the European powers agreed temporarily to turn a blind eye to Mussolini's bullying, the Abyssinian campaign also marked the moment when Il Duce's eventual destiny as Hitler's patsy began to take shape. Having thoroughly alienated the liberal democracies with his behavior towards Abyssinia, Mussolini's natural place, increasingly, would seem alongside the Nazi leader. The war's most dramatic long-term outcome was to effectively kill off Italian colonialism. Crude and invasive, often loathed by Italian settlers whose presence in Eritrea predated fascism, The racial legislation made daily life so ghastly for Eritreans that when history finally granted Italy's African subjects an opportunity to decide their fate, they would turn and spit in the face of their former masters. Looking back, many Eritrean intellectuals view the 1930s as the period in which the characteristics now regarded as quintessentially Eritrean began to take recognizable form. Every country which experiences colonialism is defined by how it digests humiliation. In many African states, the experience corroded a community's sense of self-worth, dripping through the generations like acid. But in Eritrea's disciplined, tight-knit communities, sure in the knowledge of their ancient traditions and religious faith, subjugation ate into the soul in a different way. In the Kebesa, families had always prided themselves on settling their disputes without recourse to outsiders. Nothing was considered more undignified than being seen to lose control, to let go. The brutality of the racial laws was met with tight-lipped self-restraint. Turning inwards, the Eritreans bottled up their emotions and waited to see what the future would bring. Whatever sun rises in the morning is our sun, and whichever king sits on the throne is our king, runs a Tigrinya proverb which summarizes the bittersweet philosophy of a people accustomed to having things done to them. Since there was no point standing up to a mightier adversary, silence seemed the only way of salvaging self-respect. You knew what the consequences would be if you openly revolted, so you were advised to bide your time, to be patient. That was the advice my father always gave me when I was growing up, just be patient, says Dawit Mesfin, an Eritrean intellectual living in London. 37 He calls this preternatural calm, the apparent passivity cultivated in that era, quietism. Like all superficial passivity, it was a lid on a pressure cooker, clamped over a storm of hurt pride and a longing for retribution. Chapter 4. This horrible escarpment. It was contrary to every book that had ever been written, but it came off. Lieutenant General Sir William Platt. If you drive 2 hours northwest of Asmara, on what was once Mussolini's Imperial Way, you eventually reach the town of Keren. The road takes you through eucalyptus groves, whose leaves, in the early morning, give off a heady medicinal perfume, before crossing a plateau of almost unimaginable bleakness. When it came to power in 1993, Eritrea's new government launched an ambitious reforestation campaign, and brave green saplings, their bark protected from nibbling goats by little iron wigwams, have been planted at neatly spaced intervals along the way. But it will be decades before their handkerchiefs of shade make any impression on this glaring, denuded landscape. Much of the Hamasine Highlands looks as though it was scooped up at a quarry and deposited from the tail end of a dumper truck. With so little standing in its path, the wind is free to harry the cappuccino-colored dust, so soft it could have been poured from a lady's powder compact, so fine a trailing fingertip registers no contact at all. Donkeys stand motionless in the middle of the road, as though stunned into imbecility by the heat and sheer unfairness of being expected to graze off an expanse of rubble. Keren itself is a bustling crossroads of a town, a natural meeting point for Eritrea's various tribes. White-robed nomads bring their animals to the weekly livestock market, a moaning, bleating, piebald medley of camels, sheep, and goats. City dwellers make weekend jaunts to a holy shrine hidden in the womb of an ancient baobab and stroll along the colonnaded street where silversmiths crouch over bracelets and rings. But Keren only makes historical sense if you keep going, through the center and out the other side. On the edge of town, by the side of the road that points towards the border with Sudan, lies a British cemetery from the Second World War. Jump over the low wall, visitors here are too occasional for anyone to man the gates permanently, and you can pace the rows of neat white British graves, each with its own crinkly bush of red geranium. The birthday card triteness of the mottos carved into the stones betrays a terrible anguish for young lives abruptly ended. He gave his life, forget him never, for in giving he lives forever, plead the relatives of 22-year-old W. Hollings, who served with the West Yorkshire Regiment. With many sad regrets, we shall remember when the rest of the world forgets, promises the family of PFC Mapes, 26. In Memory's Garden, we meet every day, is the only consolation the mother of A.V. Simmons, just 18 when his life came to a sudden stop, can offer herself. Further on, by the wayside, a grieving Madonna inclines her head in an expression of infinite tenderness. Her location is not accidental. A moment later, the road plunges, weaving and winding its tortured way through a ragged gash in the mountains which the British, mangling the local name, dubbed Dong Ola's Gorge. Cliffs of bulbous brown rock crowd in on all sides, blocking out the sun, while the sheer slopes below are scattered with the rusting debris of vehicles that miss the curves. There is something oppressive about this pass, and it is a relief to emerge finally in the valley, a scrubby floodplain so dry it seems impossible water should ever run across these yellow sands. It is only when you hit the bottom and look back to where you came, that Karen's geography suddenly becomes clear. Between you and the town a noble range of barren peaks now stretches, a giant amphitheater coddling Karen in its lap. With Dong Ola's Gorge offering the only easy access route across this rock wall, Karen is one of the most formidable fortresses ever thrown up by nature. This was the site that met a force of around 30,000 British troops as it chased Italy's retreating army from Kassala, on the Sudanese border, east across Eritrea. It was February 2, 1941, and the first dents were being knocked into what had until then seemed like an unstoppable Nazi and fascist war machine. In the preceding 2 years, Hitler had swallowed up Czechoslovakia and Poland, invaded Norway and Denmark, toppled the French government and forced the humiliating evacuation of British forces from continental Europe. Hanging on to the German dictator's coattails, Mussolini had invaded Albania and Greece and used his colonies in North and East Africa to attack Egypt and eject the British from Somaliland. Afraid of losing control of the vital supply route through the Suez Canal to the Indian Ocean, Britain was hitting back. It had trounced Italian forces in Libyan Cyrenaica and was now sending 3 separate forces, one bearing with it the deposed Haile Selassie, in a vast pincer movement aimed at squeezing the life out of the marooned Italian administration in the Horn. Before the Red Sea could be made safe for Allied shipping, both Asmara and Michela had to be captured. But between the advancing British forces and their target lay Karen. No one remembers the Battle of Karen now, except the men who fought there. Perhaps that is only to be expected. The Normandy landings were staged on beaches within reach of modern European holidaymakers. The Blitz left permanent scars on the map of London. Every time Berliners gaze at their city's skyline, they are reminded of the devastation of Allied bombing. Karen took place in a country whose name was unfamiliar even to the soldiers dispatched there to fight, in a part of the world so alien as to be virtually unimaginable to those back home, against an enemy regarded as a joke. El Alamein and Tobruk were to be the African campaigns of the Second World War remembered by British audiences, not Karen. Even Eritreans, who live amongst memorials and cemeteries spawned by the battle, are distinctly fuzzy about the details, too obsessed with their own still raw military history to show much interest in an episode logged in the general category of neocolonialist adventures. Yet it was a linchpin episode, on which turned a long sequence of events stretching to eventual Allied victory. The BBC's decision to send its star reporter Richard Dimbleby to cover the battle shows it recognized that fact. But as far as the BBC was concerned, Dimbleby was covering an early bout in a mighty strategic contest, not a liberation campaign. Not for the first time, Eritrea would play unwitting host to a battle in which its citizens would be slaughtered, yet their own aspirations remained almost immaterial, of interest purely for their passing propaganda potential. The Battle of Karen might have been fought on Eritrean soil, but it was plotted, planned, and ultimately capitalized on in the capitals of Axis and Allied powers. It was to prove a grinding, infinitely testing campaign in which victory against the Italians, viewed until then with amused condescension, never looked assured. It was a ding-dong battle, a soldier's battle, fought against an enemy infinitely superior in numbers, on ground of his own choosing. General William Platt, head of the armed forces in Sudan and mastermind behind the Eritrean campaign, later said, "We got down very nearly to bedrock, very nearly won those who took part and went on to fight in the deserts of North Africa, The streets of European cities and the jungles of Burma were to recall the fighting at Karen as the most dreadful they ever experienced. Physically, by World War II standards, it was sheer hell, remembered Major John Searight, of the Royal Fusiliers, in a letter written after the war. Nothing I met in 9 months as a company commander in NW Europe compared with it too. It is interesting to log the process by which the mind gives form and shape to landscape. Colonial explorers in Africa had a knack for it, baptizing waterfalls and lakes whose existence had been known to locals for centuries after childhood sweethearts and royal patrons. When the British forces arrived on the Karen floodplain, they looked at the scenery with the outsider's lazy eye. The soldiers, recruited not only from Britain but from India, Sudan, and Palestine, these were the days of the British Empire, after all, saw a craggy range of mountains, rising to 7,000 feet, pierced by an occasional curious nipple of rock. Foothills formed rucks in a ribbon of brown land that stretched across the horizon. From a distance, what little vegetation there was, sprays of candelabra cactus, stunted thorn bushes here and there, resembled a light dusting of pepper sprinkled by a giant hand. To the far east crouched a curious promontory resembling a squatting cat, to the far west rose a peak like a ripped-out molar. Fear changes one's perspective, lending what was of purely abstract interest a sudden urgent relevance. By the time the men had moved on, 53 days later, every inch of the terrain had acquired a dreadful, unwanted intimacy, more familiar to them than the soft folds of their Yorkshire valleys or the alleyways of their villages in the Punjab. Peaks and hillocks had been captured and lost, recaptured only to be surrendered again, as the front line jutted forwards and backwards. Each feature of the land had acquired its own distinct, tantalizing identity in the bloody baptisms that tracked the battle's progress. Hellfire Corner, they called the point at which British troops were forced out of the shelter of the hills, exposing themselves to withering enemy fire. Above the horribly exposed plain, dubbed Happy Valley with the squatties' traditional irony, towered razor-sharp Mount Sanchil. The highest peak, it ran northwest, stretching into Briggs Peak, christened after the 11th Brigade sent to conquer it, Hog's Back and Mole Hill. At Sanchil's base, overlooking the mouth of Dong Ola's Gorge, reared the bluff that would be named Cameron Ridge, after the Cameron Highlanders who managed to scrape a vital first position there. Across the pass, above the foothills called the Pimple and the Pinnacle, rose Fort Dolligoradoke, a cluster of trenches and cement parapets enjoying panoramic views. The cat-like formation became, with a certain inevitability, the Sphinx. The Italians had never meant to make a stand at Karen. General Luigi Frusci, governor of Eritrea, had originally planned to dig in further up the road to Asmara. Since pulling out of Kassala in January, the Italians had been consistently on the defensive, holding up the British advance when the terrain gave them the upper hand, but always pulling out before losses rose. The British soldiers had almost been caught off guard by an ambush at a place called Kiru, where an Italian officer on a white horse had led a troop of Eritrean horsemen in a wild gallop straight into the mouths of the British guns. 3 Taken by surprise by what must have been one of the last cavalry charges of the 20th century, British troops had recovered just in time, tipping their cannon so that they pointed into the ground in front of the horses' hooves. It was suicide, really, but it was gallantry one wouldn't expect of the Italians. They were totally destroyed, remembered Colin Kerr, an intelligence officer with the Cameron Highlanders. 4. As his troops withdrew ever further up the Imperial Way, Frusci belatedly realized the huge advantages Karen offered and ordered his men to stop and turn. There would have been no subsequent battle, had the British forces succeeded in keeping up their momentum. But the Italians had blown up a bridge behind them, and mined the river bed. By the time the obstacle had been cleared and the British convoy trundled into Happy Valley, the dull thud of explosions was audible ahead. General Orlando Lorenzini, the Lion of the Sahara to his men, was dynamiting the walls of Dong Ola's Gorge, triggering a massive rock fall that closed off the pass. If Karen could be compared to a medieval fortress, the Italians had just rushed across the moat and pulled up the drawbridge. Hoping to catch the Italians while they were still out of breath, British commanders ordered an immediate assault on Mount Sanchil. The Cameron Highlanders and Punjab regiments stormed the slopes, capturing Cameron Ridge and Briggs Peak, only to be forced off the latter by an Italian counterblast. I saw a certain amount of the war after that, in various places, but the first 24 hours of Karen were about as unpleasant as any I saw anywhere, recalled Kerr. It was incessant shelling and we were unable to reply to it because we were under observation. The first attack ground to a halt as a sober understanding of the enormity of the task ahead dawned. The Italians, whose ranks were being swelled by reinforcements from the rear, were now dug in. They had set up machine guns and heavy mortars on all the loftiest points in the mountain range and designated them last man, last round positions. There was to be no surrender, only death. In contrast with what many civilians assume, military action does not always require extraordinary degrees of personal courage. Usually, the landscape offers so many possibilities for ambushes and outflanking movements, careful advance and sensible retreat, that a soldier can convince himself he stands a fair chance of surviving. Not so in Eritrea, where the campaign would essentially be fought along one road. On that road, Karen represented the head-on confrontation that brings with it the oppressive awareness of likely death. It was the first set-piece battle I'd been near. The others were skirmishes where one could dodge out of the way. Here there was no avoiding it, said one former artilleryman. 5 Reconnaissance revealed that there was going to be no way of sidestepping this particular showdown. The mountain range stretched for 150 miles. It was a question, recalled Platt, of fighting this horrible escarpment somewhere or coming somewhat back. We could not live continuously under the escarpment. 6. When, in 2002, a British general took command of a UN peacekeeping force posted to Eritrea, he decided to use the Battle of Karen as a training exercise for his underemployed troops. His aide-de-camp was ordered to dig out the 60-year-old military records, and groups of blue-capped UN officers were taken on tours of the battlefield to discuss how, facing the same logistical challenge but equipped with today's equipment, they would plan their attack. I joined one of the tours, tagging along as the peacekeepers scrambled partway up Cameron Ridge to survey the terrain. None of us was carrying heavy loads, but we were soon stumbling and staggering, rasping for breath. The sand churned beneath our feet, making it hard to get a grip. Rocks used for leverage had a nasty habit of rolling back onto you. It was only 10:00 in the morning, but it was already 41 degrees Celsius. The water in our plastic bottles had turned bathwater warm. Within a few minutes, I realized, to my embarrassment, that I was on the brink of fainting. Dots were dancing before my eyes. I couldn't seem to get enough oxygen into my lungs. The men in the group, I noticed with relief, looked no better. Their faces had flushed an unbecoming gammon pink. "Look around you," trumpeted the boisterous British general. "No shelter anywhere from the sniper fire. Just imagine what it must have been like." Our faces coated in a shiny slick of sweat, we gazed from the bare brown boulders on which the British had once crouched up to the unforgiving heights of Sanchil, where the Italians had sat waiting with their machine guns. "Horrid terrain to fight in," muttered the general. Horrid. Few of the soldiers mustering in Happy Valley had any real idea of the ordeal awaiting them. Their advance across Eritrea had gone swimmingly up until that point, with victory tumbling upon victory and few casualties suffered on the way. We were very confident. Morale was grand, recalled Patrick Winchester, an artillery officer with the 4th Indian Division, just 21 at the time. We'd been up in the Western Desert, which was the first good thing to happen in the war. We thought we'll go and sort them out over there. 7. Such optimism was compounded by the low regard in which the Italians were held as fighting men. The sight of thousands of Italian prisoners of war straggling along in dejected columns had registered on the British troops gathering in Happy Valley. Your average ID, it was felt, was essentially a fun-loving, happy-go-lucky sort, who packed up fairly easily, showing nothing approaching the steely focus of the German. Italian equipment was lightweight and insubstantial because, in his rush to arm a ballooning military, Mussolini had cut corners and gone for the cheapest options. Often it lay unused at the depot, because the munitions from Rome did not match up with hardware on the battlefield. If the Italians nominally boasted 250,000 men in eastern Africa, Eritrean and Ethiopian askaris accounted for 75% of these forces, and their loyalty to their masters, who were only paying their wages spasmodically, was shaky. What was more, the Italians, cut off in the Horn, would inevitably face tremendous problems of resupply once they came under pressure. In trying to protect an African empire stretching across 1 million square miles, Italian forces were dangerously overextended. What the British troops initially failed to appreciate, however, was that those facing them were no ordinary Italian troops. The regiments and battalions sent to fight in Keren, the Savoia Grenadiers, the Bersaglieri, and the Alpini, were the best Italy could muster. The moment they crossed the border with Sudan and stepped onto Eritrean soil, these men were fighting on what they considered home turf, defending Italy's oldest colony from a foreign invader. In the case of the Alpini, they had grown up in a northern version of the mountainous terrain now confronting them. "What are those goats running up there for?" a British colonel asked one of his officers on arrival in Happy Valley, spotting movement on the heights. "Those are not goats, sir," was the ominous reply. "They are Alpini 8. The Italians had the confidence that comes with knowing you enjoy a nearly impregnable position. They held the high ground. The slopes were so rocky that the British could never dig trenches, sheltering instead behind sangars, piles of rocks that provided little protection against a direct hit. What was more, however cheap Italian hardware might be, British equipment, much of which dated back to the First World War, was ill-suited to Keren. The lumbering 25-pound guns were too cumbersome to be taken up the slopes, and their long, low trajectories were most effective on flat terrain. Used in mountains, the shells either screamed harmlessly over the heads of Italians crouched on the far sides of the ridges or clipped the tops of the crests on which British troops moved, subjecting soldiers to terrifying friendly fire. To be shot up the back passage by your own guns when your rickety breastwork is designed to give you protection from the front creates a paralyzing terror, remarked Peter Cochrane, who served with the Cameron Highlanders. 9 In contrast, the nimble Italians had pack guns that could be moved about on the backs of mules, small red grenades which were simply dropped onto advancing troops, and mortars which lobbed their missiles high in the air and neatly onto British positions. The terrain in itself was challenge enough, but there was also the climate to contend with. On the plains, temperatures rose so high that convoys would sometimes grind to a halt within minutes of departure, radiators boiling, fit young soldiers keeling over with sunstroke. Today, the UN issues its forces in Eritrea with 4.5 liters of drinking water a day. The soldiers at Keren were expected to march, run, and fight on a pint a day, dysentery or no dysentery. No one wanted to waste a precious drop on washing, so teeth grew black, faces so caked with dirt soldiers often struggled to recognize one another. Rations were monotonous, dried biscuits and bully beef served in metal tins which became too hot to hold and whose instruction labels, "chill before serving," were a source of bleak amusement. In other campaigns, British forces supplemented their diet with fruits and vegetables collected on the way. Here, with the exception of the occasional guinea fowl, the landscape had almost nothing to offer. The result was a low-vitamin diet that undermined the body's immune system. Scratch your arm on a thorn tree and within a few days it would go septic. Then the desert sore would spread until much of the limb was a suppurating mass of pus requiring hospital treatment. The baggy shorts and kilts worn by the troops were a menace, the soldiers soon concluded. In daytime they failed to protect the legs from sun and scratches, at night the men shuddered with cold on the hillsides. This was not to be a sophisticated campaign. With mechanized transport ruled out by the gradient, fighting often took on an almost medieval directness. When the big guns fell silent, the Battle of Keren was reduced to a low-tech war in which the readiness to emerge from cover, stagger up a mountain slope and simply bludgeon a way through mattered far more than weaponry. When Italian positions were overrun, it was a question of hand-to-hand fighting, with few prisoners taken and killing done by bayonet. At one stage, an Indian brigade actually made itself shields of corrugated iron. Held over the head in true storming the ramparts tradition, they proved surprisingly effective in warding off the pepperpot grenades raining down from above. 3 days after the first assault on Sanchill and Briggs Peak had failed, leaving only Cameron Ridge in British hands, Platt ordered an outflanking attempt to be made at Aqua Col, the mountain pass over which the Sphinx held watch. But commanders had only a vague grasp of how the land lay, and the Rajputana rifles were obliged to grope their way forward in the dark. The Italians, enjoying sweeping views, realized what the British were attempting well ahead of time and prepared a devastating response. After 4 days of fighting, both sides pulled back, exhausted. Platt was coming under enormous pressure to wrap the Karen campaign up. In London, Winston Churchill was desperate to move British forces back to the Western Desert, to combat the growing menace posed by Rommel's Afrika Korps. The rains were due to start in a few weeks' time, another good reason to get Karen over with. But the first 2 attempts had shown the town could neither be taken by surprise nor from the side. Frontal assault, the great taboo of military strategists, was going to be the only way in. British forces would have to take the mountain range the hard way, feature by individual feature. It was not a task, Platt knew, to be undertaken without a great deal of logistical preparation. The next month was spent in a frantic whir of activity as the British stockpiled ammunition, fuel, rations, and water. Martini's old Italian railway was extended, every available wagon, truck, and mule and camel press ganged into service as the British set up a supply chain that stretched from Port Sudan, via Kassala, all the way to Happy Valley. The troops would not attempt another push, Platt decided, until he had enough supplies to last 2 divisions for 14 days of sustained assault. While the stockpiling continued, soldiers up on Cameron Ridge gritted their teeth and hung on to their precious bluff of captured land. They had never experienced conditions like this before. Italian fire was killing or wounding between 25 and 30 men on the ridge every day. Adopting a technique that would later become a way of life for the Eritrean guerrilla movement, the British forces learned it was wisest to move at night, covering the ground in scampering crawls. Wounded soldiers would lie stifling their groans during daylight, waiting for the darkness that made evacuation possible. It took 12 men to carry 1 man down the mountain. There was no way of safely burying the dead, so bodies lay where they had fallen or were pushed into nearby ravines, where they blew up in the heat, attracting dark clouds of flies. Rotten odors seemed to travel further in dry heat, there was no avoiding the smell. Digging latrines was out of the question, so the stench of human excrement was soon added to the sweet stink of rotting flesh. The men smoked hard to drown out the nauseous odor, and when the tobacco ran out, they smoked tea leaves. At night they could hear jackals tearing at the corpses of their former friends, a sound to turn the stomach. In daytime, another local species made its unwelcome appearance. There'd be a scrambling around and a rush of stones. Everyone would get in a state of tension and think this was the start of an attack, only to see the colored behind of a baboon passing on the skyline, said Kerpoint 10. Keeping the Cameron Highlanders up on the ridge supplied with water presented Platt with a major operational challenge in itself. A train of mules had been brought in from Cyprus, but even these sure-footed animals regularly lost their footing, their bodies bouncing down the slopes. In any case, there were never enough mules for the task, so the troops were enrolled as pack animals, carrying water and bullets to those on the front line. But the Italians were also suffering. Normally, attacking forces sustain the lion's share of injuries. At Karen, however, the hard rock surface was responsible for hundreds of deaths by indirect fire, as each landing shell sent shards of shattered stone flying in all directions. "My troops are exhausted both physically and morally," General Nicola Carnemio, who repeatedly demanded reinforcements, warned Frusci. "We have had very heavy casualties and the length of the perimeter is such that the defense will necessarily be thin on the ground. If the British concentrate a sufficiently strong force, they may well smash a gap in the ring. 11 Italian forces had also been thinned by desertions. The RAF had been dropping leaflets over enemy lines announcing that Emperor Haile Selassie was returning to his rightful throne in Ethiopia and calling upon the Askaris to rise up against their Italian masters. Whether the propaganda had any effect or the British bombardment was simply too ghastly to endure, hundreds of Eritrean and Ethiopian recruits were defecting. In mid-March, Platt decided he was ready and summoned his officers. "Do not let anybody think this is going to be a walkover," he told them. "It is not. It is going to be a bloody battle against both enemy and ground. It will be won by the side which lasts longest. I know you will last longer than they do. And I promise you I will last longer than my opposite number 12. As far as Platt was concerned, this represented the last throw of the dice, for he had run out of alternative schemes. "What will you do if it doesn't come off?" General Archibald Wavell, Commander-in-Chief of the Middle East, asked him in the days leading up to the attack. "I'm damned if I know, sir," he replied. March the 15th was designated as the day of the assault, a week earlier than Platt would have liked, but headquarters were pushing. Platt quickly regretted his scheduling. The day dawned oppressively muggy. "I could not have chosen a worse date." Some of the efforts of the troops that day were defeated almost as much by the heat and heat exhaustion as by hostile opposition. As 96 British big guns opened fire and the Italians responded with a barrage of machine gun fire and a hail of mortars, the 4th Indian Division launched a multi-pronged assault on Hog's Back, Briggs Peak and Sanchil, while the 5th Indian Division followed up with an attack on Fort Dalagorodok. This was the rationale behind the long weeks of stockpiling. Over the next 12 days, British artillery worked its way through a stockpile of 110,000 shells, representing, Platt later calculated, the equivalent of 1,000 lorry loads of ammunition. Firing continually, the British were inflicting a highly effective form of psychological torture, sleep deprivation. "We'd be given a list of pre-arranged targets and we would go through them in chronological order through the night, keeping them on their toes," recalled Winchester Point 13. "In that rocky terrain the shock waves bounced from cliff to cliff, numbing the brain and shattering the senses." Cochrane experienced the intolerable effect of this constant bombardment from the other side after being taken prisoner by the Italians. By the second night, he recorded in his memoirs, "I would have given anything to get off the hill." 14. The West Yorkshires finally broke through on March 16, seizing first the Pimple, then the Pinnacle and finally Fort Dalagorodok. For the first time, the British could venture close enough to inspect the pile of rocks blocking Dong Ola's gorge. It proved to be nothing like as solid as feared. Sappers estimated they could clear it in 2 days. Suddenly Karen no longer seemed quite so impregnable. "Karen is ours," declared one British commander. He was a trifle premature. Realizing that Dalagorodok represented a fatal breach, Carnimio tried repeatedly to recapture the fort, sending wave upon wave of Savoia grenadiers and native troops unsuccessfully against the position. As bodies piled up at the fort perimeter, Italian morale began to waver. It nearly buckled entirely when the popular Lorenzini, said by the Askaris to be immortal, was killed reconnoitring the ground for a 7th counterattack. Italian units were now down to 2/3 of their original strength. But British nerves were also starting to go. On the crests, young men who knew they were about to die penned farewell letters to their parents. Casualties were running so high that drivers, orderlies, and mess sergeants were being mustered to form new companies thrown into the fray. There was a nasty moment when 1 or 2 people got so-called shell shock and we had to take a very firm line, remembered Kerr. It started spreading. Demoralization is very infectious. There are moments when you simply have to say go back where you came from and don't come running down here. At heart we all wanted to turn away. It was only pride or shame or a sense of responsibility that kept you going. 15. In the early hours of March 25, the British played their final card. 2 brigades attacked on either side of Dong Ola's gorge, one unit working its way silently along what proved to be a poorly barricaded railway tunnel high on the ridge, the other moving up from Fort Doligorodok. By the morning of March 27, a last desperate Italian counterattack had been repulsed and sappers had cleared the pass. The guns fell silent as white flags shot up from Italian soldiers on the peaks. With his units in tatters, Frusci had ordered a withdrawal, congratulating his soldiers for their heroism in a florid declaration. Our many dead, who include one general and 5 senior officers, remain in Karen as armed guards and a warning to the enemy. We have left Karen only temporarily, he promised, unconvincingly. We will soon return there and the sacred flag of our country will once again flutter in the light of our future glory. 16. If Platt had fulfilled his pledge to last longer than his opposite number, it had only been by a hair's breadth. The British had come within a whisper of calling off the assault. The general later confessed that in the last 3 days of the battle, his reserves had shrunk to just 3 tanks. A company commander said to me when he heard that, "Was that quite sound, sir?" No, it was contrary to every book that had ever been written, but it came off. 17. The Battle of Karen was over and with it, Italy's most spirited military performance of the Second World War. The official Italian tally was 3,120 dead, a total that characteristically omitted around 9,000 Eritrean and Ethiopian askaris who had fallen alongside their European comrades. 18 British forces, which had pulled off what was as much a quartermaster's as a soldier's victory, had lost between 4,000 and 5,000 men. 19 Added together, both sides had probably sustained more than 50,000 casualties, averaging out at around 1,000 dead and wounded each day. It was incredibly tough, and it is a source of wonder how we ever succeeded, an officer in the West Yorkshire Regiment later recalled. It will never, like some battlefields of the First World War, look small and insignificant, but will stand always, huge and rugged, the gateway to Eritrea. 20. The feared escarpment had gone from insurmountable threat to just another geological feature. The pimple, the pinnacle, and the Sphinx were no longer of any interest to the British soldiers who had crouched in the dust, trying to guess what hidden gullies and unexpected ridges, the dips and bumps that held the key to survival or destruction, lay ahead. As instructions were shouted, equipment packed and trucks and tanks jostled, nose to tail, for their place in the grey-green caterpillar working its way up Dongola's gorge, past the inevitable anticlimax that was Karen itself. The men were already forgetting a landscape they would never see again. For many, there was a dreamlike quality to the sudden telescopic shift in focus. It always surprised me, in any battle, how limited one's life was while the battle was going on, remarked Kerr. You knew every stone for the next 50 yards. It always struck me as extraordinary how when a battle ended, like in Karen, how the next day the birds were there, peace reigned. The place was in a bit of a mess, suddenly there were trees and everyone walking about and standing up in daylight and one wondered at how different it was from yesterday, a different world entirely. What had we been doing all those weeks? At one moment somewhere is a battlefield and life is being lost right and left. And the next day, total peace and silence. 21 The convoy roared through Karen, a pathetic little town, commented Richard Dimbleby, before putting it out of his mind forever, and ground onto Asmara. Frusci was to stage a series of rearguard actions further up the Imperial Way, but his men had lost their stomach for the fight. The trouble with Maginot Lines, as military strategists know, is the symbolic significance they come to acquire in the eyes of those who shelter behind them. When they collapse, so does the notion of further resistance. The Italians knew that they were not going to stumble on a better position than Karen, and Karen had gone. A few days later, Dimbleby, who had given his radio listeners a crisply eloquent account of the campaign, watched open-mouthed as a small touring car loaded with Italian officers and dignitaries, waving a large white flag, drove past him. They had come to negotiate a surrender. On April 1, Asmara was declared an open city, saving its elegant boulevards from the ravages of British artillery. Michela fell a week later. After half a century of occupation, the Italians had lost their firstborn colony, and with that defeat the surrender of Ethiopia to the south became a matter of time. Mussolini's new Roman Empire was imploding, and Eritrea's surrender freed up the troops Wavell desperately needed. They were allowed only the briefest of breathing spaces before being whipped away to fight Rommel. Had Karen not fallen when it did, British morale, bruised by Dunkirk and the Blitz, might never have recovered. Its conquest was a small but crucial part in turning the tide of the Second World War, from a position where a vast Nazi empire seemed a certainty to a point where Allied victory was for the first time conceivable. Strikingly absent from this whole strategic picture, staggeringly absent, indeed, from all the vivid veterans' memories and detailed military reports on Karen, is any mention of the people most immediately concerned by the events of 1941, the Eritreans themselves. The British soldiers who fought in Karen's struggle to recall a single encounter with a local, an unsurprising lacuna, perhaps, given that until Asmara, Eritrean towns had either been bombed or marched through by the Allies, but never occupied or administered. Asked about the Eritrean countryside, one officer mused, there was no countryside, really, as if he had been marching across a blank vista. What the invaders retained was the impression of a landscape bereft of people, stripped of vegetation, a moonscape so desolate it seemed the ideal setting for a war. As for the Italians, the words they ordered to be carved on the white gravestones erected over the tombs of every Eritrean and Ethiopian who fell at Karen say it all. Ascaro ignoto, unknown Ascaro. The Italians didn't even know the names of the natives who died for them. The post-independence Kenyan politician Tom Mboya used to recount how a white customer once poked her head into the office where he was sitting working, looked around, and said, "Ah, nobody here," as an example of how colonial assumptions about authority rendered blacks effectively invisible. There are echoes of the Tom Mboya experience for the Eritreans at this juncture in their history. To the outside world they seemed as insubstantial and transparent as the chill mountain air. Despite all the promises made in the leaflets sprinkled by the RAF, Britain had not invaded Eritrea to free the natives from colonial rule. It had fought the Battle of Karen for strategic reasons that stretched far beyond Eritrea's borders and bore no connection to local wishes, a matter of supreme indifference, at this stage, to London. It is a view of the world reflected in the story that has passed into Eritrean history concerning Karen. In a way, it doesn't really matter whether the tale is apocryphal or not, because it says so much about the gathering cynicism of a people who had come to understand their country was no more than a proxy location for a war, this merely a dress rehearsal of the great fight between fascism and liberal democracy that would be concluded elsewhere. Popular legend has it that a British captain leading his weary men on the march from Karen into Asmara was met on the road by an old Eritrean woman, wrapped in the ghostly white shroud of the highlands. She was ululating in traditional greeting, celebrating her country's liberation from Italian fascist rule and the start of a new era of hope for prosperity. Perhaps that high-pitched shrilling irritated the captain, extenuated by a campaign he thought he might not survive. In any case, he is said to have stopped her in mid-flow with one throwaway line designed to crush any illusions about why he and his men were fighting in Eritrea. "I didn't do it for you, nigger," he said, before striding on towards Asmara. Chapter 5. The Curse of the Queen of Sheba. All people come from God, but the Ethiopians more than most. A G scholar at Addis Ababa University. There was something very English about the new administration set up in Asmara. Italy's military collapse in the Horn left Britain with a vast area to administer at a time when, with the German army still to defeat in Africa, it could barely spare the men or muster the energy. There could be only one solution: co-opt the defeated enemy, assign a skeleton crew as overseers and move on. Eritrea's first British civilian administration consisted of just 9 Sudanese policemen, 8 British officers and a former governor from Sudan. 1 This team issued orders to thousands of Italian officials and civil servants who could theoretically have risen up and overwhelmed it at any time. But most Italians were in no mood for insurrection, and the mutually agreed fiction of British power held good point too. The colony did offer some strategic advantages. the new occupiers swiftly realized, isolation coming top of the list. Eritrea's distance from the main battlegrounds of the Second World War meant it was safe from direct Nazi attack. In late 1941, when America was still nominally neutral in the war, London and Washington struck a secret deal, arranging for RAF aircraft damaged by Rommel's Afrika Korps to be repaired at an American staff base in Gura, southeast of Asmara, before being sent into battle once again. Britain also hit upon the idea of using Eritrea as a prison. In 1944, 251 hardcore members of the Jewish underground, which had been assassinating British VIPs in its campaign for a Jewish state in Palestine, were deposited in a camp on the capital's outskirts. Cut off from friends and family in this 1940s version of Guantanamo Bay, the prisoners, who included future Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, were thought unlikely to escape. In fact, they organized a dozen breakouts, keeping Asmara's police force constantly on its toes. 3. A repair shop, a penal dumping ground, such small benefits could not cancel out the overall British perception of Eritrea as an unwanted responsibility, little more than a nuisance, to be shouldered with grumpy bad grace. British officials who wrote histories of this period would later congratulate themselves for liberating Eritreans, opening up secondary education, allowing political parties and trade unions, and encouraging the birth of a free press. But there was always a pinched, parsimonious quality to their relationship with this inherited colony. The Italians had rolled up their sleeves and set to work, falling in love with the country, its golden prospects and, despite all the strictures against interracial contact, its women. The British, aware they would not be staying long, content to leave day-to-day administration in the hands of Italian intermediaries, kept themselves to themselves, a fact that could be measured by one statistic, or rather, the lack of it. By the time Italy's rule had come to an end, there were thousands of Medici in Eritrea. I don't know of a single recorded incident of a British official fathering a mixed-race child. Not one, says Eritrean historian Alamseg Tesfaye. 4. This aloofness was exemplified in British attitudes to the hated racial laws, which continued to be applied despite protests from Italian community leaders in Asmara who felt their time had passed. This is a very tedious, not an important subject, was the airy observation of Colonel E. J. Maxwell, legal advisor to British headquarters in the Middle East, when the idea of scrapping them was raised. 5. The truth was that while London had scoffed at the myth of Aryan superiority and publicly decried fascism's record on human rights, it had long enforced a system of racial discrimination in its own African colonies. Repealing Eritrea's legislation, much of which seemed pretty unexceptional to British eyes, Brigadier Stephen Longrig, Eritrea's military administrator, actually considered strengthening, rather than diluting it, might set an embarrassing precedent. The foot-dragging ensured that when the post-Mussolini government in Rome itself scrapped the laws in 1943, British officials in Eritrea found themselves in the surreal position of maintaining a set of laws rejected as morally repugnant even by the country that had dreamt them up. Legally sanctioned racial discrimination only ended in Eritrea a full 4 years after the Battle of Keren. Truly, the British had not done it for ordinary Eritreans. One of the reasons the British hung on so long to these obnoxious laws was that they saw the usefulness of being able to ban seditious meetings and deport subversives. They felt they needed such powers, for after the decades of rigid Italian control, Eritrea was in a state of fizzing political ferment. Who would run Eritrea once the British, there purely as caretakers, withdrew? The newly created UN, set up to replace the discredited League of Nations. Ethiopia, as Abyssinia would in future be known, where Haile Selassie was painfully clawing back sovereign powers from grudging British occupiers. Disgraced Italy? Or the Eritreans themselves? The question obsessed Eritrea's brand new political parties, whose manifestos roughly reflected the country's fundamental fault line, its half-religious divide. Christian Highlanders, determined to break the link with Rome and fearful of Arab encroachment, looked to Addis Ababa for their salvation. In contrast, Arabic-speaking Muslims from the lowlands, worried about religious persecution if Eritrea became part of Christian Ethiopia, leaned towards independence. 6 The political uncertainty underpinned the activities of the gangs of Shifta bandits terrorizing the countryside, whose numbers had been swelled by out-of-work Ascaris, still carrying the weapons issued by the Italians. In fact, the Eritreans were never going to be left to their own devices when it came to deciding the future. Italy, Britain, the US, the Soviet Union and Egypt, they all thought they knew what was best. But no foreign leader felt a keener interest, no ruler was more convinced he deserved a final say than Ethiopia's emperor. The reason for that intense focus could be traced to a rubble of ancient masonry, obscured by straggling shrubs and submerged in the sand, lying a couple of miles from the Gulf of Zula. Mention to a Highlander that you are planning a trip along the gnarled strip of land that forms Eritrea's southern coastline and he will whistle under his breath, uneasy at the thought of venturing into a mysterious region where the maps may tell one story, but the foolhardy traveler discovers quite another. This is where the Danakil Depression starts, a huge geographical basin scooped into the Earth's crust, dipping in places 125 m below sea level. It is one of the Earth's hottest zones, a land of volcanic lakes, cracked salt flats and treacherous mangrove swamps, which slurp the cars of unwary drivers down into their sucking embrace. The light here plays strange tricks with the mind. Plum-colored peaks float suspended above the plains, rootless as clouds. At times, sheets of water, dotted with islands, seem to flood the lemon-yellow plains, only to evaporate on approach, reverting to sand and scrub. At other times, the horizon dissolves completely, melting away into a throbbing blue glow. In summer, when the sky turns migraine white and the heat shimmers ahead, treacly as oil on water, the dunes are left to the ostrich and white-backed antelope. Afraid their tires will melt on the tarmac, Eritrea's truckers wait for darkness before starting their engines and hitting the long, lonely road that runs to the port of Assab. Even the Afars abandon the stifling inland settlements, moving to bleached little fishing villages in search of fresher air. But the sea offers no real relief, the miles of postcard pretty golden sands and aquamarine waters are a cheat. Heavy with salt, the Red Sea is as hot as a bath, fish soup, they call these waters, and that sticky syrup breeds curious creatures. Abandoned on the beach, like monsters from some medieval nightmare, grin the decapitated heads of fish large enough to swallow Jonah. Pyramids of wet sand, piled above dark burrows, line the water's edge, dug not by rats or rabbits, but giant crabs. These muggy waters, churning with sleek brown dolphins, turtles, and dugong, the beast sailors of yore mistook for mermaids, are what all Africa's warm seas must have been like before commercial trawlers vacuumed up the shoals and tourists' feet pounded the coral reefs. Just as Eritrea's 30-year war preserved Asmara's architecture, it has protected the Danakil coast. One day, perhaps, cement mixers will set to work on high-rise hotels. Dark Afar warriors will service middle-aged women travelers and empty Coke bottles will litter the sands. But we are not there yet. Assab is a ghost town, its Ethiopian residents fled in the 1998 conflict, and on the once busy coastal road the loudest noise is usually the scream of seabirds flocking above a submerged shoal. Wilfred Thesiger called these deserted areas, dreaming in the torpid heat, blanks in time. 7 But they have known their moments of historical glory. It was from this coastline, anthropologists say, that Homo sapiens first left Africa 80,000 years ago, swimming across the Red Sea to what is now Yemen, the start of a long wandering that would scatter mankind around the world. It is also along this stretch, historians believe, that a Semitic people, the Sabaeans, journeyed in the opposite direction in the first millennium BC, crossing from the South Arabian Peninsula into Africa and bringing its sophisticated language, metalworking and stone-cutting skills to the indigenous Hamitic dwellers on the plateau. Half an hour's drive north of the modern Eritrean village of Foro lies the evidence of what that Sabaean influx eventually gave rise to, the partially excavated ruins of Atolis, port of one of the greatest trading nations the world has ever seen. The Aksumite Empire spilled over into what is today Yemen and Saudi Arabia, embracing Eritrea, Djibouti, northern Ethiopia, and stretching into Sudan and Somalia. It lasted around 1,000 years, although dates are incredibly sketchy. Some historians place its birth in the 1st century AD, some in 300 BC, others as far back as 600 BC. In its day, it was considered one of the most powerful kingdoms on the globe, ranked alongside those of Persia, China, and Rome. Sailing from Atolls, its merchants exported myrrh, frankincense, gold dust, ivory, and slaves as far as India. The descendants of the Sabaeans developed Ge'ez, precursor of the languages used today in the highlands of Eritrea and Ethiopia. They manufactured glass, minted coins, and carved the vast, strangely modern-looking obelisks that still tower over the northern Ethiopian town of Aksum. But, for Ethiopian patriots, the Aksumite Empire has always been more than a merely terrestrial wonder. It was a kingdom blessed by God Himself. They know this because the book which provides Ethiopia with its extraordinary founding myth, the Kebra Negist, Glory of the Kings, tells them so. Written in Ge'ez, the Kebra Negist was compiled in the 14th century by a group of scribes in Aksum, who attempted to lend their work credibility by claiming it was a translation of a pre-existing Coptic text. Their motivation seems fairly clear. 50 years before they wrote the Kebra Negist, Ethiopia's Zagwe royal dynasty had been overturned. Justifying his claim to the throne, the Amhara usurper, Emperor Yekono Amlek, claimed to be restoring a Semitic bloodline running back to King Solomon of Israel. Just as Virgil wrote the Aeneid to provide the Romans with a made-to-measure legend establishing a link with the heroes of Troy, the Aksum clerics provided the king and his descendants with a national epic that both legitimized his rule and united the nation around a glorious destiny. Drawing on the Old and New Testaments, the Apocrypha, Talmud and Quran, weaving in Ethiopian legends handed down by word of mouth, they came up with an exotic composite story. It was the tale of a royal date rape, a radical rewrite of the Bible that substituted Ethiopia for Israel as God's chosen people. In the process, it offered an answer to the mystery that continues to obsess scholars of the biblical world: whatever happened to the Ark of the Covenant, the holy vessel holding the tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments? 8. The Kebra Negist tells the story of the Queen of Sheba, also known as Michela, a beautiful, pagan monarch who reigned over Ethiopia. Uncertain of her own fitness to rule, she is impressed when word reaches her of Solomon, king of Israel, a man revered for his knowledge. The light of his heart was like a lamp in the darkness, and his wisdom was abundant as sand. Of the speech of the beasts and the birds there was nothing hidden from him, and he forced the devils to obey him. 9. She decides to meet this marvel face to face, setting off on a long and arduous journey to Jerusalem. Described as a lover of women, Solomon already has 400 queens and 600 concubines by the time he meets the Queen of Sheba. But she makes an immediate impression, for she was vigorous in strength and beauty of form, and she was undefiled in her virginity. As for the queen, she is swept away by Solomon's intellect. As she marveled in her heart and was utterly astonished in her mind, Solomon sets about converting the queen to Judaism. He is soon successful. From this moment, declares Michela, I will not worship the sun, but will worship the Creator of the sun, the God of Israel. With rather more than religious education on his mind, Solomon invites the queen to complete her instruction. Planning meticulously for the forthcoming seduction, he orders a chamber to be draped in carpets and festooned in purple hangings, perfumed with incense and sprinkled with myrrh. He then arranges for the queen to be brought meats which would make her thirsty, and drinks that were mingled with vinegar, and fish, and dishes made with pepper, and once she has eaten, invites her to sleep by his side. Swear to me by thy God, the God of Israel, that thou wilt not take me by force, demands the anxious queen, sensing something is afoot. Solomon agrees, but on one condition: she, too, must promise not to take anything of his by force. When Michela wakes in the night with a raging thirst and reaches for a jug, Solomon grabs her hand. She is about to break her promise, he claims, for what could be more precious to him than water? he permitted her to drink water, and after she had drunk water he worked his will with her, records the Kebra Negist. The strip cartoon paintings that tell the story show first one female head on the pillow, then a male and a female head together. The relationship has been consummated. If she has been tricked into sex, the Queen of Sheba is usually portrayed as accepting the fact with philosophical resignation. The paintings often show the faintest of post-coital smirks. This is not to be a lasting union, for Makeda must return to her kingdom. But on the long trip home she gives birth to a son, Menelik, the great founding leader from whom Ethiopia's long line of emperors will be descended. When the boy comes of age, he goes to Jerusalem to meet his father, who showers him in gold and silver and offers him the throne of Israel. But Menelik, like his mother, decides to return to Ethiopia, taking a retinue of noblemen's sons. It is only when his convoy reaches the Red Sea that these young Israelis confess what they did before leaving. Stealing into Jerusalem's temple, they have removed the Ark of the Covenant. Menelik, they say, must take the holy vessel, possessed of terrifying divine powers, into Ethiopia to guide him and his royal successors. The theft appears to have God's blessing, for when a furious Solomon sends troops to retrieve the Ark, the archangel Michael marches before Menelik and his followers, allowing them to walk across the water. Everyone traveled in the wagons like a ship on the sea when the wind blow it, like a bat in the air and like an eagle when his body glideth above the wind. Although Solomon was to live another 11 years, his heart turned aside from the love of God, and he forgot his wisdom, through his excessive love of women. Both he and his nation had paid a high price for his libido. For in allowing the ark to leave Jerusalem, the Kebra Negist made clear, God removed his special favor from Israel and transferred it to Ethiopia, a kingdom which could trace its lineage, via Solomon, back to Adam himself. And now God hath chosen thee to be the servant of the holy and heavenly Zion, the tabernacle of the law of God, Menelik was told, and it shall be a guide to thee forever, thee and to thy seed after thee. Aksum was the new Zion. If Aksum's empire flourished, it was thanks to the divine favor made manifest in the ark, and when word of Jesus Christ was brought to the city in the 4th century by 2 young boys, it was hardly surprising that the Ethiopians embraced it as the word of God, while the Jews, who had lost their way, foolishly rejected the Messiah. The myth of the Queen of Sheba was a gift to any prospective ruler. If he could only establish a blood link with the great Menelik I, then his claim to supreme power was theoretically safe from challenge. His reign was not of this world, but divinely ordained. No wonder so many of Ethiopia's leaders were ready to draw the most contorted of family trees, seeking to establish a connection with the royal Solomonic dynasty that sprang from Menelik's loins. The Ethiopian monarchs were hardly the first to try and pull off the trick of heavenly endorsement. Egypt's pharaohs presented themselves as incarnations of the sun god. Charles Stuart, King of England, famously proclaimed the divine right of kings. But the time of pharaohs expired with Cleopatra in 30 BC. King Charles I was executed in the mid-17th century, his claim to special status rejected by Parliament. What is unnerving about the Queen of Sheba legend is that it is not a quaint historical tale. The claim that Ethiopia's rulers were descended from Sheba and Solomon would be enshrined in the country's constitution as late as 1955. Haile Selassie, routinely addressed as Emperor of Ethiopia, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God, light of the world, 225th descendant of Sheba and Solomon, was still insisting on his direct link with the supreme deity in the middle of the 20th century, era of television, the combustion engine and the jet plane. No one knows for certain whether the Queen of Sheba ever existed or, if she did, where her kingdom actually stretched. Yemen, unimpressed by Ethiopia's supposed bond, has claimed her as its own. While the Old Testament certainly mentions a love affair between Sheba and Solomon, celebrated in the erotic Song of Songs, it makes no reference to a son of theirs stealing the ark, which simply disappears, without explanation, from the narrative. The Aksumite Empire itself, so intimately associated with Makeda, was probably founded hundreds of years after her supposed reign. And the notion that Aksum's sophisticated skills can be attributed to a Semitic exodus from across the Red Sea has been shaken by excavations revealing the existence in Eritrea of settled communities dating back to 800 BC. But none of this really matters. Tourists visiting Aksum today are told by their guides, speaking with a quiet certainty, that inside the Church of Saint Mary of Zion, only ever glimpsed by the official guardian, lies the Ark of the Covenant. In each of Ethiopia's 35,000 Orthodox churches rests at least one tablet, a wooden replica of this most feared and venerated of objects, constant reminder of a nation's special relationship with God. Told and retold by Ethiopia's 500,000-strong clergy, the Solomonic myth seeped into the national psyche, justifying a deep-rooted sense of racial and cultural superiority. It is possible to know in one's head that something is a fable, while feeling in one's heart it holds an essential truth. I once asked the manager of a computer school in the northern town of Michela whether he really believed the Ark was in Aksum, expecting a skeptical response from a young Ethiopian at ease with Microsoft Word and Google. "Where else would it be?" he replied, with genuine puzzlement. His contemporaries in Addis are more prone to dismiss the Queen of Sheba story as picturesque mumbo-jumbo, believed only by their father's church-going generation. But ask them if they feel Ethiopia is part of Africa and they respond with what only seems a non sequitur: "We are an ancient civilization, we go back more than 3,000 years." Featured on coffee packets and tea towels, painted on restaurant ceilings and shop walls, the story captures a sense of uniqueness. These legends lie at the heart of the Ethiopian sense of national identity, says Shifra Bekele, Associate Professor of History at Addis Ababa University. It is a complicated, zigzag line, but the feeling that we are different, somehow special, can be traced back to them 10. Through the centuries, Ethiopians held on to the conviction that their nation, a Christian outpost in a sea of Islam and pagan belief, was different from the rest of Africa, black, tribal, subjugated. Ethiopia had once possessed a great empire. Ethiopia had never been colonized. Ethiopia, in fact, traced its ancestry across the sea, back to biblical lands. The light skins and fine features of the ruling Amhara and Tigrayan elite proved the Semitic link. "You are knocking at the wrong door," Menelik II once politely informed a West Indian asking him to lead a campaign for the amelioration of the Negro race. "I am not a Negro at all, I am a Caucasian." 11. As for Haile Selassie, although he would come to be hailed by Rastafarians as a living god, he was no keener than Menelik to establish a connection with the Negro race, associated with the humiliations of both the slave trade and colonialism. "Ethiopians," he said, "were a mixed Hamido-Semitic people." A popular fable captured the sense of superiority. In creating man, it was said, God the baker had put 3 trays of dough in the oven. The whites were removed too early, the blacks too late, but with the Ethiopians, God got the timing just right. Nationalism and religion, woven so tight the individual threads cannot be unpicked, there can be no more seductive or dangerous a combination. History's most implacable wars have always been fought by peoples convinced they enjoyed a direct line to God. For Eritreans, the myth of the Queen of Sheba and all that went with it was to prove the most malign of curses. For when Ethiopia's 20th century rulers dreamt of restoring the glory that was Greater Ethiopia, they glossed over the complex tumble of events separating the present from the fall of the Aksumite kingdom, seeing instead one long continuous chain, interrupted only by the aberrant blip of European colonialism. Thanks to the Kebra Negist, the irredentists pined for the great nation that had gobbled up a swathe of Africa and the Middle East, its proud sailing vessels bringing the riches of the Orient to the bustling port of Atulis. There is definitely a religious element to Ethiopian feelings towards Eritrea, an expert on Gs at the university told me. For an Ethiopian, losing Eritrea has always felt like losing part of our body. No matter how dramatic, Ethiopia's ideological chops and changes barely made a dent in the sense of frustrated geographical oneness. For 4,000 years Eritrea and Ethiopia have been identical in their origins, identical in their historical development, identical in their defense of the Ethiopian and Eritrean region. Haile Selassie's foreign minister Aklilu Habwold told the UN in 1949.12 the Marxist regime that took over in 1974 executed Aklilu, but embraced his vision of history. Until the second half of the 19th century, the strong link between the Eritrean region and the central government has never been severed, claimed the Derg.13y. You only had to look at the faces, clothing, and hairstyles of the Tigrinya-speaking communities on both sides of the Eritrean border to see the link. Italy had messed things up, poking its nose where it didn't belong. But by rights, the Ethiopian Empire came with coast attached. The Eritrean coast. Sifting through the library shelves of writings on Ethiopia, what is striking is the extent to which the myth of the Queen of Sheba, while nominally designated a legend, has cast its romantic spell over scholars and historians, Ethiopian and Western alike. Discussing Ethiopia's ambitions for Eritrea, most writers use restoration, recovery, and return, words which give credit to the notion of modern Ethiopia as a direct descendant of ancient Aksum. Most of the Western politicians who debated Eritrea's future in the post-war years did likewise. Confronted by such widespread acceptance of a reinvented past, the Eritrean liberation movement would produce their own, alternative history, in which a fierce sense of separate Eritrean identity existed long before the first Italian jumped ashore at Assab. Bent on challenging a historical makeover, the EPLF swerved too far in the opposite direction. Nonetheless, on examination the notion of a smooth continuum, with Eritrea bound to Ethiopia by a 3,000-year common history, looks decidedly ropey. In fact, the history of the Christian Empire in the Horn was a stop-start, messy affair, in which one ruling dynasty's area of influence rarely overlapped with its predecessors, and control, in any case, hardly ever meant more than a frightened community's payment of tribute to escape looting by an angry warlord. As Muslim power grew between 800 and 1000 AD, Aksum lost its hold on the Red Sea and Atulis withered away. With the coast subjected to repeated Arab invasions, what remained of Aksum's Christian civilization shifted inland. The Zagwe dynasty that eventually followed was centered on Lalibela, a good 300 kilometers south of Eritrea's current border, while northwestern Eritrea was ruled by the Bejas, a Cushitic people who had migrated from Sudan. After the Solomonic Empire was restored in the 13th century, the Bar Negish, a ruler who controlled the Eritrean highlands, did pay annual tribute to the Ethiopian kings, then based in Gondar. But that tenuous link was destroyed in the 17th century when fighting between regional princes stripped the king of most of his power. There was no sense of the peoples of Eritrea being a constituent part of a territorial state with clear boundaries, argues David Poole, a British expert on Eritrea. Indeed, it is not at all clear after the 16th century, and until the late 19th century, that Ethiopia existed as a unified state with a recognized ruler. 14. It was only in the mid-19th century, just when European colonialism was making its first inroads into the Horn, that strong Ethiopian emperors such as Tewodros II and Johannes IV showed themselves capable of exercising anything approaching centralized control, and even that rarely extended further north than Eritrea's Kebessa. As for the coast, it was seized by the Ottomans at the start of the 16th century and remained in Turkish control until Egypt took over in the early 19th century, eventually ceding to Italy. Viewed from this angle, Ethiopia's historical claim to the whole of Eritrea as an estranged northern province makes about as much sense as Britain arguing that the French region of Normandy is rightfully hers today on the basis of the marriage between Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine in 1152. But claim it, Haile Selassie did, just as his fathers had done. Underlying any sense of religious predestination was a strong element of strategic pragmatism. Ethiopia's rulers had initially congratulated themselves on the natural protection provided by their geographical inaccessibility beyond the mountains. European visitors to the 15th century court were warmly welcomed, but told that they would never be allowed to return home to spread tales about the land of Prester John, the legendary Christian empire in the east. But over time Ethiopia's leaders had come to register the price paid for such isolation. With no port of their own, they depended on their neighbors for contact with the outside world, and their neighbors, happy for this regional giant to remain locked in the Middle Ages, had done their best to block trade, and the weapons that always made up the most valuable part of trade. Emperors had been reduced to begging the few Italian explorers and British adventurers who ventured south to bring muskets and ammunition, and their pleas often went ignored. Access to the sea, it was the only way of relieving the sensation of choking, the claustrophobia of the humiliatingly landlocked. Let me tell you a secret, Menelik II confided in Ferdinando Martini at their one and only meeting. Every other nation has a port, Abyssinia has none. You must ask the king to give me one, too. My access to the sea harms no one. 15 The reinstated Haile Selassie could never forget how, in the run-up to the fascist invasion, the French had banned weapons shipments along the railway that ran from Djibouti to Addis Ababa, making it impossible for his country to arm itself. Ethiopia must have its own ports, operating free from European meddling. The myth of the Queen of Sheba, his country's awareness of past greatness, merely sanctified what was, in the emperor's view, a practical necessity. In the years to come, winning Eritrea was to become a near obsession, a craving that demanded to be satisfied. But while Haile Selassie waited for an opportunity to stake his claim, the European nation entrusted with Eritrea's care was not sitting idle. When the emperor finally got his hands on what he regarded as his rightful inheritance, he would find that while he had certainly won access to the sea, the rest of the legacy had been plundered. Chapter 6. The feminist Fuzzy Wuzzy. She is an unscrupulous woman whose information is inaccurate, views distorted, and influence practically nil. A Foreign Office employee gives his assessment of Sylvia Pankhurst. On April 17, 1950, Count Gerardo Corniglia Medici Castiglione, the Italian government's somewhat extravagantly named representative in London, was ushered into the African department at the Foreign Office. The Italian nobleman was not happy, but he was careful to keep his tone of voice level, his manner deferential. This was something more than the diplomat's professional self-control. As the envoy of a defeated nation forced to accept the occupation of its African colonies, the Count knew he enjoyed no leverage over the British official sitting before him. Going on the offensive would gain him nothing. Presenting his compliments, he confessed that Rome had been disappointed by a letter the British government had sent in response to concerns raised, he admitted, on a purely unofficial basis. Italy, he said, did not want to argue the legal issues. It felt, however, that what the British were doing in Eritrea went against basic economic good sense. To support his comments, he handed over a wad of black and white photographs. They showed what had so outraged Corniglia and his colleagues back in Italy. The naval base in the port of Misawa, built by the fascists to hold 1,000 sailors, had been bulldozed to the ground. Navy headquarters, a 500-bed hospital with its air conditioning plant, the oil storage tankers, main water supply tank, electricity unit, naval warehouses, customs offices, more than 75 buildings in all, had been reduced to an expanse of rubble. The photographs tracked the relentless demolition from start to finish. The first showed the neoclassical colonnaded buildings standing tall. In the next, sweating Eritrean laborers with pickaxes stood perched on collapsed piles of masonry that had been toppled by explosives. The last showed the steel rods and blocks of timber extracted from the reinforced concrete, neatly crated up on the quayside and waiting to be shipped abroad. R. Scrivener, the British official who received the Count, was not unsympathetic. The Italians have no official standing in this matter, he acknowledged in a note to his superiors. Nonetheless, he said, it would be helpful if we were to show that our action was economically sound and not just wanton. I think the Italians feel we are just being spiteful over this. This is foolish of them, but we ought to try and smooth the ruffled feathers even if we are under no obligation to do so. A month later, the African department drafted a lofty response. If the Italians raised the issue in future, it decreed, they could be told that buildings decayed rapidly in the humidity of the Red Sea and were liable to be looted by local natives. Since the British taxpayer could hardly be expected to shell out for the police force needed to guard the site, destruction had been the only option. The possibility that grubby mercantile motives might have played a role was not even deemed worthy of mention. Nowadays, anyone who cares to can leaf through the same photographs and read the furious comments scrawled on their backs by some Italian hand. They lie in individual waxed paper bags at the Public Record Office in Kew, South London. Point 2 Only made public in 1981 under the 30-year rule, they record the final, small-minded episode in a sequence of breathtakingly petty British actions in the Horn of Africa. Both Eritrea and Ethiopia would share a strikingly similar fate at Britain's hands, a fate that would have gone totally unnoticed in the West had it not been for a pig-headed iconoclast called Sylvia Pankhurst and her equally stubborn son. Miss Pankhurst, for she was always to be a miss, despite the eventual acquisition of both partner and child, could be described as one of Ethiopia's earliest true believers. She discovered the country late in life, but like all converts, she made up in enthusiasm for what she lacked in experience. This confounded Pankhurst woman, a Conservative member of Parliament, once complained in a letter to Anthony Eden, the then Foreign Secretary, is plus fuzzy wuzzy kale fuzzy wuzzies 3. If the language grates today, he had nonetheless put a finger on the characteristic that constituted both Sylvia's most admirable quality and her biggest weakness. She would always be her own government's most implacable critic, showing an almost uncanny instinct for the baser motives that lay behind the British establishment's obfuscations. But when it came to Ethiopia, the land in which she chose to end her days, everything would always be viewed through an indulgent golden haze. By the time she latched onto what was to be the last of her many all-consuming crusades, a passion that would span over a quarter of a century, Sylvia was already in her early 50s and had learned all there was to know about being an effective lobbyist and relentless agitator. An understanding of how to achieve a maximum of political impact at a minimum of expense had virtually been imbibed at her mother's breast, for Sylvia came from the least ordinary of families. During the 1900s and 1910s, Sylvia, her more glamorous sister Christabel, the quiet Adela and their widowed mother Emmeline had all braved violence on the political podium in their campaign to win British women the vote. The suffragettes, as they came to be known, had been manhandled by male hecklers, arrested by police and, when they went on hunger strike to protest their imprisonment, been subjected to the horrors of force-feeding, an experience the women regarded as akin to rape. But as the suffragette cause had gradually triumphed, the family had split asunder, riven by ideological differences and long-simmering jealousies. Emmeline had swung firmly to the right. Christabel had found God and lectured on the Second Coming. Adela had sailed for Australia and become a pacifist. Sylvia, now not on speaking terms with Christabel and Emmeline, had set herself up in London's deprived East End, publishing the socialist paper Women's Dreadnought through the First World War. She had embraced Bolshevism, an enthusiasm that waned with time, and traveled to Moscow to meet Lenin, moves that brought her under the scrutiny of the British police's special branch. Of solid middle-class stock, she had led a Spartan existence, the modest sums earned by journalism and political writing, combined with the odd contribution from a former patron of the suffragette cause, barely saving her from real poverty. For the Pankhursts, money matters always came a careless second. Like every member of the family, Sylvia could not imagine life without a cause, preferably one that seemed, at least at its inception, doomed to failure. Once the slogan "Votes for Women" had lost its crowd-pulling force, she dabbled with Indian history, took up Interlingua, an alternative to Esperanto, and grew interested in the Romanian poet Mihail Eminescu. But Mussolini's coming to power was to provide her with the fresh intellectual focus she craved. To her credit, she grasped, more clearly than most of her contemporaries, that Mussolini's brand of thuggish expansionism posed a threat extending far beyond the frontiers of Italy itself. Encouraging her to concentrate on events in Rome was Silvio Corio, an Italian anarchist 7 years her senior. Exiled to London, he had worked with Sylvia on the various political journals she produced, becoming her lover and father of her only child. They never wed, a fact Sylvia, very much the dominant partner, made no attempt to conceal. A vocal exponent of free love, who had in her youth conducted a doomed relationship with the married Labour politician Keir Hardie, she brazenly sold the story of her eugenic baby, eugenic because he was born to two intelligent adults free from hereditary disease and untrammeled by social convention, to the sensationalist news of the world. "I suppose you think I am awfully silly, don't you?" the 45-year-old unmarried mother asked a journalist in an uncharacteristic moment of girlishness. Her own mother thought her not so much silly as shameless. When Emmeline died 6 months after the birth of Richard Keir Pethick Pankhurst, named after Sylvia's adored father, many friends blamed it on the shock caused by her estranged daughter's outrageous behavior. With Corio as self-effacing editorial helpmate, providing her with insights and news of his native country, Sylvia turned her attention to exposing the horrors of Mussolini's Italy. Campaigning against fascism led ineluctably to campaigning on behalf of the African nation Italy was preparing to attack. To the British public, the invasion of Ethiopia was little more than an exotic distant adventure, immortalized in Evelyn Waugh's semi-fictional Scoop, which allowed a generation of foreign correspondents to win their spurs. Glossing over the cudgellings, castor oil treatments, and murders that had accompanied Il Duce on his rise to the top, many Britons dismissed Mussolini as a grandstanding buffoon, all comic opera wind and bluster. His African escapade was soon sidelined, as public attention focused on Hitler's ascension and the threat of a second, devastating world war. For Sylvia, the two developments could not be separated. Ethiopia, she sensed, represented a dry run for the fascists. Rome's readiness to use chemical weapons there was likely to be a grim precursor of atrocities to come in Europe. With remarkable prescience, she warned that appeasement in Ethiopia would merely encourage Europe's bully boys to make ever more presumptuous territorial claims. Remember, everywhere, always, fascism means war, for she was to tell her readers, long before many could bear to think she might be right. She had always found it difficult to share the limelight or work alongside fellow activists. Now, realizing she had found a neglected niche in which she could flourish virtually alone, she set about making the Ethiopian cause her own. On May 5, 1936, the day the Italian army entered Addis, she launched the New Times and Ethiopia News, a weekly newspaper dedicated to keeping the Ethiopian war in the public eye. If the concept of collective security was to have any meaning, the League of Nations should impose sanctions on Italy, she argued. As I view it, she explained to a friend, both fascist Italy and Nazi Germany are going to make war whenever they find a sufficiently good chance of success, and I am perfectly convinced that if the Italian armies come back from Africa with a victory, a new enterprise will be entered upon before long. You cannot buy these super-militarist governments off by treating them well. 5. History was to prove her correct, but it was not a message the British government was disposed to hear. The timing was not right. Frantically scrabbling to rearm ahead of the coming storm, London wanted Mussolini indulged and appeased as long as possible rather than punished and pushed into Hitler's arms. The invasion of Ethiopia seemed a small sacrifice to make in the context of the greater game of gearing up for another world war, hence the eventual decision by both the United Kingdom and France to recognize the Italian conquest. This was exactly the kind of short-term, pragmatic calculation Sylvia, by her very nature, was incapable of making. By the age of 50, George Orwell once wrote, "Everyone has the face they deserve." In Sylvia's case, his maxim did not quite ring true. Her true face crept up on her through the decades, the gap between personality and appearance narrowing with the years. But a vital element somehow remained missing. Nothing in the placid portraits left behind explains why quite so many British officials came to regret coming into contact with Miss Pankhurst, or what element in her makeup prompted the splenetic comments spluttered across government paperwork of the day. Photographs of the young Sylvia show a gloomy child, just the kind of oversensitive introvert likely, as contemporaries remembered, to indulge in fits of copious weeping. The artistically gifted daughter of a left-wing, politically active Manchester lawyer, she was brought up in an agnostic, anti-monarchist, cash-strapped, decidedly eccentric household in which the children were often left to educate themselves, Emmeline Pankhurst having developed a deep suspicion of formal schooling. Sylvia registered early on that she was not her mother's favorite, that role went to Christabel, and the realization cast a plaintive shadow across her life. As the years passed and the puppy fat of youth disappeared, it became clear that the girl had not inherited the aristocratic cheekbones and high forehead of Emmeline, vivacious beauty of the family. The adult outline that emerges is that of a somewhat doleful young woman. From her hooded eyelids to her protruding top lip and receding chin, Sylvia's features seemed to have surrendered early to gravity's pull. They drooped more dramatically than was necessary, a mournful effect heightened by the severe hairstyle of the blue stocking. Here was a woman, the photographs suggest, resigned to suffering, capable of self-sacrifice and nobility of purpose. A woman commanding respect, but not someone you would necessarily want sitting next to you at a dinner party. Somehow, it is impossible to imagine her in fits of laughter. She had an overwhelming personality, confirms Eritrean academic Dr. Barakit Habd one of the many students Sylvia was to take under her maternal wing. When she was in the room she filled it. But she had absolutely no sense of humor. 6. What the photographs fail to capture, at any age, is the element of steel. She had a talent for self-flagellation, setting suffragette records in Holloway prison for the refusal of food, water, and sleep. On one occasion, she was left so debilitated she had to be carried in a stretcher along a demonstrations route. Her long life saw a vast outpouring of physical and mental energy, funneled into her grittily realistic paintings, impassioned speeches, and relentless lobbying work. All the while, she produced a ceaseless stream of books, articles, poems, and translations. The New Times and Ethiopia News, for which she penned a 2,000 to 3,000 word weekly editorial, was largely made up of her own contributions. While juggling that commitment, she pumped out a flow of importuning letters, political pamphlets, and appeals. Even in old age, the kindly grandmother's face that gazes out at us, its contours softened by trailing wisps of gray hair, gives little hint of this tremendous capacity for hard work. A biographer once asked us what we used to do in the holidays, her daughter-in-law Rita Pankhurst later recalled. It was only then we realized that there were no holidays. With Sylvia it was always work, work, work. 7. Ironically, given her early Marxist convictions, Sylvia's own life defied the deterministic vision of history as a vast, economic process whose grinding wheels render free will a fantasy, reducing individuals to destiny's pawns. She always acted on the assumption that a single, driven person could exert a level of influence out of all proportion to their political backing or social standing. Her formal education might have been shaky, but she knew exactly how to go about drumming up international sympathy for Ethiopia. To get your answer into the hands of people who count has been and remains terribly important, and should be done through the press, by pamphlets, circularization, and so forth, she lectured Ethiopia's representative to Britain. I strongly urge propaganda in every possible way. 8. Her previous campaigns had taught her the value of headed notepaper. She knew the classic lobbyist's trick, that a letter sent from an institute or international council will always have more impact than the individual appeal, even when the institute is run from a front living room and its staff consists of a few relatives and friends. She set up the International Ethiopian Council, in whose name she wrote letters to the Times and impertinently peppered such notables as Winston Churchill, Clement Attlee, the Archbishop of Canterbury, King George VI and President Franklin D. Roosevelt with advice. Her home in Woodford Green, a northeast London suburb, became a cosmopolitan gathering place for Italian anti-fascists, lonely Ethiopian students and African dissidents, where she arranged for friendly MPs to raise questions in Parliament, organized bazaars to raise funds, and pulled together demonstrations. The New Times and Ethiopia News, sent out to MPs, journalists, churches, and ambassadors, had a weekly print run of only 10,000 copies, but its influence spread far further than this figure suggests. Around the world, black resentment of white rule was stirring. Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's future president, was in Britain at the time of Mussolini's invasion, and he later articulated the outrage of a generation of Africans who heard the news. "It was almost as if the whole of London had suddenly declared war on me personally," Nkrumah recalled in his autobiography. "For the next few minutes I could do nothing but glare at each impassive face, wondering if those people could possibly realize the wickedness of colonialism." 9 For an embryonic black consciousness movement in search of heroes, Ethiopia, hitherto untainted by European colonialism, served as an inspiration and rallying cause. Its beleaguered emperor, nominated 1936 Man of the Year by Time magazine, seemed nothing short of a saint. 10 Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, Hastings Bunda, Ida Wallace Johnson. London in those years was a gathering place for the educated young Africans who would go on to become the continent's post-independence leaders. The New Times and Ethiopia News fed their appetite for news from Ethiopia and disseminated Pan-African notions to the restless colonies. It was sent to the West Indies, read as far afield as South Africa and Sierra Leone, and its articles were reproduced in Nigerian and Ghanaian newspapers. While the uneven war in Ethiopia still raged, Sylvia published chilling accounts of the effects of mustard gas and shocking photographs showing grinning Italian soldiers brandishing the severed heads of Ethiopian warriors. When Haile Selassie arrived in Britain to start a 5-year exile in Bath, she organized a noisy welcome at Waterloo Station, knowing this would embarrass her government, then busied herself trying to find him a residence. At a time when British officials were assiduously avoiding contact with their unwelcome guest, the New Times and Ethiopia News published long, admiring interviews with him, His Imperial Majesty, who had the sense to recognize a valuable mouthpiece in this dowdy, garrulous Englishwoman. Hoovering up information from Ethiopians in London and informants in the Horn, Sylvia tracked the Ethiopian resistance movement as it made a mockery of Mussolini's conquest. It made things decidedly awkward for the British government, which had already recognized Italy's Victor Emmanuel as King of Ethiopia. So awkward, that during the 9-month hiatus between the outbreak of the Second World War and Mussolini's entry on Hitler's side, Sylvia's newspaper was placed on a stop list of publications whose export was deemed likely to damage Anglo-Italian relations. Then, in June 1940, everything changed. There were a large number of Italian refugees at home, and I remember that we were having pasta and someone turned the radio on, recalls Richard Pankhurst. 11 We heard a newscaster saying Signor Mussolini, in his declaration of war. There was great rejoicing. As the diners knew, the keystone of Britain's hypocritical foreign policy, the need to placate Il Duce, had just been removed. One argument, the threat fascism posed to world peace, had been won, but new ones remained to be fought for someone fretting over Ethiopia's future status in the world. Despite the fact that Mussolini was now the enemy and British soldiers would soon be confronting Italian Alpini in the Horn, London refused to rescind its recognition of the dictator's Ethiopian conquest. The RAF flew the emperor to Sudan, but British generals proved strangely reluctant to use him as a rallying figure for Ethiopia's resistance, ensuring that when Addis was liberated on April 6, 1941, it was by South African troops, not Ethiopian warriors under imperial command. The truth was that Britain still viewed Africa through colonialism's cold lens. Wars had always presented European powers with treasured opportunities for redrawing the world map, and by spelling the de jure end of the Ethiopian nation-state, Mussolini's invasion had made a new carve-up possible. Looking at the Horn with the calculating eyes of a land surveyor, London sensed a chance to tie up some colonial loose ends to the benefit of its own African territories. The region, British policymakers suggested, would be more stable if the various areas inhabited by Somalis, including Ethiopia's eastern Ogaden, were merged to form a greater Somalia. Borno, in Ethiopia's south, should go to Kenya, and as for Eritrea, it could be sliced in two, with the Muslim West attached to Sudan and the Christian highlands and ports given to Ethiopia. No wonder the government was in no hurry to recognize Ethiopia as an ally, or grant the reinstated emperor too long a leash. We are free of any obligation not to disturb the existing legal position and have our hands free to make such settlement of the future of Abyssinia as we may think fit, one Foreign Office official confidentially noted, when Sylvia sought clarification of Britain's stance. Let us remember, a colleague added, that what we are doing in Abyssinia is for our own benefit, not for that of the Abyssinians, and it is possible to imagine circumstances in which it might suit us to throw them over 12. In public, London insisted it had no intention of tinkering with Ethiopia's frontiers. But Sylvia had a nose for colonial machinations. Haile Selassie, she felt, had not in the past been sufficiently alert to the possibility that Britain might simply replace Italy as his country's new master. With all his ability and dignity, I often felt, as though I was talking to a sick child who did not know how to deal with the politicians about him, she told a sympathetic member of the House of Lords. 13 She herself wrote so many letters denouncing what she described as the predatory subterranean policy of the Foreign Office. The ministry in question opened a special file labeled, How to Deal with Letters from Miss Sylvia Pankhurst, whose entries logged the increasing testiness of the officials assigned to answer her. Unbalanced and fanatical, busybody Miss Pankhurst, the Foreign Office men called her in their internal correspondence, giving expression to a fury they could not voice in public. Miss Pankhurst only wants to be tiresome, one man has scrawled. Does it matter what Miss P thinks, another asks. She's a crashing bore who will deserve to be snubbed if in fact it were possible to snub her. 14. In 1944, her world opened up. Traveling by air for the first time in her life, she flew to British-administered Eritrea, then on to Addis, where a grateful Haile Selassie, who had already named a street in the capital after her, awarded her a Patriot's Medal and the Order of the Queen of Sheba, an honor usually reserved for foreign queens. After so many years spent writing about an imagined country, she found the reality of what she dubbed fairyland exhilarating and overwhelming. I was enchanted and bewildered, I seemed to be living in a dream. 15 The Eritrean leg of her trip outraged the Foreign Office, which sniped at her failure to show proper respect for British administrators on the ground. Real anxiety ran below their complaints, for while Sylvia was in Asmara she met prominent Eritreans campaigning for unification with Ethiopia, encounters London deemed too dangerous to be repeated. Sylvia's hatred of British imperialism had, ironically, turned her into an enthusiastic campaigner for an African empire, Greater Ethiopia, encompassing the entire Horn. She had swallowed the myth of the Queen of Sheba in one enthusiastic gulp, touting a vision of the future in her newspaper editorials that London had little wish to see take shape. I beg you to believe that we here had no desire whatever to promote the lady's journey, a sorrowing Foreign Office employee assured a former diplomat who raged against Sylvia being granted a visa. She is in fact one of our most persistent and unscrupulous persecutors. 16 In light of her egregious behavior and scurrilous attacks on HMG, the Foreign Office briefly played with the idea of using the Order of Sheba episode as an opportunity for delivering a sharp rebuff. British subjects could supposedly only accept foreign decorations with the King's prior approval. The lady is a blister, and deserves a rap, fulminated one official. But the suggestion was pursued no further. Sylvia's worst suspicions were confirmed in April 1946, when Britain, without consulting Haile Selassie, publicly unveiled its plans for a united Somalia at a foreign ministers' meeting in Paris. Her denunciation so infuriated the British legation in Addis Ababa, they called for legal action. Cooler heads prevailed in London, which could all too easily imagine to what effective propaganda use Sylvia would put a court case. Infamous as her slanders are, it is a fact, that public probing into our records since 1941 in the Ogaden would produce quite a lot that would embarrass us, warned one Foreign Office man. Nonetheless, he assured the legation, his colleagues agreed wholeheartedly with you in your evident wish that this horrid old harridan should be choked to death with her own pamphlets. 17 The partition plan met with such intense international opposition it had to be abandoned, but the British would only withdraw from the Ogaden a full 13 years after Addis was liberated. Reading the Foreign Office files, One savors Sylvia's ability to rub the British government up the wrong way. The voice of the establishment comes across clearly, and it is not a pleasant one, sexist, patrician, pompous, utterly convinced of its own superiority. It's hard to say whether the men airing these views held Sylvia or the local natives they constantly refer to in greater contempt. Either way, they knew they were right. But setting aside a certain instinctive empathy for a woman content to play the role of establishment scourge, it is difficult to escape the conclusion that Sylvia, at this stage in her life, had lost her political way. The woman who had spent her career battling Western imperialism was, it seems, blind to the dangers of African colonialism. The radical who had challenged the bourgeoisie was now accepting honors from a monarch claiming a direct link with God. Perhaps her biggest mistake was the failure to recognize the ethnic loyalties and historical experiences that differentiated Muslim lowlander from Christian Highlander, Eritrean from Ethiopian, Amhara from Somali. 18 To her they were all him's rightful subjects, longing to return to the motherland after years of fascist exploitation. These were easy mistakes to make when she was tracking events from the distance of Woodford Green, harder to justify once she began visiting the Horn and saw for herself the complex realities on the ground. Modern Eritreans find it hard to forgive her these failings. They hold a particular grudge against Sylvia for the aggressive role her newspaper played in trumpeting union with Ethiopia. When the suffragette's name comes up in conversation, it is usually with a nudge and a wink, the suggestion being that her relationship with Haile Selassie was more than merely platonic. Nonetheless, Eritreans know they owe her a reluctant debt of gratitude. Were it not for the campaign she launched after her second trip to the Horn, a key episode in the molding of the Eritrean psyche would have passed unrecorded. On the issue of British asset stripping, this true believer, however inadvertently, was to prove a real friend of Eritrea. According to Sylvia's own account, she came across the destruction ordered by the British authorities in Asmara, by then in its final phases, on a 1952 trip to Misawa with an Ethiopian acquaintance and an Eritrean merchant. The port was in the process of being dismantled, all its installations were being systematically destroyed or removed, she wrote in Eritrea on the eve, the book she rushed into publication. It is a disgrace to British civilization, the merchant told her, and she felt ashamed. His words affected me painfully, like blows, so just they were in my opinion. I was grieved and downhearted. Her book was illustrated with the same photographs Count Corneja had handed to the Foreign Office 2 years earlier. How they ended up in Sylvia's possession is not clear. But the damage she logged was far more extensive than that the Italian aristocrat had cited, and she made a new, embarrassing allegation: dismantled industrial equipment and stripped wood, iron, and steel had gone to benefit British-run territories in Africa, the Middle East and Asia. In Misawa itself, apart from the Lavelde Naval Base and Hospital, a cement factory had been removed and sent to Sudan, an aerodrome had been sold to Egypt for demolition, the only dredger working the Red Sea had been sold and a floating dock and 2 giant cranes had been dispatched to Pakistan, Egypt, and Malta, while 500 oil reservoirs had been raised and 20 radio stations dismantled. As a result of the demolitions in the port, its capacity has been reduced by 3/4, she reported. Further along the coast at the town of Zula, 400 Italian officers' houses had been demolished, in Fatmadaria a potash factory sold. In Assab, she claimed, a radio station had been transported to Kenya, a salt factory dispatched to Aden and the motors of scuttled ships removed for sale. 300 railway wagons, plus rail construction material imported by the Italians to connect Agordat in Eritrea's lowlands with the Ethiopian town of Gondar, had been sold off, as had the motors running Eritrea's remarkable ropeway. In Gura, the American aerodrome had been demolished and exported to India. While some of this property had certainly been brought to Eritrea by the Allies as part of the war effort, the lion's share, she alleged, had originally been erected by Italy. In railing against what she described as an act of hideous sabotage, Sylvia's concern was never for the Italians, effectively robbed of a sizable state investment, or for the Eritreans most directly affected. She was outraged that her beloved Ethiopian government, whose right to the coastline she took as read, had been deprived of a priceless industrial resource just as it was seeking to rebuild and modernize. Leaving the Italian installations intact, she argued, would have served as essential, though scanty reparation for the wrongs suffered by the occupied Ethiopian people, wrongs experienced, she for once refrained from mentioning, during a fascist invasion the West had not lifted a finger to prevent. Keeping the Allied hardware in place would have been a gracious act. Astutely, she questioned whether Britain had acted legally. Appointed by the UN temporary caretaker of Eritrea, the British administration had a duty to preserve and cherish assets in situ. It seemed it had abused that trust. The right of the British administration to destroy or dismantle installations in Eritrea is exceedingly doubtful. And she poured appropriate scorn on the ludicrous Foreign Office claim that the buildings had been flattened because they represented a potential threat to life and limb. Left unguarded, the buildings might conceivably have been stripped of their roofs by looters, but the strong reinforced concrete structures erected by the Italians would have weathered the test, she said. Querying whether Britain's secret agenda had been to render Ethiopia militarily defenseless, she went on to raise another interesting possibility as to the motives behind the asset stripping. Americans who have viewed the demolitions declare the British have effected them in order to handicap an economic rival. The deeper she delved, the more she found to fuel her fury. Many Eritrean assets, she claimed, had been dumped on the market at a fraction of their genuine value. Thousands of meters of armored cable had been sold for as little as 5s3d a meter, when the real market price was £2.10. Not only had the Addis government never received a penny in compensation, the British government actually forced Ethiopia to hand over the sum of £950,000, a hefty £15.6 million at today's prices, when it finally ceded control of Eritrea, on the grounds that Her Majesty's government had lost revenue during a decade spent running the territory. This last financial transaction was not one the government was eager to publicize. The Foreign Office noted in January 1954 that Peter Freeman, an MP who often posed awkward questions in the House of Commons at Sylvia's prompting, might raise the issue of the £950,000 payment. The department recommend that as little as possible should be said about this separate matter. 19. Calling for a public inquiry, Sylvia pursued the British government over the episode for a relentless 3 years, firing off letter after letter to her usual targets, the Foreign Office, Churchill, Attlee, and Eden. She sent details of the British dismantling to John Spencer, the Emperor's American advisor, who used the information to block the removal of a consignment of rails the British proposed to sell as scrap. One small victory won from what was, overall, a crushing defeat. 20 At her instigation, letters were published in the Times, the issue repeatedly raised during parliamentary question time. The official denials and dismissive slapdowns came thick and fast, the British government never wavering in its response. It had done nothing to be ashamed of. The establishment denial has lasted to this day. Veteran historian Edward Ullendorff, who worked for the British administration in Eritrea in his 20s, becomes apoplectic when Sylvia's name comes up. The British dismantling never happened. It is all a myth. Sylvia Pankhurst was a wonderful propagandist, but she knew nothing about Eritrea, he told me over the phone. There was no point in our meeting up to discuss the matter, he said, implying that anyone who treated the allegations seriously was a fool. 21. The conversation unnerved me enough to return to pore over the files at Kew with special attention. Just how accurate, I wondered, was Eritrea on the eve? Characteristically, Sylvia did herself no favors by overstating her case, slipping up on details which Foreign Office staffers then used to undermine her entire thesis. The Asab salt factory she had thought lost, for example, was still operating. The cement factory she mentioned had been requisitioned by the British, but returned to its owners, whose decision to sell to an Englishman who then moved it to Sudan could therefore be presented as a private matter. Gura's aerodrome had been destroyed by the Americans, not the British, and the Italians had dismantled the radio station in Assab themselves to prevent it falling into enemy hands. Since some of her information was scrambled, the questions Freeman put were often muddled enough to allow the Secretary of State, by sticking rigidly to the literal terms of the MP's inquiries, to say nothing of interest. Nonetheless, leafing through the archives, the picture that emerges is hardly an honorable one. Perhaps the single most valuable document, never made public, is a 4-page internal Foreign Office report written by an unnamed British official, probably based in Asmara, who had clearly been asked to assess each of Sylvia's claims for accuracy. 22 Dismissing her findings, his tone is lofty and contemptuous. There is really no answer to this utterly ridiculous statement, he writes at one point, after gleefully highlighting her faulty spelling of local names. Yet even this least critical of employees cannot help but reveal that the British set to with a will in Eritrea. The demolition of the naval base in Michela is taken as read. A large dredger, he acknowledges, various major vessels and a floating dock had been condemned in prize, i.e., requisitioned by the British as war booty, and sold. Equipment salvaged from the bombed aerodrome had been sold, as had oil installations at Ras Dogan. In Zula, 5.7 kilometers of rail track, 850 railway points, 3 tons of bolts, 20 turntables, and 71 trucks had been classified as wasting assets and sent to Kenya. Another 1,500 m of barbed wire, 3 small cranes, 1 steel jetty, 1 steel signal tower and 1 steel hut had also been sold back to Italy. At Assab, scuttled or sunk vessels had been requisitioned as war booty, as had oil surveying equipment on the Dalek Islands belonging to the Italian company Ajap. At Otumlo, 45 kilometers of railway line had been deemed susceptible of military use and sent to the Middle East, a fate also allotted 77 railway wagons and 31 kilometers of railway line the Italians had intended to lay between Agordat and Bisha. In addition, British administrators had received 100 train wagons, 2 diesel locomotives and 2 motor trolleys from other sources. There is enough in this report alone to make the British stance of wounded innocents look decidedly suspect. For those who care to look further, tantalizing clues that something drastic took place in Eritrea lie scattered through the public archives and buried in the histories written by British colonial officers of the day. 23 Perhaps the most damning statistic was published by a commission sent to the Horn by the Allied powers in 1947 to decide the fate of Italy's colonies. Setting out to establish a detailed picture of Eritrea's social, political, and economic conditions, investigators asked a representative of the Eritrean Chamber of Commerce to explain what lay behind the country's severe recession. To their obvious amazement, the man immediately cited the requisitioning of Eritrea's best factory equipment, including machinery from its cotton, oil, Lancia, and Fiat car plants, as a major factor. As the British administration in Asmara refused to supply any information, the Four Powers Commission could probe this unexpected disclosure no further. No indications are given by the Chamber of Commerce, and no confirmatory information is available, of the manner in which this vast material wealth has been disposed of, the investigators concluded. 24 But they published the Chamber's estimate of total lost assets anyway, 1,700 m East African shillings, the equivalent of £1.85 billion today, a tidy sum for such a small territory. The British public could not have cared less. Far more terrible things had happened in the war, and by the 1950s more pressing domestic concerns, the end of rationing, the coronation of Queen Elizabeth, the conquest of Everest, were filling the newspapers. The question of how Britain had behaved in an obscure African outpost, some sun-bleached leftover from a conflict everyone wanted to put behind them, seemed old news. The steady stream of official denials did its work. To Sylvia's disappointment, the national press never got excited by the story, leaving her to do all the running, a fact commented on with relief by the Foreign Office. The story died a death, and so did the awareness that Sylvia Pankhurst's life had ever involved more than chaining herself to railings in the suffragette cause. Experienced journalist and seasoned headline snatcher that she was, Sylvia had nonetheless missed the real story. She had caught only the scraggy tail of a far larger scandal. Looked at in isolation, the asset stripping in Eritrea might seem a temporary aberration, unworthy of a once great empire. The episode acquires a different shape, however, when viewed in the context of British policy in the Horn of Africa as a whole. It was to be left to another member of the Pankhurst family, Sylvia's adored son Richard, to uncover a chapter in British history that makes what was done in Eritrea look not just logical, but utterly inevitable. Richard Pankhurst came to Addis in 1956, a young man of 29 accompanying his mother in the last upheaval of a life that had already seen its share of fresh lodgings and career switches. Haile Selassie, who never forgot the debt he owed his most ardent Western supporter, had invited Sylvia to rebase in the Ethiopian capital. Bearing what many a British spinster would regard as the two essentials of life, a paint box and a white Persian cat, she installed herself in a one-story villa in a green glade of garden, looking southwest across the Vuchacha Mountains. To the outsider it might seem extraordinary that a woman who had already suffered one near-fatal heart attack should choose to move so far from home at the age of 73. To Sylvia, not prone to dwelling on the past or looking too far into the future, there was nothing puzzling about it. She was not the kind to campaign from a distance, only to blanch on contact with reality. As a long-term supporter of the emperor, she was ready to save her life in his country, amongst her fellow fuzzy wuzzies. One by one, her ties with Britain were fraying. Corio, who would never have agreed to quit the environs of the British Library, had died 2 years before. Many of her friends from the suffragette days had passed away. Her latest big project, raising funds in London for a modern hospital in Addis, christened after Ethiopia's Princess Sahai, had been completed. It was time for a new start, and she was confident she would find much to do. It was a move that determined the course of Richard's life. Now 77, he is recognized as one of the world's leading authorities on Ethiopia. Author of more than a score of groundbreaking histories of the country, founder of the Institute of Ethiopian Studies at Addis Ababa University, his expertise has made him a regular contributor to international symposiums and research journals so obscure, he wryly observes, they are probably read by no more than 20 people. The former eugenics baby, who only became aware of this quirky claim to fame when he had emerged from childhood and was thankfully immune to teasing, could really be no other woman's son. His face has the same droop as Sylvia's, gravity working overtime. Like her, he seems more at ease in the realm of the concrete than the emotional. Discussing Ethiopian history, he rattles off thoughts at machine gun speed, but ask him about his mother's frame of mind on moving to Addis and he flounders, suddenly lost, as though the question has no meaning. He has inherited her capacity for the dogged campaign, sustained across the decades. The most recent has been the fight to return to Aksum, one of the great obelisks Mussolini seized as war booty and used to decorate a Roman square. There the similarities begin to peter out. Richard, one suspects, is rather more fun than Sylvia can ever have been. Endowed with the blinking diffidence of the shy Englishman, he has a habit of twitching his lips spasmodically, as though controlling an urge to laugh. The last time we met, he recounted with impish amusement how he and his wife Rita, who divide their time between Ethiopia and Britain, had attended an Italian official reception in London as honoured guests one evening, delicately failing to mention they would be leading a demonstration outside the embassy the following week. We thought best not to tell the ambassador we would be manning the picket line. He lacks Sylvia's stridency. Perhaps the slightly distant gaze of academia militates against his mother's brand of white-hot fury. If a significant part of his work has been dedicated to defending Sylvia's role in history, he is too subtle not to acknowledge some of her failings. We were always criticizing her for being too admiring of the emperor. If she'd lived longer, I think she might have expressed doubts. But it came down to the anti-chauvinism on which her radicalism was based, the rejection of British colonialism that went to the heart of her work. My job is to criticize my own government, she used to say. As for criticizing the Ethiopian government, that's up to the Ethiopians. It was Richard who, reading systematically through the Ethiopia archives at the Public Record Office in the late 1990s, stumbled across a set of files that cast Britain's behavior in Eritrea in a completely new light. 25 What had happened in Eritrea had been the tip of the iceberg, this correspondence made clear. A decade before they were to address identical issues in Eritrea, the British officials who occupied Ethiopia in the wake of Mussolini's defeat had already established how to handle Italian assets in the Horn. The approach could best be summarized, to use a colloquial expression, as, gimme, gimme, gimme. Just as they had poured investment into Eritrea, the Italians had not stinted during the brief 5 years their Abyssinian folly lasted, constructing hospitals and hotels, post offices and telephone exchanges, factories and aqueducts. A giant car repair works which could service 6,000 vehicles a year, the finest flour and biscuit factory in Africa, an oxygen plant that could produce 400 cubic meters of gas a day, a state-of-the-art cotton mill. The assets were scattered across Ethiopia. British military officials took one look at the spanking new machinery, rubbed their hands, and decided it was almost all surplus to local requirements. Just 5 days after Italy's official surrender on November 27, 1941, General H. Weatherall, Commander-in-Chief for East Africa, sent a telegram to the War Office in London listing the Italian factories he wanted packed up and dispatched to Britain's colonial dependencies. In the following days, the country's 11 most important factories were all neatly categorized under 3 columns, those capable of being moved, those which probably should not be moved because of their contribution to Ethiopia's economy, and those which definitely should not be moved because the effort would not be worth the candle. The British justified the operation on several grounds. With the war against Nazi expansionism still raging in North Africa and the Middle East, Britain was struggling to cover the cost of its military operations. It was only right and proper, surely, that all surplus assets, especially those paid for by a former enemy, should go to lightening London's financial burden. It is essential that we should not waste any possible source of either machinery or labor. Abyssinia represents in this respect a wasting asset, explained the Intendant General in Addis Ababa. With skilled Italian workers in Ethiopia scheduled for deportation, the factories would, in any case, swiftly grind to a halt, as Ethiopians had by universal report, no mechanical aptitude. Like an acquisitive mother muttering, "Oh, he'll only break it," as she snatches a gift from her bawling infant, the British told themselves such munificence would only go to waste in a backward nation. The argument begins to crumble as soon as you examine the list of items the British authorities asked the Emperor to requisition on their behalf. While shipping crankshaft grinders to Libya made sense, they were used to repair damaged tanks. It is hard to see how sending road-making equipment to India, a brick factory to Nairobi and an oxygen plant to Uganda served any military purpose. Rather than repositioning the Italian plants nearer the North African war zone, the British administrators actually proposed moving them further away, to British Somaliland, Kenya, South Africa, and Pakistan. Soon the original list of 11 factories was being dramatically expanded, irrespective of the likely impact on locals. Removing the oxygen plant, one memorandum from a meeting of the British military administration in Addis Ababa made clear, would force Ethiopia's hospitals to go without the life-saving gas. No matter, the plant was slated for removal. One brigadier suggested stationary supplies be spared as the Ethiopian government would find it extremely difficult to locate any writing paper once the city's printing works have been dismantled. He was overruled. By the end of 1941, with the first batch of factories already on their way out of Ethiopia, British officials turned their attention to the Konial electricity plant, although their own experts warned its loss would be a great blow to Ethiopia. The inventory of items selected for requisition would eventually fill 16 pages, embracing soap-making equipment and diesel tractors, bridges and fleets of trucks, water-boring works and oil-pressing concerns, sawmills and mining machinery. Originally, the British had said they would pay the Ethiopian government for the dismantled property. Now, with the wind in their sails, they denied ever making such a promise, although the damning phrase "acquire by purchase," underlined in red crayon, screams out from the correspondence. As word of the free-for-all spread around the empire, everyone wanted a piece of the action, with competition at its keenest between the military establishments in Cairo and Nairobi. So many different British authorities were at one time homing in on Ethiopia, even the military department in India demanded its share. British officials considered assigning a special officer to deal with officers arriving in Addis looking for things they want to take away. While Ethiopia's sale of the century was being held, the emperor did not stand meekly by. But Haile Selassie's leverage was limited. He owed the British, who had granted him exile in Bath, beaten the Italians and, however grudgingly, reinstated him as ruler, a great deal. In exchange for having Ethiopia's independence officially recognized, he had signed a convention obliging him to requisition and hand over to the British forces any private property, which may be required. With his country still full of armed British soldiers, open defiance hardly seemed wise. Nonetheless, as the dismantling accelerated, Haile Selassie began to remonstrate with increasing force. Emperor and ministers are seriously perturbed, and former has now twice spoken to me on the matter of factories, wrote a British official in the capital, complaining that he was being caused serious embarrassment. Finally, in February 1942, the emperor took the risky step of ordering his officials in Jimma to prevent a sisal rope factory being dispatched to Kenya. Faced with the strong possibility of an armed clash between their troops and a supposed ally, the British ordered their convoy commander to hold off. During the diplomatic standoff that ensued, Robert Howe, the British minister in Addis Ababa, was ordered to step in and sort the problem out. During an audience with the emperor, he delivered a list of outstanding British requisition items: a radio transmitting station, road-making equipment, a cement factory, before delivering the ultimate threat. If His Majesty did not comply, Britain was ready to think again about granting Ethiopian independence. The emperor, Howe noted, appeared rather shattered by my plain speaking. Although he had behaved like a bullying landlord softening up a tenant who has fallen behind in the rent, Howe was actually sympathetic to the Ethiopian cause. It was time for this to stop, he told his superiors. Once outstanding items had been handed over, he recommended Britain make no further demands. Whatever may be the rights and wrongs of this matter, there is no doubt that the Ethiopians have got it firmly fixed in their heads that the British Army have plundered the country, and I use the expression advisedly, he told London. They estimate that we have removed 80% of the equipment with which the Italians lavishly endowed this country. They point to one item alone of medical stores to the value of £4 million which was removed. His analysis of why the Ethiopians were so upset shed devastating light on establishment prejudices. The sight of the removal of all this valuable material from this country has touched them in their most Semitic spot. In this respect, the emperor is more Semitic than most Ethiopians. If the Ethiopians balked at being robbed by their liberators, it was only, the reader is led to understand, because they had all the money-grabbing instincts of the grasping Jew. Despite Howe's ultimatum, the emperor's resistance had had its effect. The best of the Italian equipment had already been removed, in any case, as a result of what British officials now openly referred to in their letters as a scorched earth policy. A telegram to headquarters from a British officer in Yavolo, southern Ethiopia, gives some idea of how thoroughly the task had been carried out. Have with difficulty prevented stripping hospital roof Yavolo despite occupation by Ethiopians, it reads, before putting in a plea on behalf of a fort housing Ethiopian policemen. Field doors, windows, roofs should be left. Sizing up the dregs that remained, the British pondered whether it was worth risking another awkward incident and decided against. You may write off Ethiopia as a source of supply of any plant or machinery, a high-ranking British official told the Minister of State in Cairo in August 1942. However unfortunate this may be, I am sure it is no use pressing any further. The 8-month looting spree had ended. During that period, the British had broken international law, come close to clashing militarily with the very regime they had returned to power and removed 80% of the country's Italian assets without paying a penny in compensation to either of the two affected parties. Ethiopia didn't get a cent, and there is no record of the Italians ever getting a cent either, says Richard Pankhurst. London had taken a huge risk, and pulled it off. Miraculously, no Italian or German newspaper ever got hold of the story. As the U.S. consul in Asmara told Washington, news of Ethiopia's treatment would have been enough to make any country think twice about surrendering to the Allies. Happily, the Axis propaganda experts do not know this, for if they did, they would be shouting it to the heavens, he wrote. Goebbels could now point to Ethiopia and say to the people of Norway, Belgium, Holland, France, Poland, and Greece, if the United Nations win, they will treat your country as enemy territory, just as Great Britain treated Ethiopia. Look at Ethiopia and be warned. When the British got through with it, what was left? 26. There was so little adverse comment. A British Ministry of Information publication on the Horn actually felt free, in 1944, to sneer at the enemy on the topic of military appropriation. When you occupy a territory, if you are not an Axis power, you do not requisition all you see regardless of humanity and individual rights, wrote its author, K.C. Gondar Dower. 27. But in the long term, London had scored a devastating own goal. Ethiopia had been treated with humiliating contempt. Its plans for a post-war resurgence dealt a shattering blow. It clearly didn't help Ethiopia to be deindustrialized at that stage of its development. It essentially had to start again, comments Richard Pankhurst. Haile Selassie was not the type of leader to forget. His suppressed fury over the affair, just one expression of a wider phenomenon of British high-handedness in Ethiopia, ensured that once he was free to choose his friends, the emperor looked elsewhere. Britain, which had competed so energetically at the turn of the century with its European rivals for a foothold in the Horn, found the door to Ethiopia slammed in its face. What explains such ungenerous behavior? Richard Pankhurst attributes it to a massive failure of imagination by men who brought to Addis the unreflecting arrogance developed while running Britain's African empire. 20 years before most British colonies on the continent would be granted independence, the notion of an autonomous African state ruled by an emperor enjoying supreme powers, rather than the limited authority doled out at London's discretion, was anathema. The British officials who came here had served before in Sudan, Kenya, and Uganda. Many had been colonial governors. They had a whole load of racist assumptions, values so implicit they didn't even need to write them down. The idea of an independent African state was an anachronism, so why give anything to an anachronism? This was not Britain's traditional zone of influence, and these men felt none of the avuncular, if patronizing, concern they extended towards the subjects of their own African territories. At the back of British officials' minds, one suspects, was the pragmatic awareness that an industrialized Ethiopia would represent a serious commercial challenge to Kenya, Uganda, and Tanganyika. Grabbing a God-given opportunity to furbish British territories with equipment their own government could not afford, administrators were simultaneously emasculating a potential rival to British-run hubs of economic interest in East Africa. But they would never be that honest about their own motivations. Instead, they found philosophical justification in the suspect notion of the overcapitalized state. Rather than admiring the Italians for the seriousness of their commitment to their African colonies, the British ticked them off. It was so typical of these flamboyant, hot-headed Mediterranean types, for overdeveloping the Horn. Both Eritrea and Somalia are specialized hothouse orchids and parasitism is in their blood, sniffed Gondar Dower in his leaflet. 28. Dismissing Eritrea as a remarkable levitated white elephant, he commiserated with his government for being lumped with two overcapitalized, bankrupt semi-deserts, which had never been self-supporting and which had never been intended to be self-supporting. They felt there was too much industry here, says Richard Pankhurst. This was a native state and it didn't need this infrastructure. It could be used more effectively elsewhere, and, coincidentally, elsewhere meant elsewhere in British-administered territories. Argue with sufficient fervour and the most perverse of conclusions begins to sound logical. Rather than crippling Ethiopia and Eritrea for decades to come, the British were actually doing the countries a favor, ridding them of a raft of cumbersome, unwanted technology. Like a lost piece locking into place on an unfinished puzzle, Richard's research completes Sylvia's work. What seemed bizarre in Eritrea makes perfect sense given what happened in Ethiopia a decade before. Having absorbed the details of British dismantling in Ethiopia, I defy anyone to read Sylvia's Eritrea on the eve with skeptical eyes. When it comes to their dealings in the Horn, the British authorities manifestly do not deserve the benefit of the doubt. Sylvia herself would never know she had been vindicated. On the afternoon of September 27, 1960, an Australian husband and wife medical team working at the Princess Sahai Memorial Hospital, in which Sylvia continued to take an interest, received a distress call. Richard and Rita had left Addis on a camping trip, and in their absence, Sylvia had become ill. When Catherine and Reginald Hamlin arrived at the house, they realized Sylvia had suffered a major heart attack and began administering morphia and oxygen. Soon they were joined by two of the Ethiopian royal princesses, who held vigil as the former suffragette lapsed into unconsciousness. As I sat beside her, now and then she squeezed my hand until, after about 2 hours, she died, Catherine recorded in her memoirs. 29. Haile Selassie paid the 78-year-old campaigner a final tribute. The socialist who had in an earlier manifestation argued the finer points of Marxism with Lenin, was given a state funeral at Holy Trinity Cathedral, built to mark the emperor's triumphant reinstatement. Before thousands of mourners, including members of the royal family, a rebaptized Walida Christos, Child of Christ, was honored with the kind of grandiose eulogy usually reserved for those killed defending the homeland. Sylvia's simple grey marble tomb now lies near the cathedral's front entrance, not far from a bronze memorial dedicated to the Ethiopian ministers shot by the military regime that ousted the emperor. She died too soon to see Haile Selassie move from admired reformer to despised reactionary, too soon to see the Eritrean merger with Ethiopia she had supported turn into a hateful farce, too soon to see Ethiopian nationalism rival European colonialism for brutality and horror. The emperor she venerated lies inside the cathedral, in a vast pink granite sarcophagus that lay empty for a quarter of a century until his lost remains were recovered and could be interred next to those of his empress wife. Empty tombs appear to prey on the Ethiopian mind. In recent years, a rumor has spread that Sylvia's grey marble slab lies above an empty coffin. Richard, it is whispered, stole to the cathedral late one night and quietly removed his mother's body, returning it to Manchester for burial in its native soil. It is a story that shows a profound misunderstanding of the commitment made by both mother and son. Neither Pankhurst would want her buried anywhere else. This is her rightful resting place. As the RAS who delivered Sylvia's eulogy told worshippers, your history will live forever written in blood, with the history of the Ethiopian patriots, since by His Imperial Majesty's wish you rest in peace in the earth of Ethiopia, we consider you an Ethiopian. Britain's post-war pillaging appears to have vanished from Ethiopia's collective memory. The history books glide over it and, despite the publication of Richard Pankhurst's paper in 1996, I have yet to meet an Ethiopian, no matter how well read, who is aware of it. Perhaps a country whose sense of identity is rooted in its proud image as an unconquered land, simply refuses to make mental room for such a demeaning interlude. In Eritrea, in contrast, where British dismantling would form part of a sustained pattern of foreign exploitation, the experience is seared into the public consciousness. As every superpower learns, communities which know themselves to have been victimized develop long memories, able to recite chapter and verse long after the empires concerned have turned senile and benign, snoozing in complacent forgetfulness. When I raised the subject with an elderly history professor at Asmara University, he grew suddenly animated and told me how, as a small boy, he had stood with his friends on a bridge looking down on a heavily laden train pulling out of Asmara. We leaned over and spat on it, because we had been told by our parents that the British were taking away our riches, stealing what belonged to us. For a generation of younger Eritreans, raised during the struggle, Sylvia's Eritrea on the Eve was almost required reading, testimony to how badly not just one, but two European powers behaved during their time at the helm. At independence in 1993, some of these Eritreans, taking it for granted London would recall the episode with the same clarity as they did, could be heard predicting that a shamefaced British government would rush to make amends with generous offers of aid. In fact, of course, the Development Ministry in London retains no institutional memory of the event, and Britain today has no bilateral aid agreement with Eritrea. When the angry old men die and Eritrea on the Eve is no longer read, the landscape itself will be left to bear witness to what the Foreign Office always denied. A few years ago, a South African businessman thinking of investing in Eritrea learned of an old potash mine the Italians had once operated on the edge of the Danakil Depression and a railway branch line that had ferried output to the coastal village of Mersa Fatuma. The line was still marked on the map. Could enough of the original infrastructure remain, Moletsi Mbeki wondered, to revive the project? The Eritrean government obligingly provided a military helicopter to allow him to survey the area. Today, anyone who feels strong enough to brave the heat can walk the route he tracked from the air. Crisscrossed by ostriches and gazelles, the trail weaves its way between black tabletop mountains, across the gravel flats, past the rusting debris of a crashed German fighter to a jetty that thrusts into the blue sea. A lot of work clearly went into laying these solid earthworks. But every iron sleeper, every rail, has gone. The railway buildings are a tumble of shattered bricks and the smashed water vats hold the skeletons of goats which lost their way. When we landed, remembers Mbeki, all we found was a village elder who laughed, and said the British had taken it all away a long time ago. 30. Chapter 7. What do the baboons want? The UN is our conscience. If it succeeds, it is our success; if it fails, it is our failure. British sculptress Barbara Hepworth. The United Nations resolution on the future of Eritrea constitutes one of the most outstanding and constructive experiments which the United Nations has undertaken throughout the world. UN Commissioner Eduardo Ans Machenzo. October 1951. Arranging my tape recorder on the table, I jolted upright as I felt something warm and wet flicking over the bare toes of my sandaled feet. A sausage dog that had been trotting around the room had just given them an exploratory lick. Losing interest, she waddled to where a paper towel had been laid on the mushroom-colored carpet. Positioning herself over the fabric, she ground her little bottom frenetically into the floor and had a pee. There was not a word of reproof from the black nurse, who merely picked up the soiled towel and dropped a new one in its place. In the world of John Spencer, longest serving of Emperor Haile Selassie's white advisors, Katie the dachshund clearly enjoyed extraordinary privileges. His mind, in any case, was elsewhere. Lost in the folds of a tweed jacket originally bought for a younger, sturdier man, he sat musing on the past. Around his neck dangled an alarm button. If he pressed it, the white-robed attendants manning the desk at this Long Island senior residence would come running, vaulting the cluster of Zimmer frames wielded by residents heading outdoors to enjoy the spring weather. But despite his physical fragility, Spencer did not really look in need of help. He was hard of hearing, this would be more a shouting match than a conversation, and he jumbled his dates, a weakness he recognized and which embarrassed him. But he rapped out his sentences with the testy peremptoriness of a man who regarded confrontation as a normal mode of discourse. The patrician, high-domed forehead and square jaw, framed by two ruched curtains of skin, were instantly recognizable. I had seen them in an earlier version, in the black and white photographs which showed a fresh-faced young American standing respectfully amongst the ministers gathered around an Ethiopian emperor in his prime. Rather than diluting him, time had boiled Spencer down to his very essence, all bulbous knuckles, clenched jawline and strong opinions. Given a legal brief and a case to make, one felt, he might still give an adversary a decent run for his money. I had come to this quiet suburb, where the stars and stripes flapped over clipped lawns and motorists drove with the exaggerated care of the old, in a state of incredulity. I could hardly believe that John Spencer, the man who served as Haile Selassie's international legal advisor through 4 decades, with the occasional interruption for the Italian invasion, the Second World War and family duties, was still alive. The fact that, at the age of 95, he also retained a lucid grasp of the process that led up to Eritrea's incorporation in Ethiopia, a marriage that was to end in the most drawn-out and bitter of divorces, seemed positively miraculous. He had been recruited in 1935 when Haile Selassie, his territory penetrated by Mussolini's invading troops, had registered the need for an expert who understood the ways of the West, its unfamiliar legal terminology and institutions, and could put Ethiopia's case to an international audience. The emperor wanted a citizen of a country with no history of colonialism and someone who was at ease in French, the Western language spoken by most of Ethiopia's elite. Spencer, a U.S. national who had spent 4 years studying law in Paris, met both requirements. Haile Selassie experienced second thoughts when he actually met Spencer, who, at 28, still looked alarmingly young for his age. But by then it was too late. The lawyer had already taken up his post at the Ethiopian Foreign Ministry. There, plagued by fleas, forced to dash into the nearby eucalyptus groves whenever Italian bombers droned overhead, he pounded out press releases on the one and only typewriter, denouncing Italy's use of poison gas and calling for international intervention. 4 months later, Spencer's interesting new job sputtered to a premature end. As Italian soldiers advanced on Addis, Haile Selassie quietly boarded an overloaded train to Djibouti with his wife and 5 children, brushing aside the remonstrations of aghast Ethiopian notables. His latest appointee was left to wander a city that looked as though it had experienced a sudden snowstorm, ripping through mattresses as they systematically trashed the capital. Looters had covered the streets in down. After taking part in the armed defense of the US and British Legations, under siege from gangs dressed in stolen top hats and tails, Spencer abandoned Addis to its new owners. This initial encounter with the Lion of Judah gave him an intriguing foretaste of his employer's ambiguous character. On the front line, Spencer had watched fascinated as Haile Selassie shooed anxious aides away, donned a helmet, climbed into a trench, took the controls of a piece of heavy artillery, and attempted to shoot down an Italian aircraft. The man was undeniably capable of physical bravery. Yet by slipping away into exile, rather than fighting to the death in the tradition of Ethiopia's great warrior kings, Haile Selassie committed an act of disgraceful cowardice in the eyes of his countrymen, which many never forgave. Spencer caught up with the Ethiopian delegation in Europe, helping to draft the famous reproach the emperor delivered to the supine League of Nations. But once that task had been completed, Haile Selassie could no longer afford to keep him on the payroll. Spencer went to work for the State Department and was then caught up in the Second World War. He was called away from his post aboard a U.S. warship as the landings at the Italian port of Salerno got underway in October 1943. The reinstated emperor needed his international legal advisor, and Washington, which had its own agenda in the Horn of Africa, was only too happy to see an American citizen take up the key post. In the years that followed, Spencer was to demonstrate his enormous value to his employer. He was one of a small team of well-qualified expatriates, dubbed the White Ethiopians by their foreign counterparts, who advised the emperor. Powerful men hire aggressive lawyers so that they don't have to show aggression themselves, the old "if you have a dog, don't bark" principle. And Spencer was truly a terrier of a man, worrying his adversaries until they succumbed. If the prickly Ethiopians were always ready to detect signs of condescension amongst foreign colleagues, Spencer was even quicker to take offense on their behalf. Stubborn and astringent, he could, he admits in his memoirs, be legalistic to a fault, often pushing things to a point where even Aklilu Habwold, the long-serving Ethiopian foreign minister who became a trusted friend, called for compromise. When he arrived in Addis, Spencer admits in his memoirs, he was naively opinionated, deeply suspicious, and totally ignorant of the Byzantine arabesques of Ethiopian thought processes, habits, and face-saving devices. but he learned fast in the imperial court, a nest of jealous rivalries and long-brewed feuds which Haile Selassie dominated by applying the age-old tactic of divide and rule. Those early hair-raising experiences in pillaged Addis left their mark, for Spencer's view of his client was always to be a nuanced one, vacillating between critical exasperation and awestruck admiration. As he briefed the emperor, who would invariably sit immobile, silently twisting a ring on his finger, occasionally flashing a dark look of amusement or contempt from the vast throne that dwarfed him, Spencer built up a picture of a complex, contradictory personality. At this stage of his life, the emperor possessed a palpable magnetism. He was endowed with radiant charisma, Spencer noted. He effortlessly commanded the rapt attention of all who came into his presence, one having survived the labyrinthine intrigues of Menelik's royal court as a young man and faultlessly plotted his course from regent to ruler. Haile Selassie had learned how to create a reverential stillness around him, the shimmering aura of unchallenged power. Lolling ministers leapt to their feet and bowed into space when they heard his voice on the end of the telephone. Dignitaries ushered into his presence knelt so low their heads touched the floor. Legend had it that no ordinary mortal could look the emperor in the eyes, so overwhelming was his gaze. When his motorcade swept through Addis, drivers spotting that aquiline profile and impassive face would get out of their cars and stand respectfully by the roadside. Yet nature had hardly been generous with Haile Selassie. In Africa, where a leader's path to power is often rooted in the brute fact of physical domination, presidents tend to be built on imposing lines, capable of quieting restless crowds and shouting down mutinying conscripts. As the empty uniforms on display today in Haile Selassie's former palace attest, the emperor never grew taller than a stunted teenager. With his predilection for sweeping military capes and oversized pith helmets, the effect could be downright comic. From a distance, it looked as though a willful child had been let loose on his father's wardrobe. A glimpse of the saturnine face on top of the tiny body, framed by craning, stooping courtiers, carried the same disconcerting punch as the wizened features of a music hall midget. His voice was low and grating, it rasped at the nerves. But Spencer swiftly registered that the emperor had developed techniques to combat the disadvantages of his unprepossessing stature and harsh delivery. Even when standing, he never directed his gaze upwards towards the taller interlocutor. Unless inspecting a building or following birds or aircraft in flight, he invariably looked out upon the world as from an inner eminence too naturally aloof. He kept his words to a minimum, the less said, after all, the more likely that men would hang upon his every utterance, transformed from the mundane into pronouncements from the oracle. From the measured movement of his hands to the deliberate carriage of the head, the emperor's deportment was as poised and devoid of spontaneity as the court's elaborate protocol. And when it suited him, the emperor used his physical vulnerability and contained demeanor as a stratagem. As Ras Tafari, he had risen to the post of regent by convincing powerful ministers he could be manipulated, only to expose the steel in his character once his position was assured. He used the same technique to take control of the organization of African unity, walking meekly hand in hand with African ministers he had long despised. Do not underestimate the power of Tafari. He creeps like a mouse but has jaws like a lion, a bested Ethiopian warlord once ruefully observed. 3. The ultimate manipulator, the emperor had premised his survival on his instinctive suspicion of individuals, nations, and policies. He had an extraordinary gift for recall, and his insistence on micromanaging the business of government, centralizing power ever more efficiently in his slender-boned hands, meant he was in possession of a host of potentially embarrassing information. Details of a past dismissal, banishment, or indiscretion would be coldly dangled in front of a supplicant who had been counting on official amnesia to get his way. At the same time, and in thundering contradiction, he was the constant victim of a confidence which, once placed, he instinctively could not withdraw, said Spencer, noting how advisers who had failed the emperor, not once but many times, remained at their posts. Lavishing luxury on himself, the emperor's love of ceremonial pomp and his greedy determination to secure a personal share of any profitable enterprise established in Ethiopia repelled many a visiting foreign dignitary. Yet he could be surprisingly generous with those around him, anticipating their needs and rendering kindnesses with no thought of return. Courageous and cowardly, remorseless yet forgiving, the emperor, the legal advisor ultimately decided, was a fascinating split personality. But below all the seeming contradictions, Spencer concluded, lay a bedrock of enormous vanity and overweening egotism. He was fundamentally an intensely self-centered person for whom the lives of others counted for little beside his own, said Spencer, who never forgot the indiscreet comment that burst from Foreign Minister Aklilu's lips in a moment of fury, "I swear to you that His Majesty is beyond doubt, even beyond imagination, the most selfish and grasping man I have ever known." This, then, was the leader whose interests Spencer championed as Ethiopia set about negotiating an end to Britain's occupation and winning a say in the disposal of defeated Italy's colonies. His painstaking, nitpicking, behind-the-scenes role in that drawn-out operation left Haile Selassie forever in his debt. It also guaranteed him a permanent, less than affectionate place in the memories of modern Eritreans. An Eritrean government minister snorted derisively when I mentioned Spencer's name. "You mean the biggest liar of the lot?" While British officials smoothly appropriated what took their fancy in the Horn, the diplomatic machinery that would determine Eritrea's messy destiny had been grinding slowly forward. Once Italy signed the 1946 Treaty of Peace, formally renouncing all claims to its African colonies, the fates of Eritrea, Libya, and Italian Somaliland, all under temporary British administration, remained to be decided. The four victorious Allied powers sent a special team to the Horn to decide what was best, giving themselves a one-year deadline to reach a unanimous decision. They wanted the matter done and dusted. Yet an agonizing 6 years would pass between Italy's formal surrender and the introduction of a new system of government in Eritrea. The problem was that no country that expressed a view on Eritrea's future at the international meetings Spencer and his superiors attended in Paris, Geneva, and New York came to the issue pure in heart. The stakes seemed too high for that. The war's end was bringing about a new world configuration. Europe's exhausted imperial powers had started their long decline, while the new kids on the block, the United States and Soviet Union, were testing their superpower muscles. Mankind was moving from a worldview molded by European colonial interests to a global arrangement dictated by US, Soviet rivalry, in which the twisted logic of my enemy's enemy is my friend would eventually reign supreme. History's players were elbowing for position, casting suspicious glances at one another as a new pecking order was established. Those responsible for deciding the future of Italy's colonies would vacillate, change their minds and execute the most dramatic of policy U-turns as they tried to work out how to benefit from this complex repositioning. As a defeated Axis power, Italy initially seemed to stand little chance of pulling off its dearest wish and winning back its colonies under the guise of unallocated trusteeships. But Rome found some unexpected allies in its attempt to re-establish a presence on the Horn. Haunted by the fear that its own African colonies would claim independence if Eritrea was allowed to break away, allergic to anything that smacked of an Anglo-Saxon plot, France rallied to the Italian cause. So did the Latin American nations, which felt duty-bound to support a fellow Catholic country. Together they accounted for a third of the membership of the newly established United Nations. Rome also briefly enjoyed the support of the Soviet Union. Convinced it was owed territorial compensation for the huge losses sustained in the Second World War, Moscow dithered over whether to push for a trusteeship in Eritrea, Tripolitania, or the Dodecanes, before plumping for a pro-Italian position when it looked as though communists were about to seize power in Rome and then, just as abruptly, opting for Eritrean independence after all. There Moscow joined the Middle East states, which viewed anything short of total independence as part of an anti-Islamic conspiracy by a coalition of Christian states. Initially, Britain viewed Eritrea through the prism of its traditional African and Middle Eastern interests. At one stage, London considered using Eritrea, rather than Palestine, as a haven for Europe's dispossessed Jews. Then it came up with its ingenious Greater Somalia scenario, a plan that depended on splitting Eritrea down the middle and giving half to Ethiopia in exchange for the Ogaden. But by the time Eritrea's partition was definitively rejected by the UN's General Assembly, London too was looking at the world in a new light, registering the need to form a common front with the US against the growling Soviet bear. What was good for Washington was good for London, and for the US Eritrea's highland plateau held, as we will see, enormous Cold War importance. There was a top-secret, hush-hush factor at play that ensured Eritrean independence did not gel with Washington's evolving plans. Struggling to be heard above the jabber was Ethiopia. Addis Ababa used the powerful weapon provided by collective guilt to whittle away at international indifference. "You owe us," was the essence of the message repeated by Spencer and Aklilu. "Remember how you stood by and did nothing when Italy gassed our villages. Remember how our emperor spoke so movingly before the League of Nations, yet you ignored him." Twice in its history, they pointed out, Ethiopia had been invaded from Eritrean soil. It was time to put paid to that threat by restoring Eritrea with what Haile Selassie liked to refer to as the motherland. Given such shifting, self-serving agendas, a unanimous four powers ruling was never going to be likely. Throwing up their hands in despair, the four powers handed the matter over to the UN, which dispatched a second investigative committee to Eritrea. But Ethiopia had already won a major concession. When the four powers team went to Eritrea in 1947, its delegates undertook to reach their judgments on the basis of the wishes and welfare of the inhabitants and the interests of peace and security. When the UN's new commission set out for Asmara 2 years later, its delegates pledged to defend Eritrean wishes while taking into account the rights and claims of Ethiopia based on geographical, historical, ethnic, or economic reasons, including in particular Ethiopia's legitimate need for adequate access to the C5. It seems to have occurred to no one that the two issues, what the Eritreans themselves hoped for and what the Ethiopians wanted, might be mutually exclusive. In theory, the UN was committed to self-determination, a principle enshrined in its founding charter. In practice, Spencer and company had ensured that the Queen of Sheba vision of history was tacitly accepted as valid by the international community, whatever the implications for ordinary Eritreans. The story of the UN Commission for Eritrea was to prove, in its way, a microcosm of the UN, with what seems at times its systemic incapacity to deliver on well-meaning promises. Democracy is all very well on paper. But as any member of a tenants' association or parents' committee knows, when put into practice it has all the smooth fluidity of a ragged fingernail being scraped along a blackboard. Clashing egos, personal foibles, carefully nursed grudges, a tendency to lose sight of the main issue in the pursuit of petty vendettas, every international meeting suffers from them. The UN Commission, however, possessed these characteristics to a degree out of all proportion to its size and task. With only 5 members and the wishes of less than 1 million souls, Eritrea's population at the time, to be established, the extent to which delegates managed to disagree seems, in retrospect, nothing short of extraordinary. The account of this key body's internecine squabbles, published here for the first time, would seem comic, if one could only forget the terrible consequences. To be fair to the judges and military men who made up the commission, they were never operating as free agents. Assigning a new body to decide Eritrea's future did nothing to remove the pressures that had originally made agreement by the four powers delegation impossible. Each commission member, under instructions from headquarters to engineer the required result, brought his country's national agenda with him to Asmara. Yet each managed to add a new, personal, and vindictive ingredient to the mix. Like recruits for a reality television show picked for their likelihood to rub each other up the wrong way, the delegates moved from indifference to mutual loathing in the course of a few weeks. Resenting the UN bureaucrats assigned to help them, irritated by the Eritreans, loathing one another, they were to demonstrate the eternal truth of Jean-Paul Sartre's maxim, hell is other people. The new commission was appointed in November 1949 and it soon became clear this was going to be no walkover. I regret to say that the work of the commission during the first 6 meetings has been entirely unsatisfactory. Petrus Schmidt, who headed the 20-man secretariat appointed to smooth the commission's path, admitted in the first of many candid confidential reports sent back to Triglav, UN Secretary-General of the day. 6 As the group traveled from New York to Cairo and on to Asmara, a potential troublemaker emerged, Guatemalan delegate Carlos Garcia Bauer, who prevented any real work being done with his persistent obstructionist tactics. Despite speaking excellent English, Garcia Bauer had gone into battle on the language issue, threatening at one point to storm out unless the Secretariat agreed to translate all documents into Spanish. This was a man who thrived on the tedium of protocol, wasting the first 5 meetings with purely formal questions, such as rules of procedure, credentials, points of order, roll call votes, corrections of summary records, language questions, etc. The other delegates were already wondering what lay behind such tactics. They all agree that the Guatemalan representative is an overambitious man, who wants his name on every page of every summary record, that he has at the same time a very obvious and very deep-rooted inferiority complex, said Schmidt. UN headquarters did its best to soothe ruffled feathers. It is clear that you and the other members of the Secretariat are doing an excellent job under very trying circumstances, replied Andrew Cordier, Executive Assistant to the Secretary-General. 7 The British Foreign Office, being kept abreast of Garcia Bauer's activities by Frank Stafford, its liaison officer in Asmara, was more forthright in its assessment. Native dishonesty, scribbled an Africa Department official on Stafford's report. People like Bauer, presumably he meant shifty, unreliable, greasy Latinos, have an ineradicable dislike of facts. 8. The commission landed in a country rent by banditry and bubbling with political skullduggery. By fair means or foul, the countries most directly affected by the Eritrean question were determined to bring about their preferred outcomes. Having surrendered its hopes of winning a UN trusteeship, Italy decided total Eritrean independence was the next best option, anything, so long as Ethiopia remained out of the picture. Rome was pumping thousands of pounds worth of bribes into Eritrea. Its representative in Asmara, Count Gropolo, was paying members of the Unionist Party, which favored a merger with Ethiopia, to surrender their cards and join the independence bloc. 9 Ethiopia, for its part, was subsidizing the Unionist movement, with the Orthodox Church lending a helping hand by threatening independence supporters with excommunication. There were widespread reports of Ethiopians crossing into Eritrea where, dressed as Muslim lowlanders, they loudly denounced the idea of independence. In addition, British officials were convinced that a dramatic rise in Shifta activity, which claimed the lives of scores of Italian settlers and members of the separatist Muslim League, was being funded by Addis. Gangs of armed bandits were killing pro-independence campaigners, shooting up buses and raiding Italian farms, then escaping into Ethiopia's Tigray province. The aim was to terrorize the pro-independence vote into silence, but the murders had another useful effect, for those who believed in the joys of union. The deliberate impression was being created of an ungovernable territory, which would descend into anarchy unless it was placed in Ethiopia's strong, capable hands. 10. As for Britain, it was busy molding Eritrea's political scene into a shape that fitted its Greater Somalia partition plan. In a breathtakingly honest letter to the Foreign Office marked secret and personal, Frank Stafford gleefully logged the progress he had made, by dint of persuasion and promise, in sabotaging Eritrea's budding independence movement. The important thing is that we have now substantially reduced the number of Christian non-unionists on the plateau. Following this, I have returned to the task of persuading the Muslim leaders on the plateau at least to break away from the independence bloc. 11 Stafford had also got to work on leaders in Eritrea's western province, which London wanted to attach to Sudan. I have set in train movements which will lead to a breakaway of a large proportion of the influential chiefs in the western province from the Muslim League. He was even franker about his hopes of influencing the UN Commission's findings. I have made other contacts with wobblers in the opposition, which are promising. The next step is to ensure that the people in the country who follow the true cause are properly primed in the right answers to give to the Commission when it gets down to the job of ascertaining the wishes of the population. Poor Eritrea! With so many clever, ruthless bullies whispering in its citizens' ears, telling them what they wanted and what they felt. It was a wonder they could think at all. By March 1950, when Schmidt penned his fourth report back to headquarters, 47 people had died in Asmara in 6 days of rioting between the Muslim League and the Unionist Party, brutally highlighting the need for a swift settlement. But relations between commission members had only deteriorated, as Garcia Bauer flexed his talent for filibustering. You should know that the commission is far from being a happy party. Not only are the delegates at 6s and 7s amongst themselves, but they are all or nearly all at cross purposes with the Secretariat, British officials in Asmara reported. Schmidt, they noticed, does not conceal his contempt for the Commission as a whole. 12 The Principal Secretary, in his own report, recounted how, while Eritrean organizations waited to put their case, the Commission became locked in a 2-hour wrangle over procedure. Concessions, politeness, friendly appeals, did not help. On the contrary, it is now obvious that Mr. Garcia Bauer explains such gestures as signs of weakness. 13 Garcia Bauer had not only insulted the Secretariat by accusing officials of tampering with records, he was picking fights with the weak Commission chairman, Norwegian Justice Erling Kvaal. Mr. Kvaal is a charming, be it rather vain, old gentleman, with very little knowledge of procedural matters. Consequently, he is an easy prey for Mr. Garcia Bauer, who continually shouts his points of order at him before he even has a chance to discover what it is all about. But Kvaal himself was no angel. He could show exasperating obtuseness when the Commission was in the field. He often shouts at witnesses and puts questions which are either irrelevant or irritating. At some occasions he acted like a colonial official of the old school, shouting at his native subjects, reported Schmidt. 14 Kvaal had managed to offend the Pakistani representative, Mian Ziauddin, who had penned a long-winded complaint. As for the Pakistani delegate, while professing particular concern for the rights of Eritrea's fellow Muslims, Mian Ziauddin seemed to share many of Kvaal's racist attitudes. Even British officials had been taken aback by his reaction after seeing the primitive conditions in which Eritrean highlanders lived. "Why don't we ask the baboons what they want?" he was heard to remark. 15. Quite apart from all this bad blood, the Commission was wasting huge amounts of time going over ground that had already been covered by the Four Powers Commission that had preceded it. True, the commissioners had spotted the Unionist Party's clumsy ploy of moving its supporters from one public meeting to another to create an inflated impression of support. But they persisted in putting questions to which answers were already known, while failing to probe the only issue that mattered, Eritrea's fast-evolving political situation. They work on no system as far as I know. Nearly all that they have done in the field could have been done by one man sitting in Guatemala City with a copy of the Four-Power Commission report in front of him, Stafford sneered. 16 Schmidt's assessment was even more damning. The officers of the Secretariat are disappointed and appalled by the shocking waste of United Nations time and money. 17. The Commission's mood improved slightly during a series of field trips into rural Eritrea, but when it returned to Asmara in April, it curdled once again. The Guatemalan was now not the only rebel. He had been joined by his Pakistani colleague and the men banded together to launch a putsch, forcing the Norwegian to stand down as chairman. Despite Kvaal's sidelining, the atmosphere remained poisonous. The feelings of mutual distrust and bitterness have increased rather than diminished, reported Schmidt. 18 The Commission's quarrels were no secret in Asmara, nor, given its members' indiscretion, was much else. Most of the representatives, if not all, talk far too much to any outsider who is willing to listen, sighed Schmidt. The Commission moved to Ethiopia, where they were meant to tour the countryside in an attempt to establish whether Haile Selassie's government was up to the task of administering Eritrea. A first-hand glimpse of the terrible hunger in Ethiopia's Wello and Tigray provinces might have stopped them in their tracks. But by arranging a busy schedule of receptions and urging the commissioners not to waste their time on an arduous road trip, Ethiopian and British officials between them managed to ensure the commission never ventured beyond Addis. The British minister in Ethiopia struggled unsuccessfully to silence his conscience. I myself have been rather torn between the feeling that the Commission ought to see how bad things are in Ethiopia before deciding whether she should acquire any further territory, and the knowledge that if it did so this would tend to diminish the chances for the solution advocated by His Majesty's government, Daniel Lascelles privately confessed. The fact of the matter is that Ethiopia is not in the least worthy to acquire Eritrea or any part of it. 19. The Commission's final report, drafted in June, faithfully reflected all the antagonisms and interference that had dogged its investigations. Its various factions not only failed to agree a solution, their interpretations of the facts on the ground jarred so wildly Commission members might have been visiting entirely different territories. For the delegates of Norway, South Africa, and Burma, swallowing the British version of Eritrea as a bankrupt semi-desert, the colony was simply too backward and politically immature to stand alone. Political and economic association with Ethiopia was the only answer. Even in this majority group there was a divide. Burma and South Africa, worried about the rights of Eritrea's Muslim community, favored federation, while Norway argued for total union. The minority report filed by the troublesome delegates of Guatemala and Pakistan warned that the annexation of Eritrea to Ethiopia would cause constant internal friction. Impressed by Eritrea's economic potential, they recommended complete independence after a 10-year period of UN trusteeship. 20. 5 men had somehow managed to come up with 3 separate answers to the question of what should be done with Eritrea. The UN General Assembly had traveled full circle, returning to its point of departure. Whatever gloss was put on the situation in public, UN officials did not mince their words in private. Without a doubt, the report of the Eritrean Commission can be considered a failure, Cordier informed the Secretary General. The level of the delegations was, to say the least, not equal to their task. 21. In light of such fundamental disagreements, what, concretely, was to be done? A middle way must be found. In December 1950, after months of intense behind-the-scenes negotiations between the foreign ministers and ambassadors of interested nations, 22, the UN General Assembly ruled that Eritrea should become an autonomous unit federated with Ethiopia under the sovereignty of the Ethiopian Crown, a phrase that in itself contained a world of potential ambiguity and internal contradiction. Resolution 390 v. a number engraved on the heart of any Eritrean patriot, was passed and a special commissioner appointed to oversee its implementation. It was, as the man chosen for the commissioner's post himself acknowledged, essentially a middle-of-the-road formula, the best possible compromise. 23 While Eritrea's political parties had campaigned passionately for either annexation or independence, not one had ever called for federation. Nevertheless, that was what the international community, after years of fidgeting, about turns and second thoughts, had determined they should have. The new UN Commissioner for Eritrea, Bolivian Eduardo Anz Machenzo, arrived in Asmara in February 1951. A well-meaning, podgy diplomat with receding, curly hair, Machenzo had been appointed in the teeth of fierce opposition from Britain, which had a jolly, fat Burmese judge lined up for the job and feared a Latin American would work in Italy's interests. Eritrea, in the opinion of the British delegation at the UN, was once again hardly getting the cream of the crop. He is an amiable but idle South American, quite friendly to us, but lacking in guts, common sense, any knowledge of the position in Eritrea or indeed any of the required qualifications, it reported. The British embassy in La Paz was a little kinder. Reported honest and competent diplomatist, though conceded it telegrammed London. 24. Machenzo immediately plunged into a series of meetings with Eritrean village elders, political leaders and civic organizations, explaining that he would be overseeing the drafting of a constitution for a soon-to-be federated Eritrea, complete with democratically elected assembly. The announcement hardly triggered dancing in the streets. The commissioner gained the impression that the population was mainly pessimistic, he noted. Part of the population had no real confidence in the idea of federation or the possibility of applying it. 25 As he prepared to set about turning UN Resolution 390 v. from abstract concept to concrete reality, Machenzo can hardly have guessed just how testing the next 18 months would prove. He was about to lock horns with a lawyer who, notwithstanding the fact that this was not his country, not his homeland, not his fight, considered it a point of principle never to surrender an inch when negotiating on behalf of his employer, the Ethiopian crown. John Spencer, by his own reckoning, was to be more intimately involved in the drafting of the Eritrean constitution and technicalities of Britain's handover of power than any other Ethiopian government employee. 26 Having agreed the broad lines of what he wanted with Spencer, Aklilu was content to oversee developments from Addis. Neither man entertained any doubts as to where their boss stood on the matter. In public, Haile Selassie, while hardly faking enthusiasm for the federal compromise, had at least agreed to accept the inevitable. The formula as adopted by the General Assembly does not entirely satisfy the wishes of the vast majority of the Eritreans who seek union without condition, nor does it satisfy all the legitimate claims of Ethiopia, he told his nation. 27 But it had become obvious that the formula was the only one that could obtain a two-thirds majority at the UN, better this, than an even longer wait for justice. The solution has been adopted and the principle accepted, he affirmed. The truth was slightly different. The Ethiopians did not want federation of any kind, they never believed in any of it, Spencer told me at his Long Island retirement home. The emperor really pushed our hands, he was all for taking Eritrea immediately. He said, I insist on the full return of Eritrea to Ethiopia. I told him, no, you have to ease into it, you can't grab it all at once. Even if you want nothing to do with the federation, you will have to slide into it gradually, bit by bit. 28. So when Spencer flew to Asmara to take his place alongside Machenzo, a team of UN legal advisors and representatives from the British military administration, he was hardly negotiating in good faith. The emperor, he knew, regarded the documents he was laboring over as so much meaningless paperwork, to be trashed as soon as the world looked the other way. Was it hypocritical of me? Yes, I'd agree with that. But it was justified. I had said to the Ethiopians, I'll help you get Eritrea, and that is what I did. They were desperate for access to the C-29. Spencer's aim was to strengthen the federation to the point where Eritrea was so tightly bound to Ethiopia, total incorporation was only a blink away. Eritrea would be another province of Ethiopia in all but name. Machenzo and his advisors, in contrast, were committed to a federation which was more than just a form of words. The relationship should be loose enough to allow independence, should the public ever decide to embrace it. Concession by concession, paragraph by paragraph, Spencer negotiated a better deal for the emperor, easing into it as only a wily lawyer knows how. The federation's very foundations were built on shifting sands. As legal experts pointed out at the time, there was something innately problematic about the notion of federating the Western-style democracy Britain had introduced in Eritrea, in which the rights to an independent press, trade union membership and freedom of religion were guaranteed, with an ancient empire whose criminal justice system dated back to the 13th century and in which all real power lay in one man's hands. Burma's delegate on the UN Commission had recommended a system in which the governments of Eritrea and Ethiopia tackled domestic matters and a separate federal body handled defense, foreign affairs, and interstate trade affecting both territories, a clear carve-up of jurisdictions. Yet by the time Machenzo came to write his final draft, the three-body notion had been rejected in the face of Ethiopian hostility. Once the emperor had ratified the unapproved Federal Act, the organs of the Ethiopian government dealing with federal affairs would constitute the federal government, the report said. 30 There was no word on how the promised organs would be created or how federal issues would be differentiated from internal matters. In the end, the only new organ established would be an imperial federal council, composed of Eritrean and Ethiopian delegates, supposed to meet at least once a year to thrash out any problems. It was a murky, ambiguous formula, hard to grasp, easy to ignore. Spencer's next challenge was winning a key post in Eritrea's government for a representative of the emperor. As he admits in his memoirs, The UN Resolution 390V made absolutely no provision for such a step. Yet the Ethiopian delegation, with typical brass face, informed a surprised Machenzo that this had always been a generally accepted principle during discussions at the UN. Eritrea's future assembly, due to be split down the middle between Muslim lowlanders and Christian highlanders, would struggle to pass legislation, Spencer argued. Granting a crown representative a role would stabilize the volatile mix. Machenzo put up a stiff fight, knowing the Muslim community would regard this as letting Haile Selassie in by the back door. But Spencer kept up the pressure, and events in South America worked in his favor. As Machenzo pored over the paperwork, he learned there had been a change of government in Bolivia and he had been declared persona non grata. With his homeland barred to him, his very status as negotiator challenged by the Ethiopians, Machenzo can be forgiven for being distracted. By the time Machenzo came to draw up the final version of the constitution, the Ethiopians had won huge concessions. The crown representative would have the power to formally invest the assembly's chief executive, send any legislation thought to encroach on federal affairs back to the assembly for a second vote and promulgate laws, all while enjoying place of precedence at official ceremonies. Eritrea's future autonomy was beginning to look distinctly compromised. Spencer was to notch up a number of other triumphs, but Machenzo was not completely made of jelly. He stood firm on the issue that mattered most to Spencer and Aklilu, raised in what must surely qualify as one of the most obvious leading questions ever put to the UN. Once the Federal Act and Eritrean Constitution had come into force, they wanted to know, under what circumstances could the arrangements be amended or violated. Machenzo called in an international panel of legal consultants to settle what was clearly a crucial question. The panel's findings, from Haile Selassie's perspective, were disastrous. Once the legislation had been introduced, it ruled, Eritrea's future could be regarded as settled, but it does not follow that the United Nations will no longer have any right to deal with the question of Eritrea. The UN resolution on which Eritrea's federation was based would retain its full force, Machenzo's final report stipulated. If it were necessary either to amend or to interpret the Federal Act, only the General Assembly, as the author of that instrument, would be competent to take a decision. Similarly, if the Federal Act were violated, the General Assembly could be seized of the matter, he added. 31. In his memoirs, Spencer simply blanks out the finding, choosing, just as his employer would later do, not to see the evidence of his own eyes. 32 But Machenzo's conclusion, glossed over by Ethiopian historians but spelled out repeatedly in the Commissioner's reports and speeches. 33, was crystal clear. Ethiopia would not be free to tinker, water down or abolish the federation, no matter how unhappy it became with the arrangement. Since the UN had guaranteed the federation could only be ended with UN approval. Aklilu raged at the perpetual servitude to which his country was being sentenced, just another form, as he saw it, of neocolonialism. For once, his words fell on deaf ears. It didn't take a genius, listening to the theoretical scenarios explored by the Ethiopian delegation, to guess at his long-term intentions. If he surrendered a future UN role in Eritrea's future, Machenzo must have realized, he would effectively be abandoning a state whose autonomy he was pledged to enshrine to its hungry, impatient neighbor. As Spencer noted in his memoirs, the Ethiopian team had succeeded far beyond its own expectations in undermining the work of those aiming for a weak federation. That the final result was one more closely knit than they had intended was the source of some surprise, even to me. 34 One of Machenzo's last speeches to the Eritrean Assembly carries a palpable sense of foreboding. I feel it my duty to sound a word of warning, said the diplomat, about to start a life in exile in Argentina. The strength of a constitution lies in the strength of a people's desire to respect it, and words mean nothing without the spirit and intention behind them. I did my best, he seems to be saying to critics of the future. If the goodwill isn't there, there's nothing more I can do. The new constitution was approved by the new Eritrean Assembly on July 10, 1952, and on September 15, British administration of Eritrea came to a formal end. The emperor cut a symbolic ribbon and crossed the Marab River as ecstatic highlanders, brilliant in their white shemmas, chanted Mother Ethiopia. Mother Ethiopia. The party staged to celebrate the event was attended by the man the emperor, in a classic piece of nepotism, had named to the key post of crown representative, Andargashu Mesai, his own son-in-law. The emperor did, I think, abuse his position, Spencer told me, with a shrug of distaste. But then, you're dealing with a Middle Eastern mentality. 35. He registered another small, ominous harbinger of what lay ahead. Ethiopia's newspapers did not bother explaining the niceties of the federal relationship to their readers. The federation was presented to the population simply as "we've won back Eritrea." 36. If it isn't the way you want it, behave as though it were, was the tacit message from on high. The lawyer had done his work superbly. The process of easing into complete union was already well advanced. Spencer, however, would not be around to see the fallout of his labors, moving back in 1960 to the U.S., where he taught international law in Boston. I figured I'd been in Ethiopia long enough and I had a daughter who needed an American education. 37. In truth, he was worried about political developments in Ethiopia and weary of the constant clashes with the British, French, Soviet, and U.S. embassies in Addis, where his knee-jerk belligerence had left him cordially hated. Many years after leaving, Spencer would have the novel experience of being denounced at a U.S. press conference by Isaias Afwerki, then a rebel leader, for his role in Eritrea's historic betrayal. He knows what today's Eritrean government thinks of him, but Spencer is not the kind of man to apologize. In an autobiography in which he bitterly berates himself for missing many a trick on Ethiopia's behalf, the one topic on which he never expresses a moment's regret is Eritrean Federation. His mind still runs along the worn grooves of post-Second World War thinking, in which strategy is always seen in terms of fascist ambitions to be thwarted, British imperialism to be quashed, Arab fundamentalism to be stifled and Soviet influence to be fended off. He does not approve of what Haile Selassie did to the Federation after his departure, he says. He would have advised him to act differently. But that feeling of Eritrean nationhood was not there at the time. 38. He is probably right. But a man who, by his own account, spent most of his working hours confined to conference halls and cabinet rooms, his social life hobnobbing with Ethiopian aristocrats and foreign diplomats, was never in any position to gauge how ordinary Ethiopians, let alone ordinary Eritreans, really felt. By leaving Addis when he did, he was spared the jarring experience of setting his neat documents against the messy reality of Ethiopian occupation, with its bulldozed villages and public hangings. Distance and time help when it comes to escaping the specter of regret. Spencer finds recourse in the excuse available to all lawyers granted, for one moment in their lives, the chance to change the world, they were my clients. I had to look at everything from their point of view, even if I didn't always share it. I was their advocate. 39. Chapter 8. The Day of Mourning. To betray, you must first belong. Kimphilby. Running through Asmara is what must surely be one of the most frequently baptized boulevards in Africa. Its many christenings track the stages of Eritrea's busy history. In Martini's day, it was known as Corso Vittorio Emanuele, after the king who ruled from across the seas. Under the fascists, it was renamed Viale Mussolini, but when the British took over and taught the Italians to be ashamed of themselves, it became Corso Italia. Under imperial Ethiopian rule, it turned into Haile Selassie Avenue, only to metamorphose into National Avenue under the Derg. This was the street down which rebel tanks, cheered by hysterical Asmarinos, thundered when the EPLF captured the city, a victory parade followed by another, inevitable rebranding as Liberation Avenue. Lined with cafeterias, banks, and grocers, this is the heart of the city, the natural starting point for the evening passeggiata in which Asmarinos effortlessly reclaim the thoroughfare from which they were once barred. The Italians planted the boulevard with canary palms, which now tower high above pedestrians' heads, giving central Asmara the slightly lush flavor of a Riviera beach resort, an exotic suggestion of desert vistas and Arab sheiks. Hidden under the brick and tarmac runs Michela, the river on whose banks a pregnant queen of Sheba, returning from her fateful tryst with Solomon, is said to have stopped and called for water. This brush with royalty has not saved the river from a sordid fate. It is now a sewer, collecting Asmara's stinking waste and channeling it to the outskirts of town. At one end of Liberation Avenue lies the Ministry of Education, a massive, prune-colored modernist block. It was once the headquarters of the fascist party, and inside the building a stone staircase bearing a wrought iron motif of flaming torches rises grandly to the first floor. Open a door and you enter a classical lecture room, with tiered wooden seats and a vaulted ceiling. It is a place full of ghosts, whose whisperings keep lost pigeons fluttering anxiously in the eaves. This was once the meeting place for Eritrea's assembly, the Beto, and it was here that one of the most humiliating chapters in the country's history took place. Humiliating, because if so many of Eritrea's injuries were inflicted by outsiders, this was an episode in which Eritreans themselves were to be forever implicated, the moment when betrayal took on a sour domestic flavor. The collaborationist sins of the fathers would only be purged by the sacrifices of a new generation of Eritreans. It did not take Haile Selassie long to demonstrate his lack of enthusiasm for federation. Within days of the emperor's ratification of the new constitution, Muslim residents were complaining that the Beto had allowed the country's flag, blue as the sky, blue in tribute to the UN which had given birth to democratic Eritrea, to disappear from government offices, now sporting Ethiopian colors. The Imperial Federal Council, the promised organ meant to smooth out federal problems, died a quick death, smothered in its cradle. Haile Selassie was so far above ordinary mortals, it emerged, that even the council's Ethiopian delegates did not have the right to submit proposals unless asked to by the emperor, and the emperor, as it happened, did not feel like discussing federal matters. The council's Eritrean delegates twiddled their fingers for 4 months in Addis before returning, ignored and defeated, to Asmara. The Eritrean executive got the same cold shoulder treatment from the Ethiopians, who never answered letters, never gave answers to specific queries, and in fact ignored the Eritrean government, the British consul told London.1 as the Beto chairman, Sheikh Ali Rade, aptly put it, a hyena had been put with a goat and the result was obvious too. Crucially, Eritrea's impotence also took economic form. On advice from the withdrawing British administration, the Eritrean government had handed Ethiopia control of Martini's railway, the ropeway, telecommunications, and the extensive Italian state properties. The Ethiopians showed much the same cavalier approach to Eritrea's remaining infrastructural heritage as the British had done, moving entire industries south. The ropeway was sold by the emperor's son-in-law and dismantled, its rusting gant rise the only evidence of former greatness. But Ethiopia's most undermining move was to take over the collection of customs duties at Eritrea's ports and then fail to remit Asmara's share, which accounted for up to 60% of Eritrean revenue. 3 Leached of its main source of income, having foolishly surrendered control of its assets, the Eritrean government was soon struggling to pay its civil servants. Haile Selassie was killing the federation by simply pretending it did not exist. Squabbling and divided, the Beto often failed to meet at all, thanks to its increasingly dictatorial chief executive, Tidla Barrow. A committed unionist, the irascible Barrow seemed bent on destroying the federation from within, vetoing deputies who did not share his political views, refusing to call cabinet meetings and regularly suspending what he dismissed as an assembly of idiots for months at a time. When deputies dared to voice unhappiness over Ethiopian interference in Eritrean affairs, the emperor's son-in-law put them firmly in their place. There are no internal or external affairs as far as the office of His Imperial Majesty's representative is concerned, and there will be none in the future, said the Crown representative. The affairs of Eritrea concern Ethiopia as a whole. 5. For those who did not regard a future under Ethiopian rule as paradise on earth, the atmosphere had turned stifling. Debate itself was becoming increasingly impossible. In 1954, Eritrea's only independent newspaper closed, sued into extinction by the Crown representative. Harassed and threatened, a leading activist, Woldemariam, was said to have survived 7 attempts on his life. Pro-independence campaigners fled the country. The public responded to this steady whittling away of freedoms with petitions, demonstrations and general strikes. But Ethiopia now had 3,000 troops stationed in the territory, and they did not hesitate to use live ammunition on the crowds. Under the Italians you could eat but you could not speak, the Eritreans muttered amongst themselves. Under the British you could speak but not eat. Under the Ethiopians, you can neither speak nor eat. Psychologically, politically, and economically, the Asmara government was being made to look ridiculous. The adage, Eritrea is dying on the vine, would still seem, at least to the uninitiate, a valid description of the local situation, reported Matthew Loram, the U.S. consul to Asmara, in a 1959 telegram back to Washington. The government, which in effect acts as a quisling instrument for the emperor, is neither trusted nor respected by the people. Half admiring, half appalled, he added, Machiavelli could well have taken a leaf out of the Ethiopians' book, for it seems to me that they have used extremely astute tactics to date in their gradual takeover of Eritrea. 6 As the 1950s came to a close, the tribal chiefs and aristocrats who sat on the increasingly subservient Beto agreed to formally abandon the Eritrean flag, bowed to a redefinition of the Eritrean government's role as an Eritrean administration under Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, and, in a particularly unpopular ruling, agreed to replace the Eritrean official languages of Tigrinya and Arabic with Ethiopia's Amharic tongue. In pushing for union, Haile Selassie had enthusiastically applied the stick, while forgetting to dangle a carrot. The seeds of armed revolt were being sown. With their culture denied them and peaceful protest exposed as not only ineffective but dangerous, a group of exiled Muslims met in Cairo to announce the formation of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, committed to winning independence by military means. The first shots in what was to be Africa's longest guerrilla war were fired in 1961 by a well-known former Shifta chief, who led a band of ELF in a raid on a police unit in the western lowlands. Initially, the movement numbered only a few dozen men, armed with Syrian Kalashnikovs, who had learned their fighting skills in the Sudanese army. But from such small beginnings, national uprisings grow. It was against this depressing background that Asfaha Wolde Michael, Barrow's wily successor as chief executive, summoned the Beto members to the vaulted hall off Asmara's Central Boulevard on November 14, 1962, on what would in future be dubbed the Day of Mourning. They mustered in a mood of uneasy, ominous anticipation. The previous day, Ethiopian troops had staged a show of force in Asmara's city center, chanting a bullet for anyone who refuses. While many of the deputies naively assumed they were being called to debate the budget, the better informed, warned of what was coming, had tried to skip the event. Some had announced they were on vacation, a handful had actually admitted themselves to hospital, feigning sickness, in a bid to deny Asfaha a quorum. But policemen hauled them from sick beds and homes, holding them overnight to prevent them leaving town. Registering that Ethiopian troops had been posted around the building in a way that seemed more intimidating than reassuring, the flustered deputies clattered up the grand staircase and filed into the hall. The doors were closed behind them, no escape now. Without more ado, Asfaha rose to his feet and read out a short statement. Declaring that the notion of a federation had been imposed on Eritreans as a weapon of disintegration, Asfaha said it was clear that all progress would be stymied as long as two administrations divided Eritrea and Ethiopia. Now therefore, we hereby unanimously resolve that the federation with all its significance and implications, be definitely abolished from this moment, that from now on we live in a complete union with our motherland Ethiopia. After a split second of stunned silence, there was applause, but Asfaha did not push his chances by risking a vote. Blurry photographs of the event, creased with the years, show the deputies, dressed in white flowing robes and formal business suits, standing stiffly to attention. Their faces are impossible to read. The assembly was swiftly declared adjourned and the dazed Beto members were invited to the viceroy's palace to toast the day's work, leaving the hall to its pigeons and its ghosts. Since they had just made themselves redundant, it was the last time they would ever meet together in one place. It had taken them just half an hour to abrogate an internationally guaranteed compromise that had been to nobody's liking, abolish the constitution they had sworn to protect and lay the groundwork for war. The foreign press largely ignored the event. In London, The Times, which like other newspapers had dedicated reams of print to the torturous discussions leading up to the Federation, devoted just 4 paragraphs, what is known in the news trade as a brief, to its sudden abrogation. Filed by our own correspondent in Addis Ababa, a euphemism for an item almost certainly taken straight from the wire agencies, the story faithfully presented the version of events Haile Selassie wanted the world to believe, repeated to this day by scholars who should know better. Eritrea's Beto had voted unanimously to abolish the Federation. 7 The account telegrammed to Washington by Loram's successor as U.S. consul was more accurate. The vote by acclamation was a shoddy comedy, barely disguising the absence of support even on the part of the government-picked Eritrean assembly, he reported. 8. In Addis, Haile Selassie lost no time in ensuring that a highly dubious piece of lawmaking became set in stone. Both houses of the Ethiopian parliament were convened to pass, with indecent haste, a motion welcoming the Beto's resolution. The 10-year-old federation was declared terminated, Mashinso's careful work redundant. Airbrushed out of history, Eritrea, reduced to Ethiopia's 14th province, vanished from Africa's atlases. November 16 was declared a national holiday in recognition of the fact that the emperor, after so many years of striving, had achieved his heart's desire. He had made good Menelik II's blunder. Landlocked Ethiopia had acquired a coastline. Why had the Beto's deputies caved in so meekly? Was it through cowardice, self-interest, or did they simply commit the grossest of historical mistakes? Only the individuals themselves knew the answer. But my inquiries met with flummoxed expressions. You're looking for the Beto members? Many of them went abroad, you know, they weren't very popular here. As for the rest, aren't they dead? Some of them were already quite old when they were deputies, and that's 50 years ago. It took weeks, but in the end I tracked down the last of the aging protagonists. Time had whittled away their numbers. Less than a handful remained and most were in no rush to discuss a role they had hoped forgotten. One octogenarian, the well-heeled owner of an Asmara petrol station, backed off from me in his office, shaking his head. It was a very painful period. I'd really rather not talk about it. Another, sitting small and prickly behind his public notary's desk, radiated defensiveness. It's too easy to judge things with today's eyes. It may look like a huge mistake now, but at the time it was done in good faith, insisted 76-year-old Araya Hagos, who served as Asfaha's secretary. People thought union was the only way to escape a repressive colonial regime. As he talked, he became angry. The emperor behaved like a delinquent, in my view. He was a wicked, wicked man. He would not say more. So when I was eventually pointed in the direction of a turquoise villa a stone's throw from the Sandals monument, it felt like a breakthrough. Originally built for one of Mussolini's sons, it belonged to Gabriel Hans Tesfamariam, former Minister of Economic Affairs in Eritrea's federal government. Aged 90 and deaf in one ear, Gabriel Hans needed his son on hand to serve as translator and loudspeaker. But as he held forth, gnarled hands clutching a polished cane so tightly it seemed the only thing anchoring his frail body to the floor, it became clear there was nothing wrong with his memory. Behind him in the gloom of the 1930s lounge hung a portrait of the middle-aged Gabriel Hans in full ministerial regalia of stiff white shirt and black tails. He gazed at the photographer with sad, liquid eyes. He'd entered politics as a student, a devoted advocate of the unionist cause, and swiftly climbed the political rungs, eventually achieving the Ethiopian title Dehas match, honored, one notch down from RAS, Duke. but he began entertaining doubts about the merits of the unionist cause early on. Gabriel Hans wanted me to know. As Eritrea's post-war economic crisis deepened, unionists in the Beto had argued ever more forcefully in favor of annexation. As long as it remained semi-independent, Eritrea would not benefit fully from Ethiopian investment, planning, and jobs, they said. The logic worked with deputies who never strayed south, who had built up fantastical images of life across the border. Used to complaining about the Italians, they had failed to register how thoroughly European colonialism had transformed their country, pulling it far ahead of Ethiopia. As a minister, however, Gabriel Hans traveled far more than his colleagues, and the trips to Ethiopia opened his eyes. I could see the poverty, the general backwardness, and I knew about the corruption and poor administration. I came to realize that uniting with Ethiopia would not bring tangible benefits, because things in Eritrea were a lot better than in Ethiopia. He passed on his doubts to unionist deputies. But Gabriel Hans' voice was drowned out as a formidable quartet: Asfaha, Beto Vice Chairman Dimitros Gabor Mariam, Police Commissioner Tidla Ogbit, and the new Crown Representative, General Abiy Abeba, launched a concerted campaign to persuade the Beto to agree to dissolution. There were some threats. Mostly, they tried to persuade the deputies it would be in Eritrea's best interests if they united with Ethiopia. The argument of national interest lent a spurious gloss to a decision in which the all-too-human yearning for personal advancement clearly played its part. The Beto deputies, said Gabriel Hans, were promised land, property, and key posts in the Ethiopian administration if they agreed to smooth the way. If they played ball, they would never want for money again, for the emperor had agreed to pay their salaries for the rest of their lives. One by one, amenable deputies were called to the palace, where they put their signatures to a document agreeing to the federation's abrogation. The whole process took about a month. The key November 14 meeting, at which dissolution was formally announced, was only called when 51 of the Beto's 68 members had signed. By tackling the deputies individually, Asfaha had softened up his audience, playing on each man's weaknesses while avoiding the dangers of open debate. The document, with its 51 signatures, allowed the chief executive to argue that, despite the failure to hold a vote, the motion had the backing of 75% of Beto members, a perfect three-quarters majority. Once the deed was done, it did not take long for the deputies to regret their actions, said Gabriel Hans. If they received their 30 pieces of silver, some salaries are still being paid to this day. That was the only aspect of the bargain Haile Selassie honored. The Ethiopians had made so many promises about building schools, dams and clinics. None of that materialized. They promised land and positions of authority, but with a very few exceptions, those promises were not kept. At that stage, I realized that these people were liars and cheats, and we had made a pact with a power that would not keep its word. Unionist hopes, he maintained, had died as factories were moved south, Ethiopians were sent to fill government posts in Asmara, and key administrative jobs were transferred to Addis. Gabriel Hans went on to hold 2 ministerial portfolios in the Addis government. Looking back, he said, he felt he should have resigned, although it would have been no more than a gesture. Politically it would have made no difference. Eritrea was already in a trap and it could not extricate itself. Nothing any individual could have done would have made any difference. But resigning would have given me some personal gratification. How did he judge his former colleagues, the Beto deputies? I feel pity for their human weakness. They were naive. It wasn't obvious to them what the result of their decision that fateful day would be. If the deputies had known what was going to happen, they would have acted differently. Many people make mistakes in their lives. A leading unionist who had opposed annexation, a minister with no power to influence events, a man who felt sorry but, by his own account, no sense of personal responsibility, my fragile host had clearly not wasted his time in politics when it came to learning how to sidestep blame. He had resorted to the arguments used since time immemorial by those who belatedly register their small, Self-interested actions have allowed a great, overarching injustice to occur. It would have happened anyway, we were just cogs in a giant machine. If I hadn't gone along with it, I would have become another victim. The standard excuses of those who feel destiny, in forcing them to choose between the roles of hero or traitor, has placed too heavy a burden on the shoulders of ordinary men. Hindsight, unforgiving as a prison spotlight, had pinned him and his colleagues against a wall and exposed their weaknesses for all eternity. There was another reason, I came to realize, why the Beto members refused to acknowledge a sense of guilt. During the grim years of the armed struggle, every Eritrean family paid a price, whether measured in slaughtered sons and daughters, years in detention or blighted prospects. In later life, Gabriel Hans himself would become a passionate advocate for direct talks with the EPLF, a stance that won him a 7-year jail sentence from an Addis government that did not believe in negotiating with bandits. The old guys feel they have nothing to apologize for, because they suffered so much afterwards, explained a historian friend. They feel they paid their dues. Had Gabriel Hans seen his time in prison as a form of atonement, an act of expiation washing clean a sullied conscience? I would have liked to ask him, but when I next returned to Asmara, I learned that the old man had died. It was an approach that held little water with the last participant in the day of mourning I tracked down. In his legal chambers on Liberation Avenue, Dr. Johannes Bierhain, a mere youngster at 73, seemed as quietly furious today as on the morning he was called as a young judge to bear witness to the historic events in the Assembly Hall. Wearing a silk-embroidered shirt and neatly knotted tie, Dr. Bierhain belonged to a community of wizened ace-marinos who got up in the morning, put on their pinstriped suits, picked up their Borsalino hats and walked to wood-paneled offices where there was nothing for them to do. Younger partners now ran their businesses, but they were fighting the good fight, determined to keep up appearances. Dr. Bierhain had the clipped delivery of the lawman who sees no need to waste words, but emotion ran just below the surface. Despite his supposed neutrality, Dr. Johannes had been disgusted by what he had seen. Afraid to voice his feelings in front of Ethiopian troops, he had stalked off, refusing to join the others at the palace for champagne. It was an abuse of power, you know. They were not supposed to betray us. They had sworn to uphold the Federation. From then on, he was to snub the Beto members. They made themselves a laughing stock, not an easy feat to pull off in a city Asmara's size. As for acts of expiation, he had no time for them. There may be parliamentarians who regretted it afterwards, I wouldn't know. I did not talk to them. I had a grudge against them. Through fear and greed, naivete and laziness, the Beto deputies had betrayed their own. Their children would not lightly forgive them, and the rebel movement that sprang up would contain within it a strong element of youthful disgust for a generation regarded as corrupted. But Eritreans who hated the idea of union with Ethiopia clung to a last hope of rescue. They had not forgotten the stipulation Machenzo had made a decade earlier, the formal undertaking Spencer and Aklilu had sought in vain to have dropped from the UN Commissioner's final report. There lay Eritrea's guarantees, spelled out in black and white. The Federation could not be altered or abolished without the UN General Assembly first being seized of the matter. Since the UN had brought about the Federation, only the UN could destroy it. There is a bitter little story that does the rounds in Eritrea. Like the "I didn't do it for you" nigger anecdote, it goes, whether true or invented, straight to the heart of the way Eritreans came to regard the outside world. When the embryonic rebel movement was engaged in its first serious firefight with Ethiopian forces on a hill outside Asmara, an old man approached the young men crouched behind their guns. "Just keep shooting," he told them. "If we can only keep this up for 48 hours, the UN will come in and sort everything out." Unbeknown to ordinary Eritreans, the UN and its key member nations had already signaled that they took the Federation no more seriously than Haile Selassie. Writing in 1953 to the British ambassador, a Foreign Office employee was toe-curlingly frank about London's faith in the arrangement. "I think I can say that we never really in our hearts expected the exact United Nations solution to last in the long run," he said. The important thing was to have a solution with some chance of success which would release us from the task of administering indefinitely a territory whose inhabitants did not want us to rule them indefinitely. Such a solution having been reached, our concern was that there should not be an immediate breakdown for which we could be blamed. 9. The following year, an exchange of letters between the British Registrar of the UN Tribunal in Eritrea and Andrew Cordier, assistant to the UN Secretary-General, was even more revealing. The Registrar, Albert Reid, comes across as a self-important busybody, puffed up by his role as head of the UN's only remaining body in Asmara, but what he had to report was important. There was a growing rivalry, he warned, between federal and Eritrean law courts over their respective fields of competence. The passage of time was throwing up more and more ambiguities in the constitution over where Eritrea's autonomy ended and the emperor's sovereignty began. I feel I should draw your attention to the growing belief that eventually the Eritrean question will again have to come before the General Assembly, he said. Cordier's irritated response suggests that if he ever bothered to read the documents forwarded to him through the years by Schmidt and Machenzo, he had certainly not retained any detail. You should scrupulously avoid creating any impression whatsoever that the United Nations has any interest in the political situation within the Federation, he warned. There now exists no basis on which the United Nations can show any interest in the political problems of Eritrea and the Union. Although the United Nations played the decisive role in the drafting of the Eritrean constitution, that job has been completed to the satisfaction of the General Assembly, and that item has been removed from the agenda. 10. Legally, Cordier was in the wrong, but when you are the boss, that doesn't really matter. Only 2 years after Machenzo left Asmara, congratulating himself on a job well done, there was the sound of an organization washing its hands. Eritrea's anti-unionists never got to read these frank exchanges. Blissfully unaware of just how keen the UN was to forget Eritrea, demonstrating a touching belief in the sanctity of international commitments, they sent increasingly frantic messages to the UN's New York offices as the Beto's powers were curbed, asking for Machenzo's undertaking to be enforced. Signed by unhappy Muslim district chiefs, disappointed Christian notables, members of the Beto and high-profile activists who had fled the country, the appeals flew thick and fast across the Atlantic. Merely filing these petitions exposed Eritreans to enormous risk. After exiled campaigner Mohammed Omar Kudi went to New York in October 1957 to present a 72-page denunciation of Ethiopian policy, he made the mistake of returning home. He was promptly sentenced to 10 years in jail for bringing the Ethiopian government into disrepute. 4-year sentences were handed out to 2 Muslim League leaders who sent a telegram to the UN the following year. Other petitioners were demoted from their high-level government jobs. 11 Determined to crush dissent in its infancy, Addis went so far as to ask the UN to supply it with the identities of those signing the petitions, the better, presumably, to effect a crackdown. The request was refused by the UN's legal advisor, on the grounds that Ethiopia had clearly violated the spirit of the federal agreement and it was not clear, to use his delicate phrase, what it intended doing with the information. 12. The Eritreans risked their necks. They complained in the 1950s, when the Federation first came under assault. They filed petitions in the 1960s, when the Federation was abolished, and they protested in the 1970s, when the Civil War was well underway and the complainants had joined the rebel movements. By the 1980s, they had become more sophisticated, and an EPLF representative buzzed around the official heads of mission at UN headquarters in New York, handing out memos and leaflets, occasionally being arrested by UN police after protests by the Ethiopian delegation. 13 It was all for nothing. Occasionally, visiting Eritrean delegations received sympathetic hearings from Middle East representatives at the UN and won a little coverage in the US media. But since Eritrea had officially ceased to exist, however illegally, its case could only be discussed in the General Assembly if either Ethiopia or some powerful sponsor nation wanted the topic broached. It never happened. In the giant red tomes of the UN Yearbook, which list the subjects placed on the General Assembly's agenda for debate, Eritrea last appears in the index in 1957 and then vanishes, not reappearing again for 35 long, blood-spattered years. The country and its citizens had, as far as the UN was concerned, been expunged from the record. Who, after all, is the UN? Chet Crocker, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, rhetorically asks today. The UN is not the General Assembly. It is the Permanent Five, and we are the Permanent Five, we, the Brits, the French, the Soviets and the Chinese. And we weren't about to start unraveling an African state. 14 The powerful nations, for reasons that will soon become apparent, did not want the subject raised. The Eritreans waited, and gradually, reluctantly, they realized that there would be no UN cavalry riding over the crest of the hill. The public reaction was one of shock, pure shock, remembers Dr. Birhane, with a sardonic twist of the lips. It was as though Eritrea had suddenly become an orphan. The Federal Act obliged the UN to intervene, and people waited for that. But the UN never responded in any way. By its silence, the UN added Eritrea to what was to become a long list of African countries in which it botched operations originally undertaken in good faith. Like Congo in 1961, Western Sahara in the 1980s, Somalia and Rwanda in the 1990s, Eritrea can argue that its future trajectory would have been radically different had the UN, at a crucial juncture, shown some backbone. Where these countries differ from Eritrea, however, is that while the UN has never been allowed to forget how its troops failed to prevent the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, Congo's elected prime minister, or flew out of Rwanda just as the genocide of nearly 1 million Tutsis began, only the victims today remember the UN's feebleness in Eritrea. The UN's cynicism was to leave an indelible mark on the psychology of a people. No UN document can ever have been reprinted more often or more avidly perused than Machenzo's final report, on sale in the clubs and offices the Eritrean diaspora opened around the world. Eyes glazing with boredom, outsiders would marvel at the unflagging interest Eritrean scholars showed in the minutiae of UN charters, articles and clauses. But there was method to this seeming madness. If international law had been violated, then the armed campaign launched by first the ELF and then the EPLF was not, as Addis maintained across the decades, a secession rebellion, and the guerrillas were more than thuggish shiftas. Eritreans were merely fighting for respect of the law, because no one else would. When Isaias Afwerki addressed the 48th session of the UN in September 1993, 4 months after Eritrea had won independence, the new president dispensed with diplomatic circumlocution and used the forthright language of a rebel movement sure in the knowledge of its own moral rectitude. I cannot help but remember the appeals that we sent year in and out to this assembly and the member countries of the United Nations, describing the plight of our people, he told startled delegates. The UN refused to raise its voice in defense of a people whose future it had unjustly decided and whom it had pledged to protect. As one high-ranking UN official told me, these weren't so much scars, as great bleeding, seeping, open wounds. The UN's amnesia not only fueled a bitter sense of grievance, it marked the start of what was to become a mulish Eritrean insistence on self-reliance. If the international community could so casually brush off its responsibilities, if written agreements counted for so very little, the angry students who were to lead the rebellion concluded, then Eritrea would simply have to turn inwards, tap her own resources, and win justice on her own. They would never depend on anyone else again. Halfway through the research for this book, I flew to New York. I felt I understood the realpolitik that lay behind the UN's decision not to act, but I was still curious. How had the UN justified such pragmatism to itself? How does an institution go about smothering an issue when it knows it is legally in the wrong? What had happened to all the telegrams sent by despairing Eritreans, whose numbers had faithfully, if pointlessly, been recorded by the independence campaigners? Most large organizations are obsessed with procedure, compelled by their own internal rules to crank out anodyne replies to correspondence, however inane or nonsensical. Had some sorry UN official been assigned the task of telling the Eritreans, ever so politely, to get lost? Had the steady stream of Eritrean petitions triggered, at least, a modicum of internal hand-wringing? The UN archives are not stored in the waterfront skyscraper familiar from so many television shots. They are kept in a building hidden around the corner, opposite Uganda House and the Embassy of the Republic of Korea, where a Chinese laundry does a hissing trade and West African stall holders tout cheap luggage. Inside, where a handful of archivists work silently in their offices, there is a hush. The grey-blue carpets soak up the noise, the bulletproof security doors keep the street bustle at arm's length. It was clear, from the few tables set aside for readers, that this was a place unaccustomed to receiving members of the public. The week I visited, I was one of only 2 outsiders to drop in. I had emailed ahead, specifying what I wanted to see, files compiled in the wake of Ethiopia's 1962 annexation, but nothing was ready. As the morning progressed, the archivist, a middle-aged woman from New Jersey, began looking more and more unhappy behind her computer screen. "This has never, ever happened before," she moaned, stabbing at her keyboard. She was sweating, she had a migraine. "I have never had these kind of problems calling up a file." The boxes I had asked for, she eventually explained, had been recatalogued, and the computer was refusing to recognize the numbers she was typing in. She could provide copies of Machenzo's speeches in abundance, drafts of his reports and letters to his superiors, but no Eritrean appeals. On the second day, she called a balding male colleague over to help, and he too worked silently away. A few more files surfaced, but never the ones I'd asked for. I had failed, and I found my failure grimly fitting. Somewhere in the UN's vaults lay boxes of correspondence and memos, full of tantalizing insights into the thinking of the day on Eritrea. No one would ever read them now. The system had swallowed them up. They were as thoroughly lost to posterity as if they had been fed through a shredder. Technological modernization had, quite by accident, completed the task of deliberate forgetting launched by the UN in 1952. I left clutching copies of the sole snatch of relevant correspondence unearthed during 3 days of searching, a tiny chink of light in what would now, it seemed, be a permanent darkness. On August 24,